product, like a Patagonia. Patagonia is selling recycled production at a higher price. And some of the companies are like, for example, I have discussion with the Coca-Cola. And the Coca-Cola is ready to buy green energy at a higher price and selling at Coca-Cola, publicizing that Coca-Cola is carbon-free, even though they can pay higher price for green energy. But if they marketing Coca-Cola is carbon-free, they believe it will have an even stronger marketing impact. So they are willing to pay higher price for green energy. So this is what I call voluntary market. And this is one way of moving away from free market towards a certain market. So I don't have enough time to go over the details, so I will stop here. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. I think that was very powerful insights. I think we have a lot to think and see. I think our other panelists will add more insights, but there are a couple of interesting points there for us to think, including the internalizing social cost of carbon in many different ways. We'll also pick on some of those issues later. Let me invite one of our panelists, Dr. Dennis Ganendra, for kindly delivering his talk. And then we'll move on to other panelists, and hopefully at the end we find some time to reflect upon. Dennis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Hello? 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 Yes. Good morning, everyone. Very excited to be here. Could we have the slides? ESG, sustainability. What should we be doing as a nation, and what should we be doing as corporations? ESG has so many different meanings and interpretations, so there's no one benchmark for ESG. But what we can do is we can, for the E element, we have something called the EPI ranking. Nepal ranks 165 there. You're ahead of Pakistan and India. In terms of GHG emissions, you've only increased by 0.3%, which it's an increase, but it's actually quite good. And in terms of your pledges, at COP, your Prime Minister is really one of the big voices in terms of climate justice, and you make very good contributions from that viewpoint. You've also pledged to be net zero by 2045, and really very impressive, you're already a net exporter of RE as a country. So we can debate whether Nepal is doing good enough, but what we don't have to debate is that you can do better, okay? And this is the things that you can look at. So in terms of RE potential, you're realizing all of your RE potential. There's a lot more RE potential that you can realize here. 432 gigawatts of solar, another 42 gigawatts of hydro, and you've got 89 million tons of biomass. But these are the issues that you will you have to address when you realize all this. Firstly, your grid is designed as a traditional grid where you've got steady point loads distributing the power out. So when you go to these RE solutions, quite often you're going to have variable distributed generators. So that's going to have an impact on your grid. The first part is very important that you do, which is just to look at your grid codes and all that, because quite often your rules are not designed to do that. So firstly is to make sure you look at your grid codes to make sure it allows for this. But then you will hit a technical constraint. And the rule of thumb is when you hit about 20% of variable to your total supply, then you're going to have stability issues. Then you're going to invest in things like VSS, CIPT, battery energy, battery storage systems and all that. And these things will cost money. And the question is the man on the street care? Is he willing to pay this extra cost for green energy? The taxi driver in Kathmandu, he just wants cheap electricity. He doesn't really care whether it's green or dirty or whatever. Okay, but there are organizations, there are individuals, they are willing to pay more for it. So I think you really need to start looking at implementing a green tariff so that those who can afford it can pay for it. And a lot of the companies, and especially a lot of exporters and multinationals, are really willing to pay for it, but you need to have a certifiable green tariff, which is internationally recognized. Okay. The other thing is you've got a big solar potential. My only request is you've got beautiful forests here. The forest, without doing anything, absorbs 2.5 tons of CO2 a year. Please don't cut down forests to put up, frankly, stupid solar panels. Yeah, put the solar panels over dead space like rooftops or over water bodies, or you've got a lot of unusable land like landfills and all that. Put it over there, but please don't cut down your forests to put up these solar panels. You've got a lot of RE potential, but to reach, so your near-term goals you can achieve using your RE, okay? But to go net zero, I think you will have to look at new technologies, okay? So I've covered a few of them here. Nuclear fusion, I don't think it's something that this country should be looking at. Nuclear fission is the great messiah for all of us, and we're really at a very interesting crossroads where the scientists' best estimate for nuclear fission viability is between 40 years to never, while PE in the US has collected about 10 billion US, and they think that this can come in the next 10 years. Who's true or not true, I don't know. We'll find out in time. Hydrogen, incredibly expensive. Based on the recent tender in UK, it'll cost you 5.5 trillion rupees to meet your peak demand of 2 gigawatts. And it's not safe, it's very difficult to transport. And really for a country like Nepal, where you have a lot of RE potential next to a lot of RE demand, you don't need to look at this technology. So I would advise you keep away from that. But HVDC, I think the key for Nepal is HVDC. A lot of your power is in remote sites. A lot of your clients will actually be foreign countries. There's a lot of cutting-edge HVDC technology. You should look into that. Carbon capture is another emerging technology that's coming up. So you have a waste problem here of 3,000 tons a day. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And you're struggling to do that. Carbon capture needs a lot of space. So if we took that 3,000 tons and dedicated that, 3,000 tons a day, and dedicated that to carbon capture, that would only mitigate 400 megawatts of power, or 1/5 of your generation. So it's something that you should look at as a one solution, but it will not be the total solution, but definitely worth looking into. Then there's a lots of other emerging technologies coming out: a pump storage system, lithium sulfur batteries, extraction of lithium from the ocean, mined hydrogen. There's a whole bunch of technologies, and it's moving very, very fast. So all I have to say, my advice is, we really need, as a nation, to keep abreast with these emerging technologies and adjust your plans and policies accordingly. Next, sustainability is not only climate change. Okay, the E is not only climate change. There's lots of other elements in E. You have a solid waste problem here in Nepal. 3,000 tons a day, I mentioned to it. A lot of issues like inadequate infrastructure, no separation at source. Now, solid waste in the past was very much purely a logistics game. Yeah, so we did the National Solid Waste Master Plan in the past in Malaysia. It's just about the volume of waste produced, where you're going to dump it, how you're going to transport it, how long it will last from that site before you build a new site. It was purely a logistics game, but now it's very, very different. There's a lot of new technologies in dealing with waste. There's lots of material recovery facilities, clean ones, dirty ones, lots of waste to energy solutions, gasification pyrolysis, and all that. So what does that mean as a nation? So firstly, you need to understand your waste. In the past, waste was just waste, and you didn't need to analyze it. But now, because these solutions are more complex, you need to come up with a nationwide waste characterization study. We've just developed the circular economy blueprint for Malaysia. I think we should do something here as well. And what it is, it comes up with a master plan for recycling, and we do things like enhanced producer responsibility. So producers of plastics, importers of plastics, pay in advance for their disposal. And also we look at a whole bunch of recycling opportunities and setting up these integrated waste plants. And all this we think should go into a national solid waste master plan. Water is a big issue as well in Nepal. Flooding issue, the 2017 floods. Sewerage is a big issue, inadequate coverage, lack of water treatment facilities. And water supply also is an issue in this very, very rich, water-rich country with water scarcity, water pollution, and access to clean water for some communities. And in terms of solution, what we're saying is be bold. So you're currently looking at these items individually, but actually flooding, water supply, and wastewater is all part of the same water cycle. And what we suggest is set up a national commission on holistic water management, and you should consolidate and integrate all these agencies, set up a regulatory policy to deal with this, and you should set up a national water company like you do for power and communications. You know, I'm sure you had the same thing here. When it rains, there's certain spots which flood every single time. Why aren't we addressing it? As engineers, we can all address it, but we're just ignoring it. While with the power company, because its focus as a national power company, whenever something goes down, they come and fix it in 1 or 2 hours. What you want is to have a national water company which has that same level of commitment. And linked to that is this right water pricing and green tariffs. Again, a lot of people are willing to pay more for green water, and you need to put it in there. Polluter pays, beneficiary pay policies, and really accelerate this circular economy principles even in the water sector. But there's much more to E in ESG. We mustn't forget about the S. And as engineers, we look at 3 things: the poverty rate. It's very interesting that in Nepal, you have a similar trend as we have in Malaysia. We've been very good at bringing down total poverty, but urban poverty here and in Malaysia is going up. So that's something we need to look at. Something I'm quite proud in Malaysia, though, is that hardcore poor has been eliminated. So that's a great thing. And the other thing in terms we need to look at from the S side as well is electricity, the basic needs: connectivity, electricity, water, and internet. And here, especially with electricity, there's a lot of new technologies, battery and solar, run-of-the-river solutions. So there are new technologies which we can implement for rural electrification. Internet as well. So now you can get to these remote sites using satellite solutions. So what we're saying is you capitalize on the new technologies so that you can really meet these basic social needs for the poor people. Yeah? It doesn't mean just because they're poor that they can't have, we shouldn't apply new technologies to them. So in Malaysia, we're on a very, very aggressive program to have 100% electricity and internet connectivity by the end of 2025. And that wouldn't be possible without satellite technology, which we're applying in rural communities. And the last part of ESG is the G element. It's really important. It is the heart of ESG. If you don't get this right, everything else falls apart. I think you're doing some great work here. And I think the only point I really want to make is that everyone, every single person in this room, we are part of the literate elite. So we have a greater responsibility than the man on the street to making sure that all this happens. So that's from the national viewpoint. So as corporations, we're really blessed that we've been working on some really great sustainability projects. We've got a great, one of the biggest animal waste projects in Malaysia. And the great thing about this project is it gives environmental benefits by cleaning up this pig waste that's being dumped into the rivers. We clean it so it's safe to go into the rivers, but we also generate green power from it. We also did the Patronus Leadership Center, which is really a pioneer in terms of sustainable buildings and was won lots of local and international awards. And we are working on the autonomous the KUT system, which will be the first green autonomous hydrogen transit system in the world. So some really, really exciting sustainable projects that we're working on. But I think it's important that we also look at sustainability in our operations as a company. So in November 2023 was an important milestone because we got certified by SBTI, Science-Based Systems, as the first company in the construction sector, not just in Malaysia, but in ASEAN, to be certified for them for our near-term commitments. So and the importance of SBTI, it's a real gold standard and it separates the talkers from the doers. So if you get SBTI certified, everyone knows you're doing it. And how did we do it? Okay, so we have pledged to reduce our emissions by 46%, close to 50% by 2030. And we started in 2019. So in 2023, we've already dropped it by 30%. Okay? Fleet changes, investment in low energy systems. But a lot of it was just by stop being stupid. So in Malaysia, it's always hot. It's 40 degrees. But a lot of offices are set at 20 degrees. So when you come to Malaysia, people tell you, oh, always bring a jacket and a jumper. It's crazy, right? Why are we, burning so much energy just to make it ridiculously cold so that you have to put a jumper on? So our office now is short sleeves. We certified no more jackets and ties in offices, everywhere short sleeves, and we've dialed up our temperature to 27 degrees. And taking these measures, we've dropped our carbon emissions in the company by 30%. But again, there's much more to E than just climate change. We've got a zero waste program, we've got a travel policy, and again, there's much more to just E in ESG. So even the S in the company is very important. We launched a mutual respect policy. It's based on the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. So it's very core to our company as well. We work in a number of jurisdictions. So we have to make sure that our policies always follows the law of the country. Quite often you can't adopt the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights as it is. And then the last bit, of course, G is very important to our company. So we've got all those normal things, whistleblowing policy, gift policy, corruption-free pledge, etc., etc. That's very important. But really for a consultant, that's the tip of the iceberg. What is much, much more important for us is governance in the advisory work we give to government and to corporations. That has a much, much bigger impact. And that can be much more harmful if we don't give the right advice there. So as a nation, what we're saying is Nepal can do better. We know how to do it. Be bold and do it. And as corporations, we can definitely do much better. Start today, stop the wastage, and revive natural humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ganendra. I think you made a very powerful point that we need to be bold. And also there are plenty of things to do in order to be bold. Renewable energy is definitely one of the mainstay of Nepalese development discourse. And also I think as we said earlier, infrastructures we are rapidly building now. There are plenty of lessons we could learn from your experience, how we position our infrastructure along that direction, not only by the government, but also from the private sector. Thank you very much for that insights. Now let me go to Robert Duvias. I know that Mr. Robert Duvias is very passionate on nature-based solution, and when in my opening of this session, I mentioned that having green infrastructure is very important. Reconciling with the principles of nature in our infrastructure building is very, very important. And I'm hoping that Robert can really add more salient points to that discussion. Can we have Robert? Oh, thanks.
Thanks very much, Shabakar. Good morning. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me back. I was here a couple of years ago, and it's always nice to be back in Nepal. I'm a 45-year resident of Asia, and I've been here, I don't know, I would think maybe 50 times or so. I lived here for a couple of years, so it's always very nice to be back in Nepal. As Shabakar said, I'm going to talk about natural-based solutions for infrastructure or nature-based infrastructure. And the first question is, what is nature-based solution? There's a United Nations definition, which you can take a look at when you have a bit more time. It's a rather involved definition, but basically what it means is it's using nature and nature-based processes to address development challenges and to ensure that both people and nature, biodiversity, benefit from these actions. So to look at this, if you look at this slide, you'll see on top green infrastructure. Below that, nature-based solutions. And really that covers the two boxes below that. So these are examples of natural assets such as wetlands, forests, parks, meadows, and so on that provide services that we can use in development. And then we have the low impact development activities, one of which is enhanced assets. So again, it's nature and it's nature-based, but just a little bit more technology, rain gardens, green roofs, bioswales, urban trees, and so on. And then the other sides of infrastructure, which you're very familiar with, engineered assets, permeable pavements and cisterns and so on. And then the gray infrastructure. So that's the context of nature-based solutions or nature-based infrastructure. And nature-based infrastructure really is at the center of the three major global agreements: the sustainable development, climate change, and biodiversity. It really is at the center of this. And all you need to do to convince yourself of that is look to the fact that infrastructure actually has a role to play in each of the sustainable development goals, and it's equally as important in climate change and biodiversity. Some examples of nature-based solutions. These are two photographs from Bangkok, and these are urban parks that also serve as retention ponds and wetlands for biodiversity conservation. So in the middle of Bangkok, you have a multi-use, large area used as recreation. When you have heavy rains, it helps to soak up the rain and doesn't go into people's houses and on the roads. And the wetlands, surprisingly, a surprising level of biodiversity in these wetlands, right in the middle of a major city. Another example is, this is called a bioswale. And basically, it's an area alongside the road. So you see the car going along there, the rain falling down. And on the side of the road, you have a multi-layer vegetation, the trees and bushes and ground vegetation. And below that, mulch and gravel. So this helps to slow the water down, and also out of the pipe comes much cleaner water. So the receiving waters, like your city's rivers, will have much cleaner water if you're able to practice this. Just another example of many examples. More pertinent to Nepal, perhaps, is hydropower projects. An example is ensuring that the vegetation above the hydropower projects and the watersheds are protected and or restored. And of course that helps stabilize the soil so your dams don't age quite so quickly, and also provides a more reliable source of water. Looking at a few projects, the World Resources, WRI, World Resources Institute, has a global program. Again, these are just very quick examples of a program looking at heat in cities. And they have this global, as I stated, and several of those cities are your neighbors in Bangladesh and India. Opportunities like this, I think, are not rare. Certainly they are not rare. There are opportunities to get involved in global programs and learn from people from around the world. Water supply and quality in Uttar Pradesh, water does it for a fraction of the cost of normal infrastructure, and also has the added benefit of supporting biodiversity. So moving from examples to benefits, why should you do how are you going to benefit from using nature-based infrastructure? Some examples good for biodiversity. I mentioned that several times now. It's good for disaster risk reduction both in rural areas and in urban areas. For health, you would be very surprised. There are many studies that have been done now that demonstrate that people that live in urban areas, if they spend time in parks and around green things, they tend to be less depressed, they tend to have better health outcomes. It's very interesting. These studies are not off-the-wall studies. They've been studied for decades now, and it seems that being around nature is really a good thing for you, particularly if you live in the city. Many of these projects can offer a lot of jobs and create new businesses. And finally, this is a key strategy for climate change. It's estimated that perhaps more than a third of all climate change strategies would involve nature-based solutions. What are some of the major challenges and solutions? I should mention that I think I have a much longer presentation of this. I think it will be in the proceedings of the meeting. So if you're interested in seeing any more of the details, you could go back into that. There are many challenges to instituting nature-based solutions, but I just looked at two. One challenge, of course, is getting started. How do you really get this off the ground? One, of course, is building awareness and offering training, ensuring that you have people that know what NBS is, know how to apply it, and can actually apply it. Second is to invest in demonstration projects, and there are institutions around, like WRI, that are willing to help invest in demonstration projects to gain the political and general support that you need for this. And then finally, develop a national policy. NBS is not a creature in and of itself. It needs to fit into national policy, and a good first step is to build that into national policy. Another real challenge is the outdated building code standards and legislation. Either they don't offer space for nature-based solutions or nature-based infrastructure, either they don't allow space, or they actually set up impediments to applying this. And so to overcome this challenge, there's a need to assess the opportunities to amend these sector policies, regulations, and so on, so that you can introduce NBS and facilitate this. Finally, finance, tools, and references. Again, I refer back to my longer presentation. There are a number of sources of finance that you can tap, both the private sector and government, that can tap to implement NBS. ADB is a source for this. There's a Canada ADB fund to support private sector climate action and nature-based solutions. So this fund is directed specifically at this, and of course Nepal would be eligible for this. A very interesting publication done by Oxford. It's called the NBS Evidence Platform, and they keep a global record of NBS projects that are done around the world, and they keep track of what was the objectives of the project and how well the objectives were met. This is a great tool, I think, for raising awareness of what NBS is and what the challenges are, so you don't make the same mistakes that others have already made. You can avoid those. This is the Bible for nature-based infrastructure, the IUCN Global Standards, and many other resources, which I include in my longer presentation. So in conclusion, I'd just like to make 3 points, that nature-based solutions or nature-based infrastructure is real and is viable and is beneficial, and it's often much cheaper and faster to put into implementation. There are many examples available in Asia, including your neighbors, and a few examples in Nepal to replicate, and there are tools available to employ nature-based infrastructure. And I would suggest a good early step is to work together with probably international institutions in supporting a few pilot initiatives as proof of concept in Nepal, assess and modify key policies, regulations, and standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dobias. That was very powerful insights. We have been always thinking about, do we have enough options in different sectors for this nature-based solution? And thank you for showing few concrete examples in different sectors where nature-based solutions, nature-based principles in infrastructure development can be incorporated, and including some of the tools that are available to really speed forward those options. And also this really goes along also what I mentioned earlier is that we have to make our infrastructure green, but in addition to that, we also need to do enough climate proofing to our infrastructure in anticipation of future implications. And especially as you know that, as we all know, Nepal is very much vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Whether disaster happened in Melamchi water supply project or to the recent glacial lake outburst in Thame, where we saw quite a devastating video clips on how it really washed off the village. Now, we are at the stage that we really cannot take climate change for granted, but we have to proof our infrastructure, be it tourism infrastructure, be it hydropower, be it water supply, or be it agriculture infrastructures. Now, in order to put highlight on that, Mr. Arup Rajoria is with us, and he will speak about this, implication of climate change, glacial related aspects, and also what it means to us and how the business community can help working with the rest of the stakeholders to make sure that we move into more climate-proofed infrastructure. Mr. Rajoria, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about a subject that is not very much talked about in the business community and in other sphere too, but this is one of the most important factors in for survival, the melting glaciers. And this has also now become like a wake-up call for the business community and the private sector. Before I focus on Nepal, I think I will try to give you a grasp of what these glaciers are and where. We see for this region, it is all the way from the Caucasus Mountains to the Hindu Kush, and then supplies water to over 2.5 billion people in 15 countries, from Vietnam in the Mekong River to Indus and other rivers in West Asia. And that's almost 2.5 to 3 billion people. If you can see on the map, the green ones are the rivers and the river basin that come out from the glaciers of the Hindu Kush, Himalaya, and the Caucasus regions. Now, coming to Nepal, these are the major river systems of Nepal, which are fed by glaciers. What we see here, the blue dots, blue circles there are globes, are glacier. Globes are glacial lakes formed by melting glaciers. And the red, what you see are planned and existing hydro plants. All the way from Pakistan to, you can see, up to the borders of Myanmar. I don't know, you can see it at the lower side, but it is more focused on the left-hand corner. There are certain operating hydropowers, under construction hydropowers, all dependent on the glaciers. That's we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. And to show you an example of how the glaciers are depleting over the years, from 1984 to 2009, you see the changes and it's almost dry. And these glaciers feed the rivers. And Nepal's biggest investments are in hydropower and agriculture, which are dependent on climate. So all these glaciers from Basemba to Sorolpa, when you see A, B, C, D, E, and then from 1974 to 2010, or all these time lapses photos, you see that it's drying up, which could lead to an existential threat to the whole region. And the most important for Nepal right now, and also to India and Bihar, these are basically ticking time bombs. The glacial lakes, the glaciers. What we saw a couple of weeks back in the Khumbu, a small glacier burst, and then there was a lot of devastation. This is very small ones, and we don't know how many. It is all guesstimates. Some say 15,000, some say 20,000, some say 8,000, because there is no laser-focused organizations to study glaciers. Some Ishimori is doing one part, the other is doing that. You know, there is no singular organization around the world. It's bits and pieces. This on the left is the Khumbu Glacier. Now, what we know, what is happening is, you see on the slide on the right, what glaciologists and glacial expert technical people say, that is the most dangerous part is now there is a surge below the glacier. That means the water is moving. So in the event of an earthquake, a major avalanche or more global warming, this is going to burst. And when this bursts, Khumbu Glacier is one of the largest glaciers. It is over 15 kilometers long, and it is at one of the highest altitude glaciers. And if this bursts, the Hanuman Nagar barrage could be swept all the way down to Bihar and into the Bihar. It's going to come in a huge force. And the Khumbu Glacier that was the one near the Everest that burst a couple of weeks back was just a small example. This slide shows what the consequences are. You know, we're so divorced from what is happening up in the mountain with the glaciers. But the impact is when a glacier bursts, then all the infrastructure, the lifestyle, the productivity, the factories, the industries are all affected. And the biggest trigger to glacier melting is climate change. This is the IPCC report, the 6th report, where Dr. Dhakal was I think you're the author of this, right? Yes. And then at this trend, by 2050, 50% of the glaciers will be gone. And these are glaciers that have been there for hundreds of thousands of years. And now again, when we focus in Nepal, the recent India's commitment of buying 10,000 megawatt of electricity are from these projects, which has been proposed. And these are all dependent on the waters of the glaciers, different from the Himalayan ranges. So this also is in jeopardy. And this is another example I'd like to show you. This is the Sor Rolpa glacier. You see, in 2009, there are 2 islands in the lake, glacial lake. 2018, it has disappeared. This was back, I think it was back around, let's say, about 15, 17 years ago. What we did in collaboration with UNDP and the Nepal Army was to establish a hydro plant there. So that was being pumped and also generating electricity. And what are the impacts of climate change and this glacier depletion? What you see on the left, upper left-hand side is the Khumbu Glacier, the largest. What you see down is climate-induced global warming, avalanche in the Dhaulagiri, where a mountaineer body is being dragged. And on the right-hand corner is a glacier in Dhaulagiri that has gone dry, one of the feeders of Kaligandaki. And what you see up is impact on agriculture and infrastructure. So what we see when we go around the world talking about this with business communities, the business landscape is changing. The business community cannot divorce itself saying it's got nothing to do with us. It's got a lot to do with you. So it is not the hydros only. It has a ripple effect through and a sectoral change in all aspects. In hydropower, it's totally dependent. Tourism, the retreat of glaciers impacts tourism in many aspects. Agriculture, one of the areas that Nepal has invested the most, is declining. And construction, the other is infrastructure sector, is being hit very hard. So what needs to be done is, now the private sector needs to get involved in investing in water conservation, develop climate resilient strategies within the business community, and support climate change mitigation efforts. You know, when I was giving a talk and when I was working in Myanmar with a similar organization called the Myanmar Chamber of Commerce and Industries, they said, what have we got to do with climate change? And then after a long discussion, then it dawned that there was money to be made on climate change. And the MCCI there is a very powerful body. And then, then they steered the government in getting climate resilient policy and how to get the business involved, and then access finance from IFC and other like-minded organizations for climate resilient, building up climate resiliency within the industries. So it can be done. What I would suggest the next step for consideration for CNI would be to develop a climate strategy on human-induced climate change and how do you address it. Because this is going to affect, from your supply chain to any sector you see. And then also in-house climate awareness program. And then promote, as Bob was saying, promote investments in water conservation and management. And lobby with the government for climate resilient infrastructure and water and development strategies. And on this, you need to have international collaboration. It doesn't mean, you collaborate with high-income countries, but many good things are being done in countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, even Myanmar, Laos with agriculture, and which is very easy to accept, and the private sector is very active. And most important is also enhancing the existing capacity of your staff, of yourself, of the institutions in understanding what are the negative and the positive impacts are when addressing climate change. Because with every risk, every challenge, there is always an opportunity. And people are taking advantage of this. I've seen in cases in Africa, in different parts of South Asia, in Southeast Asia, and slowly that ripple effect is also emerging in Nepal. And when we go around and talk about whom are we doing this for, when we say is the business community, the children, farmers, indigenous people, the government, but most importantly, we're doing all this for the future. The future does not have a voice now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajoria, for making important points and actually challenging maybe CNI to come up with some kind of strategy to integrate climate change into the business operation. I think business communities have done that before in different countries on how to integrate, and business communities have excelled ESG in same principles. They have excelled especially science-based target, which also Dennis also mentioned from case from Malaysia. So I think there are enough room for private sector to actually contribute, because climate change and all these issues are a wake-up call for our economy. It's a wake-up call for our business. I think having said that, I think I'm playing my role as a moderator of this session, but also I was asked also to speak few words about the emerging trends in carbon pricing. just for your consideration, I know that our time is very limited and our MC has given me very strict time to follow. So what I'll try to do is to run us through, may I get the sliders? Sorry. Run you through few slides very, very quickly, just to mention what are the current discourse on carbon pricing, which goes very well with Dr. Chung also mentioned earlier that we have to internalize the social cost of emitting greenhouse gas emission into our infrastructure provision so that we make a right decision. So I'm not arguing that Nepal need to impose carbon price, carbon tax right now. What I'm trying to say is that there is a huge global move towards carbon pricing, and this is time for us to seriously think what is the implication for us and how we can even benefit from emerging global trends on carbon pricing. The need is very stark. IPCC has says that we have to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions significantly in very high rate. Right? There is no need to talk about that anymore. And carbon pricing is a very important policy tool which can internalize the externality imposed as a social cost to the climate change and that is an important basis for our decision making. And also we had this high-level commission, which was chaired by Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz and Nicholas Stern, try to highlight how much carbon price we actually need. So at the moment for 2024 price, that number stands around between $63 to $127 per ton of CO2 equivalent to stay well below 2 degrees. But the IPCC has said that we need even much higher because the marginal abatement cost is still very, very high. So this is what we perhaps expect or needed, but our existing carbon prices are very low. There are many ways through which the carbon pricing has been put into the practice. I'll not get into detail, just flash you a few options. The emission trading system, which has excelled by the European Union, California, Tokyo, Korea, Kazakhstan, you name it, many, many different countries. Many countries have imposed carbon tax. The latest edition is Thailand. Thailand had just announced a few months back that Thailand is going to impose carbon tax of 200 baht per ton of CO2 from next year. Singapore has already carbon tax, and which has increased to 25 Singapore dollar from this year. Indonesia is moving into the cap and trade kind of system. So Southeast Asia is moving. Even in our neighboring India, they don't have explicit carbon pricing, but the Perform Achieve Trade, PACT scheme for energy efficiency improvement, has a lot of resemblance to the emission trading system. China is a big player. China has a nationwide cap and trade system. They have done that. And also carbon crediting mechanism, as you know, under the Paris Agreement, Article 6.4, there is now room to scale up CDM. CDM will be merged into the new mechanism, and there is a lot of market prospects for us to sell and develop carbon credits. And there are a number of other mechanisms, result-based carbon pricing, financing, and businesses are very active. Businesses have started internalizing carbon pricing called internal carbon pricing in their individual business operations. So we have enough experience on how business communities are doing. Sectoral carbon pricing starts. International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, has already agreed on CORSIA, which is a carbon crediting mechanism which will start soon, and they have set some baseline. And last but not the least, European Union's carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM. Europe is imposing border carbon tax for 6 sectors starting from 2026, which they aim to cover more sectors by 2034, and hopefully from 2034 onwards, all goods and services exported to Europe will subject to the carbon tax. So this has a lot of implications. Although we don't impose carbon tax, something in Nepal, in order to stay competitive in the future, this is something that we need to start thinking. And already carbon revenues are huge. Globally, more than $100 billion revenue has been generated from carbon tax or emission trading system, and we have more than 75 mechanisms globally for either carbon tax or emission trading system. Just to show you the map, many countries have already imposed carbon pricing systems, and many are planning to do in the near future, but the price is very low at the moment, and that price will go increase in the future. We have a voluntary carbon market. I think Dr. Chung talked about it. We have a certain carbon price in voluntary carbon market. Sectors like agriculture and forest sector is getting higher price in the carbon market as opposed to other technology-based systems. And also European Union, as I mentioned earlier, is already imposing carbon border adjustment mechanism, which all countries have to subject to when we send goods and services to the Europe, and that will be expanded and will be phased out. Now, that's why the businesses has to care about carbon price. They can do global good as a part of ESG, CSR. They can increase brand value. They have to deal with the carbon price one way or other way. So in order to stay competitive in the market, carbon price is very, very important. It helps to change behavior, technology, and also help countries to achieve carbon neutrality, like Nepal has 2045 net zero emission pledge made by our Prime Minister in the Glasgow COP summit. Now, but the private sector is moving on. Over 8,400 companies reported, out of that 15% of the companies reported that they have implemented carbon price in their businesses, and others will do so. So businesses are very much onto the board, and they are doing it in many different ways. But now, just let me quickly say what it means to Nepal once again. Nepal cannot be isolated from carbon price, whether we like it or don't like it. So how do we deal with it? We need to have a clear thought around it. And also there are new business prospects from carbon crediting mechanisms. Now how we do it, in what fashion, we have to have concerted effort. Also Nepalese airlines will be subject to the International Civil Aviation's core-share mechanism. Nepal as not a part of 150 countries which have signed up, but we can't ignore that for the future. Our businesses might be exposed to European Union CBAM in the post-2034 world, where more sectors will be expanded. And in order to accelerate our own transition to our net zero future 2045 targets, carbon pricing can find the role in some of the niche sector, if not in economy-wide concept. So I think, again, carbon pricing gives us revenue. Countries can generate revenue from carbon price and use it, circulate it back to economy in order to promote carbon activities and climate change effects. So these are some of the ongoing things. So this is time for business community to also really start thinking on how do we deal with this. Thank you so much. So with this, I think we have very little time left. And I can see that Sadiq Shah is already in the platform. But before I request the chair of the session to make a few points, if I take 5 extra minutes, I'd like to ask one pointed question to our panelists in few words. That after listening all the Nepal's context, what do you think are few urgent? What are the first 2 or 3 urgent things that Nepal need to address, given the situation that Nepal is at very early development stage, looking at the global discourses? Just few words on what do you think that Nepal need to pay attention. Maybe we start with Dr. Rekon Chung.
Few words is very difficult challenge, but number one priority can be internalizing carbon accounting and infrastructure investment. I think that's most urgent thing, because many of the green investment suffering from low ROI, especially investment for adaptation. They always suffer from very low level of return. So you have to internalize a carbon benefit as the profit. You cannot just counting the cash, US dollar, but monetary terms. But you have to internalize the social value, ecological value as a money term into your accounting for infrastructure investment.
Thank you. I think our multilateral banks, ADB, World Bank, I think also already internalizing some aspects. So maybe I go to Dennis, one thing so that before we wrap up.
I think, hello? Hello? The impact of sustainability on all your businesses is happening, and you've got to get ready for it. I think that the first people is the multinationals coming in and the exporters going out. You have to start doing your own internal carbon pricing and calculations, but also you need to get a green tariff. I think for a country, you need to get a green electricity tariff which is recognized so that investors, investors coming in can buy a green tariff and exporters can say that we are using a green tariff, and it will help you very much in terms of your exports and your carbon calculation. Better that you pay for a green tariff here than get taxed further down the line and that taxes are paid to a third country. Better you pay more in country and recognize your carbon and get it realized here. So get green electricity tariff, green water tariffs and all that, and make sure it's internationally recognized.
Thank you, Dennis. And Mr. Dubias, what can we do in Nepal? I know that you know Nepal very well.
I'm very concerned that I'm going to give a nonsensical response here because I don't know. But in terms of green infrastructure, I think stock taking, you need to know where you've been and where others have been before you can move forward. And I say that maybe nonsensical because it may already have been done. Nepal may have done a lot of this with the support of the World Bank, ADB, and others, but that would be my response.
Thank you. Rajoreji, how do we bring these concerns?
I would think best is to widen a climate resilient manufacturing base here, including climate resilient infrastructure. So you don't have 2,000 young people going out of the country every day. You could generate jobs, employment here. I think that should be the main focus on climate resilient manufacturing and infrastructure base.
Thank you. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you so much. I think we heard a very comprehensive view on how to kick forward sustainable infrastructure practice. And I think we heard different options, different leverages, different solution elements. I think after all, implementation is the most important. And our policymakers, our business community and stakeholder here, I hope that there was a clear message and there are few take-home messages. Now, before we close our session, may I invite the chair of this session, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Agrawal from CNI, to give few final remarks before I hand over session to Sadiksha.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, government officials, national and international delegates, fellow business community, development partners, and friends from the media. It has been a privilege to chair this insightful session and address this distinguished gathering today as we come together to discuss sustainable development in Nepal and the broader region. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Raikwan, Dr. Dennis, Mr. Robert, Mr. Arup, and our moderator, Professor Dr. Subakar, for their invaluable insights and contributions. Today's discussions have emphasized that sustainable development is no longer a distant goal, but an urgent necessity for both Nepal and the world. The challenges we face from climate change to the rapid depletion of natural resources are daunting. However, the presentations and panel discussions today highlighted a clear path forward, one that is rooted in innovation, collaboration, and resilience. We believe sustainable infrastructure holds the key to Nepal's long-term prosperity, whether it's harnessing our abundant hydropower potential, integrated renewable energy, developing linear infrastructure, or building climate-resilient roads and urban spaces. The opportunity is immense. But to fully realize these ambitions, we need to act decisively, prioritizing projects that are not only environmentally sound, but socially inclusive and economically viable. Given Nepal's vulnerability to climate change, sustainable development is critical. Green financing and access to climate funds must be prioritized. Nepal urges international DFIs to increase their investment in areas like climate resilient agriculture, natural food management, and nature positive economic diversification. Our discussions also touched on the importance of green financing and future of energy mix. Nepal's untapped potential in green bonds and sustainable investment mechanisms offer a new frontier for growth. By linking capital markets with our vast energy and natural resources, we can attract investments that will fuel green projects and ensure our growth aligns with global sustainability standards. Looking beyond our borders, the global landscape of sustainable development shows us that the transition to a greener, more inclusive economy is not just a trend, but a necessity. Nepal must embrace this shift, incorporating the green, resilient, and inclusive development grid approach into every aspect of our infrastructure planning. I believe that the insights and ideas shared today lay a strong foundation for shaping our shared vision of sustainable future of the region and the world. Let us carry this momentum forward, continuing to work together across sectors and borders to build a Nepal that thrives in harmony with its environment while ensuring prosperity for all its people. Thank you, and I look forward to the important discussions ahead in this summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our session chair. Thank you to our moderator, and thank you to all our presenters as well for their invaluable insights as to help us guide towards actionable steps for Nepal's infrastructure future. May I please now invite onto the stage the Vice President of CNI, Mr. Birendra Raj Pandey, to kindly join us onto the stage to present these token of appreciation to our presenters. May I please request our volunteers to bring forth the token of appreciation that we're going to present to our moderator and to our panelists for their invaluable insights that they shared here at BYD Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024, Build and Trust with Shivam Cement. We'd like to thank our chair. We'd also like to thank Dr. Rekwon Chung, Nobel Laureate, Board Member, Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, South Korea. We'd like to request our panelists to kindly step forward for a photograph as well. We'd also like to request Dato Engineer Dr. Dennis Ganendra, Chief Executive Officer, MinConsult Malaysia, and thank him for being a part of this panel discussion. We'd also like to request Mr. Robert Tobias, Advisor, Climate Change Center, National Research Council of Thailand, to kindly step forward and accept this token of appreciation from Nepal Infrastructure Summit. We'd also like to thank and invite Mr. Arup Rajoria, founder and chairperson of Climate Change and Coexistence Worldwide, for his time and invaluable insights in the first session of sustainability here at Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024. And a big thank you to our moderator, Professor Dr. Shobhakar Dhakal, former Vice President of Academic Affairs, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, for bringing this session together and sharing his insights on sustainable infrastructure as well. I'd like to request all the gentlemen to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the very first plenary session of Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024. And we're heading right into our second plenary session, which is on regional infrastructure and integration. I'd like to request our hotel staff to kindly add one more chair onto our stage so that we have 7 seats for our 7 distinguished guests who will be joining us for this second session. Thank you very much to our distinguished guests of our very first plenary session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the second plenary session, Regional Infrastructure and Integration. Nepal's strategic position between China and India places Nepal at the heart of the regional infrastructure efforts that could significantly boost connectivity and economic integration across South Asia.
साझेदारीका साथ राष्ट्रको हरेक कुनामा हामीलाई पाउनुहुनेछ। जिम्मेवार ब्याङ्कको रूपमा इतिहास रच्दै र अर्थपूर्ण लगानी गर्दै हामी हो एनएमबी ब्याङ्क, समृद्ध नेपालको लागि।
जानु छ टाढा, चुनौती छन् धेरै, बढ्नु छ अघि, लि आफ्नो जे हो सबै, अधिकारको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
हिमाल र पहाडी भेगसम्म देशका उद्यमीहरू तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय साझेदारीका साथ राष्ट्रको हरेक कुनामा हामीलाई पाउनुहुनेछ। जिम्मेवार ब्याङ्कको रूपमा इतिहास रच्दै र अर्थपूर्ण लगानी गर्दै हामी हो एनएमबी ब्याङ्क, समृद्ध नेपालको लागि।
Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request to all our distinguished guests to kindly take their seats as we are diving into the second plenary session, which is on regional infrastructure and integration. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, welcome to BYD Nepal Infrastructure Summit, built in trust with Shivam Cement. This session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to explore solutions such as multimodal transport systems like railways to enhance productivity and overcome the barriers that we have in sustainable infrastructure, improving regional connectivity and economic opportunities. Discussing regional infrastructure initiatives and their role in promoting regional integration and economic growth, may I please invite the chair of this session, Honorable Minister Devendra Dahal, Minister of Physical Infrastructure and Transport, Government of Nepal. He'll be joining us shortly. One more time, ढोका वरिपरि रहनुभएका हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनेको लागि म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। Nepal Infrastructure Summit को दोस्रो सेसन को सुरुवात हामी गर्न चाहन्छौँ। A humble request to all our distinguished guests who are around the entry area to kindly take their seats as we are formally about to begin our second plenary session. And a humble request to all our distinguished guests who are already inside the hall to also take their seats and to kindly keep their mobile phones in silent mode. A humble request to all our distinguished guests to kindly keep their mobile phones on silent mode. We are talking about regional infrastructure and integration, and so we want all your attention onto the stage. Hence a humble request to all our distinguished guests to kindly keep their mobile phones in silent mode. We'd like to invite our panelists to kindly join us onto the stage. Dr. Shankar Sharma, former ambassador to India and former vice chairman, National Planning Commission of Nepal. Please do join me in welcoming Dr. Shankar Sharma onto the stage. We'd also like to invite Mr. Bo Lingman, Group CEO, Air Asia Aviation Group Malaysia, to kindly join us onto the stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Lingam, for your presence and participation here at Nepal Infrastructure Summit. We'd also like to invite Mr. Kulman Gising, Managing Director at Nepal Electricity Authority, to kindly join us. We'd like to request Honorable Minister Devendra Dahal, Minister of Physical Infrastructure and Transport, Government of Nepal, to kindly join us onto the stage as the session chair of this second plenary session on regional infrastructure and integration. We'd also like to request Dr. Shankar Sharma, former ambassador to India and former vice chairman, National Planning Commission of Nepal, to kindly join us onto the stage. Mr. Soumya Chattopadhyaya, senior programs officer India Resident Mission Asian Development Bank to kindly join us onto the stage as well. We'd also like to invite onto the stage Mr. Rajan Sharma, former President, Nepal Freight Forwarders Association, to kindly join us onto the stage. And to bring all our panel together, may I please invite our moderator for this second session, Mr. Khaga Bahadur Bishta, Executive Director, Millennium Challenge Account Nepal, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for this fantastic panel that are onto the stage about to discuss on the regional infrastructure and integration. From my knowledge, Mr. Kulman Gising will be joining us shortly, but may I please request our moderator to kindly start with our session.
Good morning. Thank you, Sadisha ji. Chair of the session, Honorable Minister Devendra Dahal, distinguished panelists, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the sessions that CNI over the years has carried out in their summit. So regional economic cooperation and integration with regional trade and investment as the primary drivers has been transformative force in bringing inclusive and sustainable development in many regions around the world. The South Asian sub-region that will be our focus today has a lot of grounds to cover actually. So if you do a comparison of this sub-region with other sub-region, South Asian sub-region has not put to its full potential. It is only able to do around $30 billion regional trade, which is around 25% of the potential. Although I would say that the sub-region is moving forward with better policies, better infrastructure, and certain inter-country differences are there, but I think overall the progress has been commendable. Now, having said this, there are certain requirements or there are certain objectives that CNI, the organizer, would like to see out of this session. At the end of this session, we will be talking about regional infrastructure initiatives, economic integration, certain challenges and opportunities and solutions that we need to find. What are the multilateral collaboration forums that we can utilize, and how can we contribute to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. But then the specific outcome of this session would be actionable insights, very specific, and what are the best practices the other nation and other region around the world have done, and that this region can use for their own integration, and what are the partnership forums that we can attach ourselves to and use their learning. And are there any policy recommendation and a roadmap of specific projects if there are any? Having said this, with your permission, I will move forward requesting some of our keynote speakers. There are 2 keynote speeches and then we have a panel discussion. To start our keynote speech, I would request Dr. Shankar Sharma, who has been a former ambassador to India from Nepal and former Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission. Sure, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bishta, MD, MCA, for your kind introduction and overall introduction of the theme. I think he's talking today about basically the regional integration and cooperation. But when we talk about connectivity, I think there are 4 fundamental things that we always talk about. First of all is without infrastructure development, without connectivity, villages cannot be connected, cities cannot be connected, countries cannot be connected, and the country cannot prosper. So I think this becomes a key in connecting villages, cities, and countries. So that's the very fundamental thing that we have learned in the infrastructure development. The second is we always need more infrastructure because the urbanization is rising very fast, population growth. I think the demand of the people are changing. So I think we always need more and more infrastructure in all the areas. So when we talk about connectivity these days, it's not only about roads, it's not only about rails. I think we are also talking about waterways, inland waterways. We are also talking about digital connectivity. We are also talking about ports. So I think there are a number of areas where we need more infrastructure in almost all the countries and the connectivity. And the third area, we always talk about the financing gap. If we see the financing gap in Asia, developing countries, as well as in South Asia, it's a huge financing gap. I think just to talk about South Asia, because I think we'll come back to South Asia for more detailed analysis. If we talk about only South Asia, I think the present gap is something like 5.6, 5.7% of the GDP. The total requirement is about 8.8% of GDP, but the gap is so high, 5.7%, which is probably the highest compared to any regions in the world. And the fourth one, I think the last session was talking about sustainability. Although I think we can discuss about that one, but that will also definitely add some cost that we need to internalize. So I think these are the four fundamental things that we talk about the connectivity. Now talking about the regional connectivity and integration, I guess South Asia, we all know that is the least integrated area in all the regions in the world. So if we talk about the trade, intra-industry trade in South Asia, it's less than 6%. Sometimes I think we see about 5%, the statistics, sometimes it goes up to 5.8%. But if we compare this number with ASEAN countries, I think it's 30% in ASEAN, 35% in East Asian countries, and more than 60% in the European countries. That's what we compare all the time. So South Asia is least integrated in terms of trade, connectivity, and almost everything. We know there are political problems between India and Pakistan, but the Indian neighborhood first policy these days, I think is trying to focus more on the partnership between the countries. The reason is that I think in South Asia, India is the most important country in the region. So South Asia is becoming not only most important for South Asia, but for the entire world. There are a number of reasons. If we talk about German companies, UK companies, US companies working in India, there are more than 2,000 companies of each country working in India. The country is growing at a rate of 7% per annum continuously. It has a population of more than 140 billion people. So I think for all reasons, in South Asia especially, India has become very important. So India, I think in partnership with the regional countries, is trying to develop the infrastructure and focusing more on connectivity. The India's neighborhood first policy, I think, focuses on three things. One is connectivity, definitely. The second is commerce, which is trade, international trade. And the third area is contact, people-to-people contact. So when we are talking about the regional partnership, I think that's one of the areas where I think we have neglected in the past. We always talk about leveraging private sector investment and the private sector money. We always talk about the government is not putting enough money in the region or the country. So, but there is also the third area. There's a regional partnership and regional cooperation in this area in improving the connectivity, commerce, as well as in the people-to-people contact. Now, talking about the regional cooperation these days, I think there are 4 or 5 things that has been taken forward. One is integrated checkpost. I think in Nepal, between Nepal and India, we have 3 integrated checkposts completed. That is Bhairava, Birganj, and Nepalganj. 2 more are coming. That is Dodara, Chandani, and Bhairava. I think 2 more are coming. I think there are in a different stages of progress. So similarly, I think in terms of the integrated checkpost between India, Bangladesh, India, Myanmar, I think there are another 6 or 7 ICPs coming up that will not only help in improving the trade between the two countries, but also in reducing the illegal trade, increasing the government revenue, and facilitating the trade. So I think this is where I think one of the focus has been in the regional connectivity. The second area is definitely on the railways. Talking about railways, I guess the fastest growing partnership in South Asia is between India and Bangladesh. There are about 10 railway connections between India and Bangladesh. Some of them have been already completed and some of them are progressing in a good direction, right direction. So about 10. I think if we talk about 2008, there was only one connection between India and Bangladesh, but now we are talking about 10. So even in Nepal, I think we have connection. We have short train between India and Nepal, like Janakpur, Jayanagar. We are planning to reach up to Bardibas. But there are two more, I think, that we are discussing. One is Kathmandu, Raxaul, and the second one is the direct train services from Ayodhya to Janakpur. So I think these are also two we are discussing with India. And there are the other areas of connectivity. The third area is basically inland waterways. The inland waterways, Nepal and Bangladesh will benefit out of the inland waterways platforms that is being developed in India. So in terms of Nepal, I think there are three areas where we can take benefit out of it. I think all initiating from Calcutta, and then Varanasi, and there are one more, I guess, Sahibganj or something like that. Yeah, two more. And the third one is, Kalighat. Yes, yeah. Kolkata, Varanasi, Raxaul, Kolkata, Kalighat, Raxaul, and Kolkata, Sahibganj, Raxaul. I think why this is important, I know that in Nepal, we are not used to waterways, inland waterways, but it has some importance. As for example, in terms of cost saving, the waterways, the cost of the waterways per ton kilometer is about 1 rupee compared to 1.64 rupee for railway and about 2.58 rupees for trucks, the road transportation. So it has cost benefit in terms of transportation. But the problem with Nepal, I think at this point of time, I think with due respect to Honorable Minister, I think we don't have that infrastructure in Nepal. We don't have the expertise, we don't have the that infrastructure, I think, but we need to move forward in this area because we have some advantages, especially cost advantages out of this one. So it's not only cost advantage, but I think it has environmental benefits. If it is using less fuel, it will have the sustainability, it will have the environmental benefit. And not only that, in terms of safety, cost, and all other, I think there are so many benefits out of that. I think we probably need to move forward in that area also. The fourth area is, I would like to mention is, in terms of connectivity, I think the digital connectivity is also very important. This is very important for commerce. This is equally important for tourism. Just to give you an example, I think Nepal and India, we have started digital connectivity within the last few months, I'll say that. But just to give one example, the Indian tourists coming to Nepal, they have spent 28 crore Indian rupees within a period of 3 months using the QR code, the mobile banking. I think there is also another one which will be initiated very soon between Nepal and India, is mobile to mobile cross-border money transfer. At this point of time, I think that's a rough estimate, we get only 16% of the total remittances that is coming from India to Nepal. But with this mobile to mobile transfer, we are expecting that it will increase to almost 30% or 40% in a short period of time. So I think it will also have a strong connectivity advantage in that area. The other area, I think, in addition to ICPs, is basically transmission line. I think we are missing Mr. Kulman Gising. He will explain more about that one. Now at this point of time, Nepal can export up to 1,000 megawatt of electricity to India. Now, last year, I think we earned, I think that was about 400 megawatt. By exporting 400 megawatt in 4 months, we earned about 16 billion rupees total revenue in the country. So with this 1,000 megawatt, probably next year, this year will also continue, I guess. Next year, we have the potential to earn up to 35 to 40 billion rupees from India in terms of overall revenue. Not only that, I think we are talking about exporting this one to Bangladesh. Now, why we are talking about 40 megawatt at this point of time? Because there is only 40 megawatt of spare capacity between India and Bangladesh. So even if we would like to export 100 megawatt from Nepal to Bangladesh, we can't, because there is no spare capacity between Bangladesh and India to import electricity from Nepal or India to Bangladesh. So I think the transmission line is also very important. That's also very vital in terms of connectivity, especially when we are talking about Nepal, and not only Nepal, also Bhutan. And if we are talking about BBIN region, BIMSTEC region, SAARC region, I think this is very vital. The reason I am saying is that there is a causeway, there is a bridge being planned between India and Sri Lanka. This is a 8-lane bridge, and that will not only have the causeway and bridge, but also have the railway link, as well as the underwater transmission line. So when it is done, I think we will also be able to export our electricity, if needed, to Sri Lanka. I think similarly, I think we can also export to Myanmar for the same reason. So I think we have, I think we need to prioritize the transmission line, and we have done that. Nepal plans to develop 30,000 kilometers of transmission line, but we know, I think in Nepal, our decision-making process is very slow, implementation is very slow. Just to give you one example, I think in the capital expenditure, we have been hardly able to spend 70 to 80% of our capital expenditure. In the real terms, the capital expenditure as a percentage of budget is also declining in Nepal. But on the other hand, I think I was looking into the data from India. Last 4 years, the share of capital budget is increasing in India in the total budget. And not only that, in terms of the expenditure, 92 to 93% of the total allocation has been spent in India. So I think we need to learn, we need to do more in the area of infrastructure development, especially in not only in allocation, but also in prioritization and also the implementation in this area. So my point here is, I think there are a lot of scope in regional cooperation. I know, I think this is not enough, because for the region which is least integrated, least connected, this is not enough. We know that. But this is one of the strong components that will help in the priority areas of our economy through bilateral or multilateral or regional cooperation and integration. We need more power sector, private sector money. We need more multilateral banks money. We need to have different instruments for investment. So, but having said that, I think this is also very important and moving forward. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. That was really highlighting a lot of things, a lot of issues, but I would, highlight some of the key points that he said, the ICPs, integrated checkposts, that are already on the go, 3 already completed, 2 coming very soon, which is a very good point to be proud of. Railway benefits. Nepal has recently upgraded some of its interconnection with India in 2 places. Inland waterways, we very less talk about it, although in some of the discussion you might hear about those. Progress is being made in other countries. I think Nepal should move forward on that, as we see that cost of tonnage per kilometer is much lesser than the other connectivity alternatives. Digital connectivity, we also, were very happy to hear that, and I've been hearing about this QR code and mobile banking sharing with, Indian tourists and with India. That is good. TL connectivity, I'm myself working with a large transmission line. I think Nepal has done pretty good over the years. Nepal was a net electricity exporter last July. So that is something of commendable within 100 years of hydropower development. So there's a lot of scope, a lot of things to move ahead, but I think those are some of the highlights that we should be proud of. Thank you very much, sir. Now I move to Mr. Bolingam, Group CEO, Air Asia Aviation Group. Yeah, you have a presentation. Thank you.
Namaste. Your Excellency, can you hear me? Your Excellency, Devendra Dahal, Minister of Physical Infrastructure, Transport, Government of Nepal. Your Excellency, Dr. Sharma, Ambassador to India, former Vice Chairman, National Planning Commission of Nepal. Mr. Rajesh Kumar Agrawal, President of Confederation of Nepalese Industries. Officials from the Government of Nepal, office bearers of the Confederation of Nepalese Industries, my fellow plenary members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to thank Confederation of Nepalese Industries for inviting AirAsia to attend and address the 5th edition of the Nepal Infrastructure Summit, a gathering of visionary minds dedicated to the future of Nepal's development. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend the excellent work done by CNI in playing a leading role in making Nepal's industrial sector vibrant, resilient, and globally competitive. We see Nepal as a nation which is rich in biodiversity, culture, and potential, and is strategically located between India and China, offering the country a strategic advantage in trade, tourism, and cultural exchange. AirAsia, a low-cost airline operator known for revolutionizing air travel with its low-cost model, focusing on cost, efficiency, and affordability, needs minimal introduction in Nepal and South Asia. Our founders, Tony Fernandez and Kamaruddin Marano, purchased AirAsia in 2000 for 1 ringgit, equivalent to US 25 cents. 2 Boeing 737-300 jet aircraft, total depths of 11 million US dollars. Today, AirAsia is the 4th largest airline in Asia by passenger number and has cemented its reputation as one of the biggest low-cost airlines in the world with a brand that has changed Asia forever. Today, we operate over 250 aircrafts via our 7 airline setups spread across Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Cambodia. We have carried over 800 million passengers in the last 2 decades, and with the rapid expansion of capacity and increasing demand, we should be touching the 1 billion passenger mark in a few years. We are also excited to be expanding our footprint again to the Nepalese market with our soon-to-be launched direct flights from Bangkok, Thailand to Kathmandu in Nepal in October 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, the rise of low-cost carriers cannot be ignored as it has transformed travel preferences and economic dynamics globally in the last 2 decades. Affordable air travel has democratized aviation, making it accessible to larger segments of our growing Asian population, thereby revolutionizing the tourism industry. The flourishing LCC sector calls for transformation in how we think about our aviation infrastructure. We need to ensure that our airports, facilities, and policies are adaptable to these new business models, which place a premium on efficiency, cost effectiveness, and customer satisfaction. One successful example we can draw from is the ASEAN Open Skies policy, which was instituted to promote greater air connectivity within Southeast Asia. This initiative has allowed airlines to operate freely between regional countries, thereby increasing competition and lowering costs for travelers. It has streamlined travel, tourism, and boosted economic exchanges across borders. In Asia, we can embrace a similar framework by fostering open skies agreements with neighboring countries while ensuring that airlines are equipped and supported to compete effectively. Such initiatives can position Asia as a global aviation powerhouse, attracting not just tourists, but also more business travelers and trade. I believe we must invest wisely in our infrastructure to capitalize on these opportunities. Aviation is a powerful catalyst for economic growth. The growth of airlines and aviation infrastructure significantly improves our ability to connect with the global economy, enhances trade routes, and boosts tourism, a vital sector for Asia, which is blessed with natural beauty and cultural wealth. This connection is essential, especially at a time when the global economy is undergoing unprecedented changes. Consider the potential impact of a robust airline system. By developing better airlines that can offer dependable and internationally competitive services, we can attract more tourists from around the world. Imagine enhancing our capacity to receive millions of tourists each year, a crucial step for boosting our tourism sector and strengthening hospitality, transport, and countless other industries that depend on this influx. Ladies and gentlemen, strategic investment in our aviation infrastructure can lead to several key outcomes: economic growth, enhanced connectivity, faster movement of goods and services. Businesses gain access to new markets when our airlines flourish, leading to job creation and uptick in domestic industries. Regional integration. A better aviation network helps strengthen ties within South Asia and beyond, fostering mutual cooperation, shared resources, and collaborative growth across borders. It positions Nepal as a key regional transit point, enhancing intra-regional connectivity. Sustainable development. Investing in green aviation technologies and sustainable airport designs will minimize our carbon footprint, supporting our commitment to climate-friendly practices. As we modernize, we must prioritize sustainability in all aspects of our development. Human capital development. With a thriving aviation sector, we can create ample opportunities for training and employment within the field, contributing not just to economic growth, but to empowering our youth and bolstering our workforce. To realize these objectives, collaboration between all stakeholders is key. Government entities, airlines, airport operators, private investors, and local communities must work hand in hand to build an aviation infrastructure that meets industry needs and traveler expectations. Regulatory framework. We must synchronize regulatory framework with the evolving needs of the aviation industry. This means adaptive governance that can respond quickly to innovations and the changes in the market. Investment in technology. Significant investments in advanced technologies such as efficient check-in systems, baggage handling, and smart scheduling are critical. These advancements will enhance operational efficiency and the passenger experience in a competitive aviation landscape. Skill development. Investing in human capital is equally important. Our workforce needs upskilling to handle the complexities of modern aviation, from customer service excellence to proficient management of logistics. Sustainability initiatives. Finally, we must prioritize sustainability by integrating eco-friendly practices into our operational protocols and utilizing renewable energy in airport facilities. This commitment to sustainability goes hand in hand with the rise of tourism-conscious travelers who prioritize environmentally responsible choices. The future of aviation in Nepal and Asia rests upon strategic investments that foster collaboration among all stakeholders, adopt innovative practices, and remain responsive to the needs of a changing world. By drawing inspiration from successful models like ASEAN and embracing a unified vision, Nepal and South Asia can be developed into a world-class aviation infrastructure that is resilient, competitive, and sustainable. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the productive discussions that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bolingam. I will not repeat what he has said. It's a very impressive growth of AirAsia over the years. It's glorious history with 250 aircraft, and second airlines in fourth largest airline in Asia. That's something commendable. I would like to congratulate you for that. As he said, the low-cost carrier and affordable air travel is key for the connectivity, and everybody agrees to that. I think one of the issues that he raised is probably we should follow the ASEAN model of open air travel policy, where open sign, open sky is the theme. So I think these are some of the things our Southeast Asian nation can agree to. Business travel and investments go together. So this is one element that the travel industry has to do. And at the end, sustainability in the air travel is sustainability, as we heard in the session in the morning, is paramount for all the activities and infrastructure, including air travel that we do. With that, I think we have completed our panel presentation. Now I would like to do a panel discussion, starting with Honorable Minister. As you know, sir, inadequate infrastructure has been a major obstacle in Nepal and also in other neighboring countries. Nepal's infrastructure development, including highways and railways, is likely a key to promoting regional connectivity, and we all agree to that. How Ministry of Physical Infrastructure and Transport, last one. No, it's all right. Yeah. Yeah. So I will start from Kulmanji, yeah. Yeah, so lately, the connectivity between India and Nepal, especially on power trade, has been something exemplary. Completion of one of the cross-border line in the east from Dalkebad to Muzaffarpur, and now another transmission line which, my own organization is also working from Gorakhpur to Butwal are some of the connectivity issues that, we are working transnational, but we are also NEA is vehemently, very strongly working with other connectivity within the river basins with a 400 kilovolt capacity transmission line that could carry as high as 3,000 megawatt in each transmission line. So NEA has a big dream of completing 26,000, 30,000 megawatt within few years. So I would like to ask Kulmanji what are the key cross-border transmission connectivity projects that you are currently taking on? And how do you ensure that the export of surplus hydroelectricity will not go waste?
Thank you. Thank you. The major connectivity that the cross-border connectivity between Nepal and India, the transmission connectivity we have already connected with India at 400 kV system and 132 kV system. Total capacity that we have already connected is around 2,000 megawatt. We can import and export up to 2,000 megawatt at present. And under construction projects, there are two projects from Talkebar to Sitamarhi by Satlaj Jal Vidyut Company Limited. It is about to complete. That can evacuate up to 2,000 to 2,500 megawatt in N-1 criteria. And next line is Btol Gorakhpur. That is under construction. That will be completed within next 1.5 years. And two other projects are in pipeline, Lamki Bareilly and Inarua Purnia, 400 kV lines. So altogether, total project capacity will be more than 14 to 15,000 megawatt, including all these projects. So these projects can evacuate up to 15,000 to 16,000 megawatt in next 5 to 6 years down the line. And we are going to connect to Bangladesh also through Inarua Purnia line. India and Bangladesh, if it is connected through high voltage transmission line, a line is connected, but it is not charged at 400 kV line. If it is, the capacity is augmented, then we can export up to Bangladesh. And we have planned for next 10 years export up to 5,000 megawatt to Bangladesh. So not only cross-border transmission line, the internal connectivity, internal transmission line we have to augment. East to west and river corridor transmission lines, 400 kV and 220 kV lines are under construction. Some transmission lines have already been completed and some are in construction phase, and we have initiating east-west remaining part of the transmission line with support from all the MDBs. And MCC has a central part of transmission line that has to be connected, 300 kilometer. And we are digitizing. Digital connectivity is also very important for cross-border trade of electricity. We are digitizing all systems, substations, and our generation projects has to be connected, and our systems should be digitized to smooth cross-border trade of electricity. So connectivity in the sense of this digital connectivity and transmission connectivity, both are going in parallel. Thank you.
Thank you, Kulman. Thank you. I think you can see when you travel in Nepal, there are several transmission lines being built. You can see over the mountains, several transmission lines. So this has been a phenomenal change in some of the domestic connectivity as well as the plan for the future connectivity with the region. So Nepal should be really proud of the development the electricity sector, hydropower sector has done. Now moving to a different perspective on connectivity, I'd like to ask Mr. Soumya Chattopadhyay, Senior Program Officer of an India resident mission from Asian Development Bank. As we all know, ADB has been a key player in regional infrastructure financing. We like to know here what were the innovative financing mechanism or model ADB is supporting to enhance infrastructure development in this country, Nepal, and in the broader South Asian region. That would be one question. What lesson can Nepal learn from the regional infrastructure project as you are looking at the Asian development region? So Nepal can also integrate in its own system. How can ADB help Nepal overcome barriers such as limited funding and regulatory challenges in the project like cross-border highways and energy grids? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak in this distinguished forum. An Honorable Minister and His Excellency Ambassador, co-panelists and the distinguished members of CNI and the audience. So Asian Development Bank has been supporting Nepal and also the countries in the South Asia through a regional cooperation and integration initiative. It's called SASEC program, South Asia Sub-Regional Economic Cooperation, which brings together 7 countries, Nepal, India, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Myanmar. So these 7 countries are part of the SASEC program. We have similar regional cooperation program in Central Asia region, we call CAREC, also in the GMS region with the Southeast Asia. So these regional cooperation program, they primarily focus on not only the project implementation, the regional projects, or projects having regional significance, but also through the knowledge support, the technical assistance. So where you say that, what is the value addition, not only through the projects, but also some of the knowledge work that we provide as a grant to the countries. There we bring some of the global best practices and internationally accepted good practices. Now, under SASEC program, we have 4 operational priorities. One is, first is the transport, second is trade facilitation, third is energy, and fourth is economic corridor development. So since 2001, we are supporting the countries. And as of now, under the SASEC program, as a regional cooperation program, or the regional we call, RCI tagged program, so far we have provided about 2.5 billion US dollars support to Nepal under the regional cooperation initiative. Now, if you see that under SASEC program, what we have developed the multimodal corridors comprising of road, rail, inland waterways. Of course, SASEC is not so much focused on aviation part. That is an emerging area which is coming under the purview of SASEC. But of course, SASEC is focusing on transport and road transport, rail transport, and inland waterways. And what His Excellency Ambassador already mentioned about the importance of inland waterways, there the main benefit which is coming up of using the river network of India and Bangladesh to get access to the ports, and where the landlocked countries like Nepal and Bhutan, they could become land-linked countries and could get additional access to the ports. So that is one advantage. Second is that what we are focusing in SASEC region, that how to enable modal shift from road to rail, because as you know that in South Asia, mostly the land trade is happening through road. But how to make this modal shift from road to rail? And here, one of the pioneers of ADB is also sitting here, who has done some outstanding work, not only in the region, but also in PRC, to bring high-speed railway in PRC and also in Bangladesh, expanding Bangladesh network. Mr. Manmohan Prakash, who was earlier the country director of ADB in Bangladesh, and our former Deputy Director General. So in Bangladesh, if you see the rail network between India and Bangladesh, on the western side of Bangladesh, it is primarily broad gauge and dual gauge. And on the eastern side, it's primarily meter gauge and dual gauge. So this gauge difference is there. So how to bridge that gap? There, ADB is focusing on financing to upgrade the Bangladesh railway network from meter gauge to dual gauge and broad gauge. And there, Nepal can also take advantage, because now railway is getting expanded to Nepal. And already ADB is doing a study on India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal railway connectivity study. And there, the Nepal's advantage is that they can directly connect to the ports located in India and also in Bangladesh. And here, one more important aspect from Nepal's point of view, which will be very, very important, that how to also develop the western part of Nepal by connecting them to the western coast of India. Because I understand that this is also a long-standing demand of government of Nepal. Bilaterally, they have taken it up with government of India, that how Nepal could access the ports on the west coast like JNPT in Mumbai or Kandla or Mundra. And that is also linked to the development of Nepal, Sudur Paschim, or the western part of Nepal, that economic development. Because right across the border, the places like Krishnanagar or Banbasa, you have the nearest railway heads in India, which can connect, directly connect to the ports on the west coast, and also the main production centers in and around the national capital region of Delhi. So if you see the movement of goods, so here the important part is that how you are focusing on the origin and destination, because Nepal is heavily dependent on imports, not only from India, but also from third countries. So there are two ways. One is that the third country imports, they are coming mostly from Vizag and also from Kolkata port system, Kolkata and Haldia. And it is by road and rail. Vizag is 100% rail. Kolkata is 60-40 breakup by road and rail. But if you connect to the western part and also to these production centers in and around Mumbai and also in and around Delhi, then Nepal's economy will definitely, get a new boost, and it will also help develop the, underdeveloped western part of Nepal and creating new regional value chains. That is very important, because Nepal will have to think in terms of that Nepal will be graduating out of the least developed country status by 2026. Assuming that Nepal would get another, say, 3 years of extension, that is up to 2029. So that means that within this 5 years, that is the opportunity for Nepal to augment their connectivity and also improve their processes to connect to India and then to the ports and then to the outer world. So there ADB is focusing under the SASEC program what we have identified these corridors. These corridors will give Nepal additional access. And one more aspect is that not only the hardware infrastructure, but along with that, the software development. So there comes the role of trade facilitation, where the customs modernization, harmonization of processes, and there what we have already done one study, and we are converting it into a framework, what we call highly facilitated trade corridor. Starting from Kathmandu, moving towards the eastern part, and then crossing the border at Kakarpita Panitanki, and then moving to Bangladesh and going to Chattogram and Mongla ports. So that we are converting into highly facilitated trade corridor by identifying the infrastructure as well as the software gaps. And one more aspect that we are focusing is to introduce the new technology-based solution. So one is, of course, the use of electronic cargo tracking system, which is happening from Vizag to Birganj-Raxol border. There are some issues we understand from the private sector and freight forwards in Nepal. There are some issues because the seals are open in the Indian side of the border, and they want it to come to up to Birganj, where the seals can be opened. But those things can be addressed, quickly. And I understand that bilaterally it is moving on. But more use of this technology-based solution and make it more, digital friendly to ensure the, reliable tracking and tracing of the movement of goods. That will also enable reduction of time. And if you see that all these new initiatives like ICP development, you have mentioned about ICP development. I was going through the recent time release study of India's customs in September 2024. And there I found that it's really remarkable that how the time has been reduced. That in 2023, from ICP Raxol to Kolkata via road, the time used to be 357.12 hours. Now in 2024, it has been reduced below 300 hours. Similarly, by rail, from 234 hours, it has been reduced to 201 hours. Similar reduction has happened in case of import. That means that it is, useful, the development of ICP and use of ECTS. Now, if we go for, my last point will be, if we move for more technology-based solution, then we can possibly go to inland connectivity. Instead of opening the consignment at the border, at the ICP, it can be ICD to ICD movement. So from customs ICD at Kathmandu to say customs ICD in Mumbai or customs ICD in Kolkata. That kind of ICD to ICD movement will happen, and at the border point, only the integrity of the seal or the electronic locks, they can be checked by the customs officials, and they can allow the vehicles to move. And in that respect, of course, we are supporting these three countries, Bangladesh, India, and Bhutan, to realize the BBIN motor vehicles agreement. So the protocols are currently under negotiation, and MOPIT is leading that initiative from government of Nepal. And we expect that that should be concluded very soon. So that will also give cross-border access of cargo and the vehicles to go into each other's country. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Soumya Chattopadhyay. Very elaborative and very detailed, discussion on the integration of several points there. I would also appreciate that ADV shares all these documents to its partner countries. I think they are already in the platform, but it's very impressive. For the interest of time, I would now directly move to Rajan Sharma. He was former president of the Nepal Freight and Forwarders Association. We all know that logistics, plays a crucial role in regional trade. You are finding any challenges? What are your challenges in cross-border transport? As we have heard about, from other speakers, several things are, integrated. They are, customized. They are put in a more advanced digital platform. So, what are your difficulties? How do you see multimodal transport system, including railways and highways, improving Nepal's logistic capabilities and overall trade efficiency within the South Asian region?
Thank you very much. As regards constraints on the logistics side for transportation and increasing for prosperity, increasing trade for prosperity within the region, there are lots of challenges that the logistics service providers face. Actually, see, these logistics service providers, be it from Nepal or from Bangladesh, Bhutan or India, they need to coordinate with different peoples within the border, at the border, and beyond the border. So there are a lot of, different actors having each activities and the work of coordinating along with them and yet satisfying the customers with the right flow of information, with the right flow of finance, the money, the economization of the transportation, as well as, properly handling the goods are always, a very big challenge. And this is mostly because our rules and regulations or the policies that Nepal government has made so far is not in line together with those of the neighboring countries. So there is a lot of problem because the system doesn't work. We talk about automation. The automation is in the Asikuda system that we are doing and the national single window that has been operationalized in Nepal. That is also not fully operational at the moment, and very few stakeholders have been able to, enroll themselves in the systems as of now. So, for making transport happen, there are a lot of rules and regulations that needs to come into effect. For example, we have the logistic policy. While making the logistic policy of Nepal, we were very, very excited. I personally, together with ADB and its consultants and Saudi, gave a lot of inputs in it. But when it came as a very big framework only, which needs a lot of other laws and regulations to be framed very soon. For example, for freight forwarders, we don't have the freight forwarders law in Nepal. We have to work with IATA's airlines rules and regulations. We don't have a warehousing act in Nepal as yet. So how can we go about? Now, the other very big challenge is, the International Chamber of Commerce has given us a very, very clear-cut Incoterms in what a landlocked country like Nepal can deal with. But what we are doing at the moment is we are still working in as if we were, a country having our own ports and, using those Incoterms. So that is creating a lot of confusion as regards the liability transfer, the risk, as well as, the cost transfer between the buyer and seller. So the major challenge, again, I don't want to talk about automation and other things because Dr. Shankar has already said, my friend from ADB has already spoken about it, and there are so many challenges there for trade facilitation. The question is, a lot is happening in trade facilitation, but have the stakeholders felt that the trade facilitation has taken place and there is some change? When we talk about time release studies, we say that, a truck came and entered into a dry port at 10 o'clock and we custom cleared it at 11 o'clock. Looks very efficient. But does that truck move at 10 o'clock from the border? It moves at 5 o'clock in the evening. And anyway, the goods to come into Kathmandu is the next day. So what difference does it make? So we need to look into this infrastructure and connect with it, the last leg connectivity, so that those trucks are immediately out of the customs and they hit the road immediately so that the goods reaches in the same day. And we need to make provisions for custom clearance, for offloading the goods and moving forward. So basically, the major challenges, if you want to ask me, is that, the coordination among different stakeholders, be it within the government agencies, in the private sectors also, there is a lack of coordination. And there is, of course, lack of coordination beyond the borders due to differences in the rules and regulations. So this is one major, problem that we are facing. The second problem is about having the right type of documentation. We are talking about multimodalism. We came up with the multimodalism, document a long time ago. But are we using it? No one. Because the freight forwarders or the logistics service providers, they cannot comply with the regulations that has been made under the law to become a multimodal transport operator. There is no provisions of, freight forwarders being able to insure them with TT Club or other, larger clubs, insurance companies in order to take the liability for the shipment that it is carrying for the importers or the exporters. So there is so many things that needs to come into practice. So basically, we need the rules and regulations. We need more policies based on the logistic policy that has been just come out. Now, when we talk about BBIN, to make business happen within our region, within BBIN is so very difficult. We are talking about BIMSTEC and SHARK and so many other initiatives. So we need to make BBIN effective because it is just between a few countries, very near countries, and with the right coordination between the private sector, with the right coordination of the bureaucrats within these four countries, and the right political mindset, I think we can get a lot done to make BBIN happen. It is not only about motor vehicle agreement. When we talk about BBIN, it is about power trading, it's about inland waterways, it's about air transportation, it's about other trading things also. So whenever we talk to the government on BBIN, everybody thinks about the motor vehicle agreements and the constant that has come up or the complaint that has come up from the truckers industry. Now what happens if a rail movement begins then? The truck is automatically going to be displaced. So this is what, we have not been able to convince the stakeholders. We need more of all this type of, events at different levels from the provinces, making them aware that this is what is going to happen and you need to be prepared for the future because we cannot have things as it is. We will have to change. So this is one basic problem. The coordination between government in logistics is also a big issue, as I already told you. So About management of the dry ports now on the infrastructure. We need to have connectivity between dry ports and, within the country, as well as with the, dry ports of India or Bangladesh or from Bhutan. And having a dry port itself only doesn't help. We need the right type of equipment to handle cargo. So there are several issues which needs to be addressed. And the freight forwarders have been lobbying with the government from a very long time. World Bank and ADB are constantly working on trade facilitation and other issues. As regards World Bank is concerned, because I also work with them as a very short-term consultant on the trade sector. We are working on the integrated border management system with Nepal Intermodal Transport Development Board. That will give us a lot of transparency in managing ports and, managing risk. With customs, World Bank is working on the risk analytic, as well as, with addition of equipments for assessing risk in the custom points, be it at the airport or be it for other modes of transportation. We are working with e-commerce on the supply management system, and I've already initiated a study on the, warehousing in different provinces so that, we can come up with a policy of warehousing, and that warehousing, a state-of-art warehousing, can be can be brought in place so that, people can involve in it. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Rajan. No, for the interest of time, we need to accelerate this. But one of the things I noticed, all those good discussion and good talk about interconnection, regional connectivity, the final end point, the point of, moment of truth comes to the forwarders, freight and forwarders. So that a lot of, in the past I used to go with a group to the ministry asking for, releasing our goods from the custom. I think those are the end point where people will judge our, system, people will judge our connectivity. If you're not able to release your equipment from the customs for days and days, from the CIF in Calcutta, days and days, it doesn't matter, how good policies and how good connectivity platform you have. So I think those are very important points. I do hope that the coordination differentiates, the rules and regulation differentiates among the countries are synchronized, and we're able to move forward in connectivity. With that, I think I should allow a short, a few minutes for the floor question. So I'll open the floor. I'll take only 5 questions. We do have 5 panelists, I would say. So please give us 5 questions, introduce yourself, and direct the question that you are pointing to. Thank you.
We also have our NIS app. So if you've already downloaded the app, we urge you to send in your questions via the app. It is very quick, very easy. You can just scan the QR that is provided to you during your invitation or your name card. You can just scan the QR. It will lead you to our NIS app that you can download, and through that you can send in your questions. But like our moderator mentioned, for now, if we have any questions, to just keep it short and precise, we'll also bring the microphone towards you.
Yes, please.
If we can have a microphone at the front of stage.
Thank you. I think this was a wonderful session, and I think all of the speakers and the panelists gave excellent overview, and I would like to congratulate Ambassador Sharma and also Soumya for really bringing this up forward. I have one suggestion and maybe one question for the panel. The first thing is, I think the neighborhoods cannot change, the borders cannot change, so we all have to live together. And it's true that Nepal and India will share this relationship. So given that, and I think the important point that Soumya made today, why don't we have a plan to have breakfast in Kathmandu, lunch in Delhi, and dinner in Mumbai? What I'm trying to say is, you have a corridor from Kathmandu to Delhi to Mumbai, which becomes an economic corridor, passenger dedicated corridor, and with the kind of technology that is available, you can really build this as a potential economic corridor, which can be supported by multilaterals, which can be also supported by the governments. So I think that's one suggestion. The second is, I think we have too much of complexities. Can we get 3 or 4 points that can really help the freight forwarders or the people who are going to benefit from the things that are coming in. And that is the cost of doing business has to be reduced. So what are those 2 or 3 suggestions that the panel can give which can actually help Nepal benefit from the enormous resources that it has? And the exports of the country really need to go up. So thank you. Those will be my one little question.
May I take the first one, freight forwarders? I will leave it to Mr. Sharma. So
Please be very precise.
on the corridor aspect, of course, from ADB we have developed an economic corridor framework, and there we are proposing to move from the M type to S type, that is movement type to the special type. And what you rightly pointed out, that how these transport corridors should be converted or upgraded to economic corridor. So there we are focusing that transport and then gradually trade corridors, and from trade corridor it should graduate to economic corridor, where we are focusing on convergence of industry, transport logistics, energy, and also skills development. So that is the endeavor of ADB, and we are very soon coming up with a concept paper on that. Thank you.
If I were to, seek for one, advice, one, solution for making things happen, for easing the trade across border with the neighboring countries, I would say, please give us the liberty to choose our corridors. In an electronic age, when we are talking about tracking system and everything, my consignment comes to Calcutta. And when it comes to Calcutta, I come to know that, the train is delayed. If I want to move it to Kagarvita, why can't I do that? If there is a consignment in Calcutta that can move to Bombaluri and then be carried by train, by road to different destinations within the border, ports, why can't it be brought till Jalpaiguri by train and then truck it to Kagarvita? This choice will have to be given to us. And the second thing is, let's us get the Incoterms right. For landlocked country like Nepal, CIF or FOB, it can work for the sake of air car transportation, but not for road transportation or multimodal transport. There are terms like DAT, delivery at terminals, and there are also duty paid and unpaid provisions. And the bank and the commercial banks in Nepal are still using the same thing, and I've taken up this issue several times, and this is creating a lot of confusion as regards transfer of good, transfer of cost, and transfer of liability is concerned. So these two things needs to come together with the policy of warehousing. We need to bind the freight forwarders with the proper law so that they are liable for something which they are, the service that they are providing. And then we need to have the Warehouse Act and a Multimodal Act amended so that more players can come and collaborate with those in the region to make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. Any more question? Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Good morning. And thank you very much for a very interesting session. I'm Minnie Thomas, Dean of Engineering at Jamia Millia, New Delhi. I'm a power engineer, so I'm concerned about the energy sector and the power transfer happening between different South Asian countries. And I'm glad it was mentioned that, the digitization is in progress. May I know a little more details about the PMUs and other monitoring facilities being implemented in Nepal so that the integrated grid is more stable? Thank you.
You said billing, monitoring, and other.
Yes. No, the stability of, when you
Stability
interconnect
of the system.
systems,
Yeah.
what are the measures taken to improve the stability? Because you are talking about transferring 10,000 and 15,000 megawatts. So India is one grid now. When you interconnect it, it's already interconnected. But with the digitization, what is the status? How we are going to maintain the stability of the system and the voltage frequency profiles? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our system and Indian system is synchronized now. And when we are connecting to multi points, the stability definitely will be the question. So we are now expanding our system with all digital connectivity to the LDC of Nepal and LDC of India, different regional LDCs. All data has been transferred. Every data can be observed from any of the LDCs, and that can control and supervise from different LDCs. So that will stabilize the system. Digital connectivity and strong 400 kV transmission connectivity and substation connectivity, that will enhance the stability of the system. Definitely, synchronization of the system will take care of frequency and voltage stability also. Because Indian system is a weak system, and we are taking, when Nepal system is connected to Indian system, the frequency is same everywhere. And voltage, I think every pulling substations, voltage is maintained at the standard level that we have to transfer power from one pulling substation to another pulling substation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more question? We can take one more question. We have only 3 minutes to go in the session. So.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pratik Vasnet. I'm a civil engineer by profession. We used to do work related to hydropower construction, DPR, and more details. But still, investors are not ready to contribute in hydropower sector. What it is lagging behind it, and why can't we shift towards solar power and at all? So these are my 2 simple questions. You can justify in 1 minute. Thank you so much.
We are already have a big way to solar power generation. Recently we did for 800 megawatt solar. The participation was very encouraging. 134 bidders has participated. And for 800 megawatt, it was 3,600 megawatt bid has been received. So we are going for, in a big way for solar also. For upcoming solar projects, I think PPP model also we have discussed just now with ADB. Some PPP projects will also come, and in different mode of development, we are coming up with many solar projects.
Thank you. With that, I think I can now move at the end of the session. I would now move to our Honorable Minister. I started earlier, but I would just like to reiterate again. The lack of infrastructure and, untimely completion of majority of the project in Nepal has been a serious problem. Few days back, people you were reading, and I was also reading news that a link between China's border to Kathmandu has been so damaged for several months now. 300, 400 containers are lying, even with the fruits and vegetables. So you can imagine it has been a pathetic situation. A road from Butwal to Narayan Ghat is in a very bad condition. So when we talk about a regional integration, the completion of the project in Nepal within time and Nepal's own integration is really important. So I take this opportunity from this forum, Honorable Minister, when do we complete such kind of a project? When can we complete Nepal-Tarai fast track, which is very important project? When we'll finish East-West Highway, lane expansion? So these are some of the projects Nepal should really move on. And I would also like, she and I name sound similar, but this is China, Nepal, India corridor, economic corridor, which has been a big talk. China is second largest economy in the world. and probably India is third largest economy. So the C&I corridor is very important for a small country like ours. So what Nepal as a policy and as an execution is trying to do to achieve these goals. Thank you, sir. And I also like to conclude this session with your few words.
धन्यवाद छ। आजको यो सत्र रिजनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर एन्ड इन्टिग्रेसन सम्बन्धी यस सत्रको आज अहिले समापन हुन लागेको छ। प्रबुद्ध वक्ता महोदय, महिला तथा सज्जनवृन्द, सर्वप्रथम म नेपाल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर समिटको यो समय सान्दर्भिक तथा महत्त्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रमको आयोजना गरेकोमा आयोजकहरूलाई हृदयदेखि नै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। नेपालको विकास रणनीतिको एक महत्त्वपूर्ण स्तम्भको रूपमा रहेको पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रमा केन्द्रित रहेर स्वदेश र विदेशका विशिष्ट विद्वान र विज्ञहरूको भेला र छलफलको उच्च महत्त्व रहेको छ। आर्थिक विकासलाई उद्वेलित तथा दिगो तवरले पक्षपोषण गर्न पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रलाई द्रुत गतिको बाटोमा अगाडि बढाउने नेपाल सरकारको दृष्टिकोणसँग यो कार्यक्रमका एजेन्डा र समग्र विषयवस्तु धेरै हदसम्म मेल खाएको पाउँदा मलाई उत्साह लागेको छ। रिजनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर एन्ड इन्टिग्रेसन सम्बन्धी यस महत्त्वपूर्ण सत्रको अध्यक्षता गर्ने अवसर दिएकोमा पनि आयोजकलाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। रिजनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर एन्ड इन्टिग्रेसन दक्षिण एसियाली क्षेत्रीय पूर्वाधार र एकीकरण सम्बन्धी यो महत्त्वपूर्ण भेलाको समापन गर्नै लाग्दा म आशावादी र नयाँ उद्देश्य सहितको भावनाले अभिप्रेरित भएको छु। यस सम्मेलनमा भएका हाम्रा छलफलहरूले हाम्रो क्षेत्रको आर्थिक वृद्धि र सामाजिक विकासलाई अघि बढाउन आधार तयार गरेको छ। नेपाल आफ्नो रणनीतिक स्थान, समृद्ध र सांस्कृतिक सम्पदाका साथै दक्षिणी एसियाको चौबाटोमा उभिएको छ। क्षेत्रीय सम्पर्क अभिवृद्धि गर्ने हाम्रो प्रतिबद्धता अटल छ। हामीले छलफल गरेका पूर्वाधार सम्बन्धका महान विचारहरू र समयको गतिसँगै परिष्कृत अवधारणाहरूले हाम्रो देशको पूर्वाधार विकास र यातायात सञ्जालको स्तर वृद्धि र मोटर भेहिकल सम्झौता कार्यान्वयन गर्ने सवालमा समेत कामयाबी बढ्नेछ। BBIN भुटान, बङ्गलादेश, भारत र नेपाल बीचमा मोटर वाहन सम्झौता मानिस र सामानको सीमा पार आवाज जावतलाई सहज बनाउने विषय हो। म यहाँ केही हाम्रा प्यानलिस्टहरूले विचार व्यक्त गर्नुभएको छ। डाक्टर शङ्कर शर्मा, उहाँलाई म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। इन्डिया र बङ्गलादेशको बीचको रेलको सञ्जालको बारेमा, काठमाडौँ वीरगञ्ज रेलको बारेमा, आन्तरिक जलमार्गको बारेमा, नेपालमा त्यस्ता इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरू बनाउने सन्दर्भमा र आवश्यकता पर्यो भने हामी बिजुली श्रीलङ्कालाई सम्म बेच्न सक्छौँ भन्ने र रेलमार्ग र जलमार्गको फाइदाहरूको बारेमा उहाँले धेरै कुराहरू बताउनु भयो। त्यस्तै गरेर एयर एसियाका मिस्टर बो लिङ्गमलाई पनि म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। उहाँले उत्पादन सम्बन्धी इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको बारेमा हामीलाई बताउनु भयो र उहाँले उड्डयन सम्बन्धी इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको बारेमा बताउनु भयो। समग्र एसियालाई नै उड्डयनको हब बनाउने सन्दर्भमा उहाँले बताउनु भयो र उहाँले अत्याधिक हवाई उत्पादन, उड्डयन पूर्वाधार, गुणस्तरीय सेवा र रोजगारीकोमा जोड दिनुभयो। त्यसैले गर्दा यो सहकार्यमा आधारित भएर हामीले यसमा लगानी सुनिश्चित गर्यौँ भने उड्डयनलाई चाहिँ एसियालाई नै उड्डयनको हब बनाउन सकिन्छ भनेर उहाँले भन्नुभयो। उहाँले धन्यवाद छ उहाँलाई। र कुलमान घिसिङ, उहाँले हाम्रो विद्युत प्राधिकरणका कार्यकारी निर्देशक, उहाँले विद्युत प्रसारण लाइनको बारेमा बताउनु भयो र विद्युत उत्पादन र प्रसारणको बारेमा, विद्युत प्रसारणको अन्तर्देशीय कनेक्टिभिटीको बारेमा उहाँले बताउनु भएको छ। उहाँलाई पनि म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। र एडिबीका हाम्रा
सौम्या चट्टोपाध्याय, उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। उहाँले टेक्निकल एसिस्टेन्स लगायत क्षेत्रीय सहायता परियोजनाहरूमा सहयोग गर्दै आएको, एडिबीले सहयोग गर्दै आएको र $2.5 बिलियन नेपालले सहायता प्राप्त गरेको, जलमार्ग नेपाल, भुटान जस्ता भूपरिवेष्टित मुलुकहरूले ठुला नदीहरूको माध्यमबाट समुद्रको जलमार्गसम्म पहुँच बढाउन सकिन्छ भनेर उहाँले भन्नुभयो। र प्रविधिको दृष्टिकोणले हेर्ने हो भने प्रविधिको माध्यमबाट कसरी व्यापारलाई सहज बनाउन सकिन्छ भनेर उहाँले हामीलाई सुझाव दिनुभएको छ र उहाँलाई म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। राजन शर्मा, उहाँले थुप्रै कानुनी समस्याहरू रहेको यो यातायातको क्षेत्रमा, ढुवानीको क्षेत्रमा, यातायात र ढुवानीको क्षेत्रमा कानुनी समस्याहरू रहेको कुराहरू बताउनु भएको छ र म कानुनी समस्याहरूको सन्दर्भमा उहाँहरूसँग नेपाल सरकार बसेर परामर्श गर्न, छलफल गर्न तयार रहेको कुरा म जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु र यातायात र ढुवानीको क्षेत्रमा काम गर्नका लागि थुप्रै चुनौतीहरू उहाँले बताउनु भएको छ। त्यसको सन्दर्भमा मैले नेपाल सरकारको तर्फबाट म उहाँहरूसँग बसेर कुन विषयमा कुन कानुनले उहाँलाई समस्या पारेको छ त्यो बारेमा म छलफल गर्न म उहाँहरूलाई आह्वान गर्न चाहन्छु। त्यसै गरेर हाम्रो यस छलफलमा थुप्रै अन्य कुराहरू आएका छन् र मलाई लाग्छ रिजनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर एन्ड इन्टिग्रेसन अवधारणाबाट कागजमा मात्रै नभई हाम्रा जनता बजार र विचारहरूलाई जोड्ने फलदायी हुनेछन् भन्ने मलाई लागेको छ। एडिबी फन्डिङबाट सञ्चालित सासेक साउथ एसिया सब रिजनल इकोनोमिक कोअपरेसनले पनि यसै अवधारणालाई अगाडि सारेको छ भन्ने मलाई लागेको छ। विश्व बैंकसँगको सहकार्यमा सुरु भएको 275 मिलियन एक्सेस परियोजनाले लचिलो र दिगो पूर्वाधार निर्माणको लक्ष्य निर्धारण गरेको छ। यसमा बुटोल, गोरुसिङे, चनौटा सडक जस्ता मुख्य करिडोरको स्तर उन्नति गरेर हामीले यात्राको समय र लागत घटाउने मात्र होइन, विशेष गरी हाम्रा महिला उद्यमीहरूको लागि व्यापार र आर्थिक अवसरहरूका लागि नयाँ बाटो खोलेको छ। परिष्कृत क्षेत्रीय भौतिक पूर्वाधार अवधारणाहरूले हाम्रो आपसी सहयोग र सद्भावलाई बढावा दिने अपेक्षा गरेका छौँ। यसले हाम्रो भविष्य निर्माण गर्नेछ र हाम्रो अर्थतन्त्र एक आपसमा जोडिनेछन्। हामी अगाडि बढ्दै जाँदा यस सम्मेलनले हाम्रा साझा दृष्टिकोण समेत बन्नेछ भन्ने मलाई लागेको छ। साथै हामी हाम्रो क्षेत्रलाई समृद्धि र नवीनताको केन्द्रका रूपमा रूपान्तरण गर्न सक्छौँ। तपाईहरूको सक्रिय सहभागिता र बहुमूल्य योगदानको लागि हामी धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ। र यहाँ एउटा विषय उठेको छ कि हाम्रा परियोजनाहरू, जति पनि परियोजनाहरू छन् ती परियोजनाहरूमा किन ढिलाइ भइरहेको छ भनेर थुप्रै बाटाहरू बन्दैछन्। विदेशीहरूको फन्डिङमा, एडिबीको फन्डिङमा चलिरहेका छन् र विश्व ब्याङ्कको फन्डिङमा चलिरहेका आयोजनाहरू छन् र हाम्रो आफ्नै फन्डिङमा पनि चलिरहेका आयोजनाहरू छन्। हाम्रो देशलाई हेर्ने हो भने हाम्रो देश गरिब छ, तर यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले स्तर उन्नति गर्न लागेका छौँ। र मेरो मन्त्रालयसँग म जुन मन्त्रालयमा चाहिँ मन्त्रालय सम्हालेको छु त्यो मन्त्रालयमा चाहिँ 57% विदेशी फन्डिङमा सञ्चालित आयोजनाहरू छन् भने 43% मात्रै नेपाल सरकारद्वारा आयोजित परियोजनाहरू छन्। तर कयौँ समस्याहरूले गर्दाखेरि कोभिड पछाडि आएर थुप्रै समस्याहरू आए। त्यो समस्याको कारणले गर्दाखेरि हाम्रा इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरू, खास गरी बाटो निर्माणको सन्दर्भमा, सडक निर्माणको सन्दर्भमा थुप्रै समस्याहरू आएका छन्। ती समस्याहरूलाई समाधान गर्नका लागि हामीहरूले मन्त्रालय स्तरमा, अब अहिले नयाँ सरकार बनिसकेपछि मन्त्रालय स्तरमा हामीले चाहिँ ती समस्याग्रस्त आयोजनाहरूको अध्ययन गर्नका लागि हामीले एउटा समिति बनाएका छौँ। मन्त्रालय स्तरमा समिति बनाएका छौँ र निर्माण व्यवसायहरूको तर्फबाट पनि अर्को समिति हामीले निर्माण गर्नका लागि उहाँहरूलाई भनेका छौँ, उहाँहरूलाई हामीले निर्देशित गरेका छौँ। र त्यो दुईटा समितिले दिएका प्रतिवेदनहरूलाई हामीले अध्ययन गर्नेछौँ र त्यस्ता समस्याग्रस्त आयोजनाहरूको चाहिँ हामी एउटा के समस्या हो भनेर समस्या पत्ता लगाउनेछौँ र समस्याको समाधान पत्ता लगाउनेछौँ। समस्याको समाधान पत्ता लगाइसकेपछि त्यस पछाडि हामी ती आयोजनाहरूलाई कसरी अगाडि बढाउने भनेर हामी निर्णय गर्नेछौँ। र जति पनि समस्याग्रस्त आयोजनाहरू छन्, नागढुङ्गा मुङलिन सडकको कुराहरू गरौँ, मुङलिन पोखराको कुराहरू गरौँ र नारायणघाट बुटोलको कुराहरू गरौँ। यी सडकहरू अहिले अलिकति समस्याग्रस्त रूपमा रहेका छन् र यी सडकहरूलाई छिटोभन्दा छिटो सम्पन्न गर्नका लागि हामीले हाम्रो स्टेपहरू अगाडि बढाइसकेका छौँ र यी समस्याहरूलाई समाधान गरेर छिटोभन्दा छिटो नेपालको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको सन्दर्भमा हामीले चाहिँ आफ्ना योजनाहरूलाई साकार रूप दिनका लागि हामी लागिरहेको कुरो यहाँहरूलाई जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु र मैले धेरै कुराहरू भन्न चाहन्न यहाँहरूको अर्को सेसनमा पनि मैले केही कुराहरू भन्नुपर्ने भएको छ त्यसले गर्दाखेरि आजको यो जति पनि यो प्यानलिस्टहरूबाट विचारहरू आएका छन् यी हाम्रा चाहिँ सम्पत्ति हुनेछन् हाम्रो देशको विकासको लागि हाम्रो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर हाम्रो पूर्वाधारको विकासको लागि यिनीहरू चाहिँ हाम्रा चाहिँ एउटा दिशानिर्देश गर्ने एउटा विषयहरू हुनेछन् त्यसैले गर्दा यहाँहरू सबैलाई म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु र यो आजको जुन छलफलबाट एउटा निष्कर्ष निस्किनेछ त्यो निष्कर्ष निस्किसकेपछि हामीलाई यहाँहरूले त्यसको त्यो निष्कर्षहरू हामीलाई दिनुहुनेछ र त्यसको आधारमा हाम्रो देशको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरलाई अथवा कनेक्टिभिटी यो रिजनल कनेक्टिभिटीको सन्दर्भमा हामीले आफ्ना योजनाहरू पनि बनाउनेछौँ र ती योजनाहरू निर्माण गर्ने सन्दर्भमा यहाँहरूसँग पनि फेरि सहकार्य गर्न पनि हामी तयार रहेको कुरो जानकारी गराउँदै आजको यो जुन सत्र छ यो सत्रमा सबै प्यानलिस्टहरूलाई र मोडरेटरलाई र सबैलाई म हार्दिक धन्यवाद दिँदै आजको यो सत्रलाई यहीँ अन्त्य गर्न चाहन्छु। हस्त धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. हाम्रा चेयरलाई हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई। And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite onto the stage CNI Vice President Ms. Nirvana Chowdhury to kindly join us onto the stage to present these token of appreciation to our session chair, to our panelists and to our moderators. हाम्रो टोकन अफ एप्रिसिएसन अगाडि ल्याइदिनु हुनको लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिँदै माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई यो टोकन अफ एप्रिसिएसन लिइदिनु हुनको लागि ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनको लागि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछौँ। थ्याङ्क यू टु अनरेबल मिनिस्टर देवेन्द्र दाहाल, मिनिस्टर अफ फिजिकल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर एन्ड ट्रान्सपोर्ट गभर्मेन्ट अफ नेपाल for his gracious presence and participation in Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024. We'd also like to thank Dr. Shankar Sharma, former ambassador to India and former vice chairman, National Planning Commission of Nepal, for his insights in this particular session in regional connectivity. We'd also like to invite Mr. Bo Lingman, Group CEO, AirAsia Aviation Group Malaysia, to kindly join us to accept this token of appreciation. We'd also like to invite Mr. Kulman Gising, Managing Director, Nepal Electricity Authority, to kindly step forward and accept this token of appreciation from Nepal Infrastructure Summit. We'd also like to thank Mr. Soumya Chattopadhyay, Senior Programs Officer, India Resident Mission, Asian Development Bank, for his insights in this session on regional connectivity. We'd also like to request Mr. Rajan Sharma, former president of Nepal Freight Forwarders Association, to kindly step forward and accept this token of appreciation for this particular session. And we'd also like to thank our moderator, Mr. Kharga Bahadur Bishta, Executive Director, Millennium Challenge Account Nepal, for moderating this session and bringing together the views of our panelists in our second plenary session, Regional Infrastructure and Integration. May I please request all our distinguished guests to kindly step forward for a group photograph. May I please request Mr. Nirvana Chowdhury to kindly stay with us for a group photograph to mark the end of the second plenary session here at Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024. यहाँहरु सबैजनालाई म पुनः एकपटक एप डाउनलोड गरिदिनु हुनको लागि पनि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। एप मार्फत नै हामी प्रश्नहरु लिने छौं भन्ने जानकारी पनि गराउन चाहन्छौं। Ladies and gentlemen, we're now heading towards lunch break. We'd like to request all our distinguished guests to kindly be back at the hall at 12:55 so that we can start our event on time. So thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. To our presenters of our third and fourth session, in case you need to submit your presentations, we have a presentation submission booth. Please do make sure that you submit your presentations as well, ladies and gentlemen, and in case you need a translation headset, those are available as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you at 12:55 for our third session, which is the private sector engagement.
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामला compromise.
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्व no compromise.
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामला compromise.
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान, यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान। अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
यसमा राख्नु हुँदैन यसमा like not split this, put it in the center and put the presentation here. Usually मिलेन तपाईं मान्छेले के लेखेको छ भने लेखेको सबै चेक गर्नु यो बीचमा करके इसको यहाँ नहीं कर सकते
यो बीचमा गरेर यो स्पेसमा गर्न मिल्छ भनेको चाइना भन्दा मुनि देखिरहेकै छैन
Namaste and a very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I still see that many of our guests are still in line for lunch. We'd like to request all those who've already enjoyed their lunch to kindly come in and join us as we're setting the stage for our third panel of the day. We're starting with the third लाई आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनको लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छौँ किनभने हामी लाग्दैछौँ हाम्रो तेस्रो प्यानल डिस्कसनतर्फ जहाँ हामी कुराकानी गर्दैछौँ प्राइभेट सेक्टर इङ्गेजमेन्टको प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई अझ द्रुत रूपमा अझ प्रभावकारी रूपमा कसरी इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्टमा इङ्गेज गराउन सकिन्छ भन्ने विषयमा हामी कुराकानी गर्दैछौँ त्यसै कारणले यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई हलभित्र आइदिनु हुनको लागि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छौँ लेडिज एन्ड जेन्टलमेन we humbly request all our distinguished guests to kindly take their seats. To all our presenters of session 3 and 4, in case you need to give your presentations, we have a presentation collection booth outside of this hall near the registration. And if you also need translation headsets, we have that as well outside this hall. So a humble request to all our distinguished guests in need of translation headsets that they are outside near the registration, as well as the presentation booth being outside this hall.
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान अस्तित्वको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज
स्वाभिमानसँग बन्छ पहिचान यही पहिचानको गर्नु छ सम्मान अस्तित्वको
Thank you very much to all our distinguished guests who are already inside the hall. Hall भित्र आइसक्नु भएका सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ. And we'd also like to request our distinguished guests to kindly take their seats so that we can start with our event. हाम्रो third plenary session तर्फ हामी लागिरहेका छौँ. Private sector engagement बारेमा discussion हामी गर्नेछौँ. Ladies and gentlemen, especially to our presenters, we have a presentation collection booth right outside of this hall in case you need to submit your presentations. One more time, a humble request to all our participants to kindly download the app of NIS 2024 by scanning the QR code that is in your card that you have. That will lead you to downloading the app through which you can put forward your questions, you can get to know about the different sessions we're about to have, and the information of all our panelists as well. Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into our third session, we also have a presentation by BYD. So I'd like to request our BYD representatives to be around. I'm also trying to find Mr. Sahil Shrestha, who will be presenting about BYD. So to our representatives from BYD, if they're outside, I'd like to request them to kindly be present inside the hall. र हल बाहिर रहनुभएका सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई हल भित्र आइदिनु हुनका लागि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छौँ. BYD is our title sponsor for this year's Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024, and we're going to have a short presentation by BYD that is truly making waves in the EV sector here in Nepal as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon, namaste, and welcome to BYD Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024, Build and Trust with Shivam Simmons. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a very insightful presentation by BYD Nepal. We'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Sahil Shrestha, who is the CEO of Cymex Inc. Private Limited, the authorized importer and dealer of BYD in Nepal. BYD, ladies and gentlemen, is making incredible waves in the EV sector in Nepal, and we are extremely, extremely delighted to have him. We'd also like to welcome Honorable Minister माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई हामी धेरै धेरै स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ कार्यक्रममा र उहाँलाई पनि हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गराउन चाहन्छौँ आजको यस कार्यक्रममा सहभागी भइदिनु भएकोमा। दामोदर भण्डारी माननीय मन्त्रीज्यू उहाँ पालिसक्नु भएको छ कार्यक्रममा र अब भने म मञ्चमा साहिल श्रेष्ठजीलाई निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु र उहाँलाई आफ्नो प्रेजेन्टेसन राखिदिनुको लागि अनुरोध गर्दछु। Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Sahil Shrestha, CEO of Cymex Inc. Private Limited, authorized dealer of BYD in Nepal.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So do we wait for some time to everyone to be seated, or we begin? Okay. Okay. So, first of all, on behalf of Cymex BYD, I'd like to welcome you all to this summit. I think this landmark event would add more avenues in growth of our nation, and also I'm really hopeful that it can provide a meaningful, action-oriented conclusion at the end of the program. I'm standing here in capacity of CEO of Cymex Inc. Private Limited, who is an authorized importer of BYD in Nepal. And I have a very short presentation that will guide you about the sustainable electric mobility, the journey of sustainable electric mobility in Nepal. To begin with, there is one very unique fact. I think many of you might not be aware, but it's very, very crucial fact that the EV penetration in Nepal as of 2024 is around 70%. The electric vehicle penetration in Nepal in 2024 is 70%. It was around 60-65% in 2023. So when we always talk about the EV penetration, we are, somehow we feel like it's the Scandinavian countries like Norway, Sweden, that has the highest EV penetration. But actually, our own country, Nepal, is also leading the chart with the global EV penetration. That's something that everyone else can be very proud of. I think it's a well-known fact in terms of the energy. All of our energy are from the hydropower, completely green energy. While all of our import for the vehicle, for the automobile, for all of our petrol fuels, they are all directly import. So I think it makes more sense for us to adopt electric mobility in coming days as well. I think I would like to quote our Right Honorable President, our previous Right Honorable President Vidya Devi Bhandari. In 2018, when she was in an international convention in Katowice in Poland, she said very sensitive line. She expressed that Nepal, my country, is bearing the brunt of disproportionate impact of climate change. The key word being disproportionate impact of climate change, despite being a low carbon emitting countries. She further added that the Himalayan glaciers are melting. Snow-capped mountains have become dull and dark. She also raised an incumbent to the international community that justice has to be done. Justice has to be served for a country like us. And then she said that the measures that our country Nepal is taking to fight against the climate change. And one of them was adaptation of electric vehicle in the nation. Thus, 2018, she was the first head of state. She was the first head of state to use the electric vehicle as the vehicle in her car kit, which was also very applauded by the international community back then. So my presentation would be the journey toward a sustainable electric mobility, and where BYD, a company, is leading the charge in Nepal. Just a few brief about the BYD. Right now we are talking about the sustainable electric mobility, but BYD has other three domains as well: electronics, rail transit, renewable energy, and fourth is, of course, the automotive sector. Coming from 1995 as a battery company, it has a very, authoritative footprint in electronics as well. There is a fact that 1 out of 7 mobile phone batteries are made by BYD in the world. And also it is the OEM, ODM for the companies like Apple, Nokia, Vivo in that electronics domain. Renewable energy, it has the it manufactures solar panel and along with the battery backup as well. Rail transit, it's not just a conventional rail, it's the sky shuttle rail. So the rail that runs, up, not inside, on the ground. So that is also rail transit. Automotive, yes, I've already mentioned that as well. So talking about the records of BYD, right now it's a global #1 company in terms of the new energy vehicle. One of the greatest landmark achievement is the first company to ever manufacture 8 million new energy vehicle in the world. Last year, they sold around 3.02 million of new energy vehicle, and this year, YTD, year till date, until August, they have sold around 2.2 million. And the thing is the frequency, the timeline on how they achieved this number. So I think it took them first 13 years to reach 1 million. And to the end, it took them just less than 6 months to reach the 8 million vehicle, from 6 to 8 million. So that is the pace. That is the pace. That is the, the aggressiveness of BYD as they have their goal of to cool down the earth by 1 degree. So that is the pace they are taking to reach that goal. So they are just not the global sales champion, but they are also the pioneer in the technology as well. You can see all this technology, the blade batteries, C2B, cell-to-body technology, pure dedicated EV architecture. These are some of the examples that how a cutting-edge technology is enabling the BYD to be the global leader. So that's about the globe. And coming here to Nepal, I think we started our journey with BYD in 2011, where we first bought the solar panels and battery energy storage system. And 2015 was the first time when we bought the first BYD electric vehicle in Nepal. Actually, we are not the first one to bring the electric vehicle. The journey of electric mobility in Nepal is very old. I remember, I think, 1970, the name of the bus was Senjin NKH51, something like that, when we bought the first trolley bus in Nepal. So it was 1970 when we started the electric mobility in Nepal. For us, it was just 2015 marked an era, marked a timeline where we, refreshed, where we re-energized and gave the push for the electric mobility 2.0. So we started from 2015, then after that, starting from 2015, we had to, we went to the various authorities, various government agencies, other stakeholders to educate, to literate more about the electric mobility. Our main theme at the time was, I think during my school time, we used to, we were given the narration that electric vehicles are the future. But it was a time when we went to a narrative that now the future is here, the electric vehicle is present now. So at the time, we went to many policymakers, different stakeholders, and narrate them about gave them the consciousness about how the electric mobility is shaping in the globe and what Nepal can do to adopt in our own country. So 2018, as a result, 2018, the first government procurement of electric vehicle was BYD E6 that was procured by the National Planning Commission. And with the procurement of the National Planning Commission, we advised the government bodies, we advised stakeholders how they can make a long-term sustainable policy to enhance to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicle in Nepal. And to be cohesive with what I said, it was same year 2018 when we first delivered the vehicle to the Right Honorable President back then, Bidyadevi Bhandari at the time. And then parallelly, we are also working to establish the infrastructures like charge points. We were also giving the trainings include from the technicians to the new university graduates. So overall, we wanted to develop our ecosystem to perpetuate the electric mobility in Nepal. I think in 2022, when we first entered into the B2C segment, business to customer in customer segment, and then 2023-24. 2023-24, my slide will continue on that narration of 2023-24. These are the few pictorial representation of initial days when we started the electric mobility. On the right side, at the top, you can see we delivered the 50 cars, which was at the time the highest fleet operation of electric vehicle in South Asia at the time. So this was, I think, 2016. We clicked this picture, connecting the heritage with the technology. That was our main theme. Not only on the domain of the, automobile sector in passenger segment, but we also have supplied the 2 forklifts to the Trivandrum International Airport, 2 electric forklifts. On the far right, on the top, you can see there is one van. There is one van, BYD M3, and that was when there is no pointer there. But on that picture, far right top, you can see there is one dot, white dot. So actually, that's a twin otter. That was a twin otter. So you can, it was in Solukhumbu district, and there is a myth that when in Solukhumbu, when people ask where is the plane, they have to point downward. So it was also our, theme to promote that electric vehicles, despite Nepal being a hilly terrain country, can well sustain in Nepal as well. So right now, like I said, the narration of 2023-24, we have more than 5,000 vehicles on the road, and the cumulative kilometer that has been adjusted is 22 million kilometer has been driven in the BYD vehicles in Nepal. So I really believe that these kilometer ran is also a contribution to the sustainability, is also a contribution to the environment. So here is the number as of August 30th. Those 22 million kilometers in Nepal, we have reduced a carbon emission of 2.3 million kgs, and also that is worth of 40,000 trees being planted. So there is, I forgot to put the reference as well, there is a precise formula to calculate that. It's given by the UN as well. I see many aspiring CA students here. I hope they can do the math as well. And then this is another venture that we recently launched, CBCF, we call it, CIMIX BYD Charity Foundation. We have launched recently, and where we are contributing 10,000 from every vehicle delivered to a charity foundation. We have started this foundation with 1 crore rupees, and then from every delivery, we'll give the 10,000 rupees to this foundation, and then we'll best utilize this foundation in various sectors that will uplift the socio-economic development of Nepal. And I think there are many stakeholders who are also open to collaborate on this foundation. We can discuss that. And this is also the tie-up with the Kathmandu University. My alma mater was from the Kathmandu University, so it's a great moment of pride for me when we signed this agreement. So it's about, giving back to the society, going into the grassroots. So we talk about how technology is aging to make a BYD as a global sales leader. So this is where the grassroots is. That's why we have signed up, tie up with the Kathmandu University. It includes we also gave some of the research materials to the Kathmandu University. We have a guest lecturer there, and there will be job opportunities for the students of Kathmandu University in not only Nepal, it's already we are doing that, but also in other countries like China, India. There is no sound. There is no sound. No sound. Anyhow, I'll do the voiceover then. There should have been sound, but I don't know what is the technical glitch there. So this is our campaign, Building Dreams and Forest. I think there was rapid deforestation in Nepal starting from 2000 till 2010. And there was one area nearby in Kathmandu where we found a big, crucial, big disheartening thing that there was a big forest, but then at that time there was nothing. So we collaborated with one of the institute, and then we started this campaign called Building Dreams and Forest. At the time, we planted 1,500 trees, and we used this Milwaukee technology. Like what we represent BYD as a brand is a technology brand, so we also use different technology called Milwaukee technology. And then the impact right now, I think at this moment of the video, you can see it's a post 1 year, there is a massive impact, and all the community member of that area, they are very, very happy with this thing. So Building Dreams and Forests is that initiation from us. So moving ahead, I think I have described about what we have done, how we are leading the charge in sustainable electric mobility in Nepal. And I think there are many avenues and many opportunities where we can work with all the stakeholders, different investors, like this. The theme of the summit is sustainable development through the strategic investment. This is where I see a lot of people from the banking fraternity here. This is where we can work together in coming days. There is a fleet operation, electric mobility fleet operation. It caters to 9 out of 17 SDGs goals, sustainable development goals, and there will be more and more requirement of the charge point operation in nation. There's something we can work out. The battery recycling is also another domain that we can work. Component level embedded system means that embedded system including like electric vehicle. We call it an intelligent vehicle. So there are many avenues that can be worked, like a data center here, the embedded system here, these kind of things that can work here, and also the training center. Because now Nepal is forefront of the electric mobility adaptation, not only in South Asia or Asia, but in the globe. So this is something that we can also work out on this note. And to conclude my presentation, what I'd like to see, I see a lot of different stakeholders from different verticals, from different spectrum. I think the adaptation of electric mobility in Nepal, I think we started, it rose from 2022 and 2024. It rose from around less than 20% to 70% here. And Nepal, despite being a developing country, we have many challenges. We have many challenges. But this electric mobility adaptation is one of the prime facie, one of the example that if all the stakeholders can work together, like the government with the policy, the bank with their investments, and the consciousness of the people, that these kind of development is possible in Nepal. So I request all the guests, international communities, that when we are talking about Nepal, yes, there are many administrative and policy level hurdles. But if every stakeholders, in every vertical we can work together, then definitely the change is possible. The change is possible, and it has been exemplified by the electric mobility adaptation in Nepal. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Sahil Shrestha, the CEO of Cymex Inc. Private Limited, for your insightful presentation and for the wonderful impact that Cymex BYD has been able to make these past years. Ladies and gentlemen, heading into our third plenary session here at Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024, we are talking about private sector engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, the private sector definitely plays a crucial role in building the infrastructure that drives a country's economy. The involvement of the private sector in infrastructure development is crucial for achieving sustainable economic growth in Nepal as well. And for this particular session, we are delighted to have our chair, Honorable Damodar Bhandari, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, joining us. We'd like to kindly request him to take his seat in the dais. माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद आजको कार्यक्रममा आइदिनु भएकोमा र यस सेसनको चेयरको भूमिका निभाइदिनु भएकोमा पनि हामी उहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ. We'd also like to request Dr. Roberto Ocampo, former Secretary of Finance, Republic of the Philippines, to kindly join us onto the stage. We would like to thank him for his gracious presence in Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024. We'd also like to request Mr. Pradumna Upadhyay, Acting CEO, Investment Board of Nepal, to kindly join us onto the stage. We'd also like to request Mr. Vishnu Kumar Agrawal, Immediate Past President of CNI, to kindly join us onto the stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to invite Mr. Radesh Pant, Chairman, VRock and Company, and former CEO of IBN, to kindly join us onto the stage as well. We'd also like to invite Ms. Jinus Sariati, First Secretary, Trade Department for Business and Trade, India, British High Commission, New Delhi. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being a part of this session at Nepal Infrastructure Summit. We'd also like to request Mr. Mohammad Hashimi, Director, Office of Market Development and PPP, Asian Development Bank, to kindly join us onto the stage to be a part of this session as well. And finally, to bring all our panelists together for this session, may I please invite our moderator, Mr. Ram Krishna Khatiwada, investment expert, former CEO of Nepal Infrastructure Bank Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for our chair, for our panelists, and for our moderator, who will now be shedding light on the private sector engagement, the challenges and opportunities. I kindly request our moderator to take over with the session.
Thank you, Satish Ajay. So post-launch session always lesser turnout, but I see a lot of audience over here. I am sincerely thankful to you, and definitely I'll assure you that you will be fully engaged and energized with our esteemed panelist, keynote speaker, and our session chair. Welcome to the plenary session 3, private sector engagement. Today's session is centered on the crucial topic, private sector engagement, how to engage private sector in the infrastructure development. With Nepal experiencing a fiscal deficit and the fiscal space is constraining, and now 1 to 2% of the GDP is being invested in the infrastructure development, and we are entering in the phase of the strong push is needed for to revive the economy. Now, private sector involvement has become not only critical but crucial, making it need of the hour. The private sector has increasingly been recognized as a vital player in the infrastructure development throughout the world. Effective private sector investment can provide the necessary capital, innovation, and efficiency that the public sector initiative alone often lack. Globally, successful model of the private sector engagement have been applied in the infrastructure and demonstrated through the public-private partnership, innovative financing mechanism, and the private investment in the green infrastructure. For instance, in India, hybrid annuity model has been instrumental in the road infrastructure, as well as in the Philippines, innovative PPP framework have been successfully implemented to enhance the public services and the infrastructure. In Nepal, the private sector role is completely underutilized. While the effort have been made through the different act, different policy incentive like BOOT Act, PPP, IA Act, and so on. But the gap, the total infrastructure gap is alarming. Based on the study done by the CNI itself, it shows that we need 77 billion to 30 billion by 2030 to fulfill our infrastructure gap itself. Today, we have esteemed chair, Honorable Minister for the Industry, Commerce and Supply, keynote speaker, panel to discuss these issues and provide insight on how Nepal can harness and optimize the potential of the private sector engagement in the infrastructure development. Let's explore their view and the global practices, the current situation in Nepal, and way to improve the private sector involvement. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Roberto Ocampo to deliver his keynote addresses. Dr. Ocampo will share insight on the global best practices and more specifically his extensive experience and the successful approaches implementation in Philippines. Dr. Ocampo, over to you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, may I congratulate the organizers of this conference, particularly the Ministry of Investment of the Government of Nepal, as well as the Confederation of Nepalese Industries. It is my great honor to be here with you today at this 5th Nepal Infrastructure Summit. This occasion also provides me the excellent opportunity to visit your beautiful country for the first time. Thank you all for the kind invitation to share my experiences and insights on the potential of private sector engagement and investment in infrastructure projects. Special thanks to my dear friend, Bindu Lohani, the main instigator probably of my visit here, who may have mistakenly thought that I am an expert on the subject matter. I am not, but I do have some degree of hands-on experience with a subject of strategic importance to any economy, and will speak to you about it from an experiential more than an expertise viewpoint. As a former Minister of the Finance of the Philippines, I have had the privilege of leading my country's journey in pioneering a successful public-private partnership model for infrastructure development. I welcome this opportunity to discuss how the lessons we learned could potentially benefit Nepal's own infrastructure financing efforts. To begin with, as a general rule, the building of infrastructure is a principal responsibility of government. After all, financing infrastructure is a major reason for collecting taxes. So also is it the responsibility of government for the rational and systematic planning for identifying major aspects of the national highway network or the national energy grid, among others. Sadly, too many less developed countries, the Philippines being no exception, find themselves mired in excessive politics, burdensome bureaucratic regulations, corruption, and less than satisfactory governance that results in a public perception of low trustworthiness of the public sector in providing and maintaining infrastructure. When I took office as finance minister in the 1990s, the Philippines faced a significant challenge, a legacy of chronic underinvestment in infrastructure due to the factors of untrustworthiness I earlier cited, which in the late 80s and 90s unfortunately coincided with a fiscal crisis due to excessive public debt burden and an oil price and energy crisis leaving the public coffers nearly dry. Our power plants, roads, bridges, airports, and other vital facilities were crumbling, and the demand for modernization and expansion was growing rapidly, even as the supply of public funds for infrastructure was grossly inadequate. It was clear that the traditional public sector-led approach to infrastructure financing was no longer sufficient. A transformative solution was urgently needed. Recognizing the need for a transformative solution, my team and I set out to establish a robust and transparent PPP framework. This entailed landmark legislation, the creation of specialized institutions, and the streamlining of approval processes. Crucially, we also focused on developing innovative risk-sharing mechanisms and project structuring to address the concerns of private sector partners and ensure the bankability and financial sustainability of our infrastructure projects. When we embarked on our PPP journey in the Philippines, a critical first step, as I said, was establishing a comprehensive legal and regulatory framework, which involved the enactment of landmark legislation, such as the Build, Operate, Transfer, or BOT law, which provided the legal basis and guidelines for PPP projects. We also created specialized institutions like the Build, Operate, Transfer Center, to oversee the implementation and management of PPP initiatives. In other words, a one-stop shop. You don't have the private sector running all over every department in government to get permits and so forth before they get started. So streamlining the approval processes for PPP projects was an important aspect, ensuring efficiency and transparency. Addressing the concerns of private sector partners was essential to ensuring the bankability and financial sustainability of our infrastructure PPP projects. We developed innovative risk-sharing mechanisms that equitably allocated risks between the public and private sectors. Government, private sector, the ultimate beneficiaries or the public that are going to use this. Because you always have to have this balancing act between what the people, the public, find to be a bearable rate to pay for a piece of infrastructure, whether that is a toll fee or a electricity or water charge, and the rate of return that the private sector would expect in order to make it worthwhile for them to undertake the risks of going into that project. Thus, the careful restructuring of PPP projects with well-defined roles, responsibilities, and revenue-sharing arrangements was critical. Fostering strong public-private collaboration was a key driver to success. We actively engaged with the private sector throughout the PPP project life cycle, from the conceptualization to the operational phase, which allowed us to continuously refine our approaches and address any challenges that arose. Equally important was the capacity building efforts within our government institutions and among key shareholders. We invested in training programs, knowledge sharing platforms, and the development of specialized PPP expertise. This ensured that our public sector partners had the necessary skills and capabilities to effectively manage and monitor PPP projects. We introduced different public-private partnership modalities, to name some. There is, of course, BOT, Build, Operate, and Transfer, a model wherein the private sector is responsible for financing, designing, building, and operating the infrastructure for a specified concession period, after which the ownership of the asset is transferred back to the public sector. Build, own, and operate. This is where the private partner is responsible again for finance, design, building, operating. The private partner owns the asset permanently and is not required to transfer it back. Then there's build, transfer, and operate. The private partner is responsible for financing, designing, and building, but once the construction is complete, the ownership of the asset is transferred again to the public sector. Build, operate, and maintain. In this model, the private partner is responsible for financing, designing, building, but the private partner is also responsible for maintaining the asset during the concession period. Well, there are other modalities. There is lease, develop, and operate. Design, build, finance, operate. I will not go into them in detail. I will leave the organizers with a copy of my address, which gives this in some more detail, so that those of you who wish to go into it can read it at your spare time. The key differences between these models lie in the allocation of responsibilities and the ownership structure during and after the concession period. The choice of the appropriate PPP modality depends on factors such as the nature of the project, the risk-sharing arrangement between the public and private sectors, and the long-term goals of the project. So we have to take into account several key factors when deciding which of these modalities to apply. First are the project objectives and priorities. Understand the primary objectives of the public sector, align the chosen PPP modality with the specific project goals and priorities. Second is risk allocation and transfer. Assess the risks associated with the project, determine appropriate allocation of risks. Financing and funding. Evaluate the project's financing needs and where the appropriate financing can be acquired. Once again, there are many other factors to consider, but in the interest of time, I will not go through them one by one, and I will leave a copy of this speech for you to go through. By carefully considering these factors, the public sector can select the most appropriate PPP modality that aligns with the project's objectives, risk profiles, and the capabilities of the public and private partners. The results of this effort were remarkable in our experience, and over the years, we were able to successfully implement a range of landmark PPP projects which not only improved connectivity and accessibility, but also catalyzed significant private investment. So this is an engine for coming up with significant private investment. It's an engine for creating thousands of jobs and eventually an engine for, as you say here, sustainable economic growth. The key to the success, of course, was the strong public-private collaboration. Now, as you embark on your own infrastructure development journey, perhaps Nepal can benefit from the lessons we learned in the Philippines. While the context may differ, I believe the fundamental principles of effective PPP frameworks would remain universal. In adapting perhaps the Philippine model to the Nepalese context, I would encourage you to evaluate the similarities and differences in infrastructure challenges and then work towards establishing an enabling policy and regulatory environment. There are many infrastructure potentials in Nepal. From my very cursory reading, there's energy and renewable power, transportation and logistics, urban infrastructure, social infrastructure, digital infrastructure. Once again, I provide this in some detail in the copy of the speech, which I will leave to you. By strategically prioritizing these sectors and designing well-structured PPP projects, Nepal can attract significant private investment, drive infrastructure development, and ultimately improve the quality of life for its citizens. In conclusion, I firmly believe that the Philippine PPP model could perhaps serve as a valuable blueprint for Nepal's infrastructure development efforts. By harnessing the potential of private sector engagement and investment, you can accelerate the transformation of your country's infrastructure, drive sustainable economic growth, and deliver tangible benefits to your people. Let me leave you with 3 key thoughts. Number 1, the government is still responsible for the strategic planning and identification of a country's vital infrastructure projects. It is from this list of government-identified projects that priorities can be identified and offered, usually, but not necessarily sequentially. So in our case, we do have these master plans of different infrastructure, and those that are in that master plan are offered for private sector investment, but every now and then, the private sector can, on its own initiative, propose an infrastructure PPP to the government which we then call an unsolicited PPP project. But it can be given due course, except that the caveat is that the proposal has to undergo a Swiss challenge. Number two, do not wait for a fiscal crisis to come before embarking on a PPP partnership program in infrastructure. To some extent, we ended up doing that. It is best not to negotiate projects under fiscal duress, or else the government's position vis-à-vis the private sector is weaker, and your capability of balancing the rate of return required by the private sector and the rate of payment that can be bearable to the public becomes an even more difficult exercise. And finally, the third, and this is could be my own little thing, but think of government's role more as an enabler rather than a provider, thus avoiding the temptation of excessive political promises to provide supposedly free public goods and instead harness the private sector as a major engine of investment, job creation, and economic well-being. Once again, my deep thanks for the honor of inviting me at this summit, and I conclude by giving you the all-purpose greeting from the Philippines, which is Mabuhay, which means long live, congratulations, wonderful conference. So mabuhay to all of you, mabuhay to the organizers, and mabuhay to Nepal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ocampo, for your valuable insight and sharing Philippines' experience, and which definitely will be replicated in Nepalese context, especially on the sharing the risks between government and the private sector to make the private sector engagement more favorable and bankable as well as sustainable. And the one major and the bold statement I would echo to you is don't wait for the fiscal crisis to bring the private sector investment in the infrastructure. With that note, I would like to invite Acting CEO of Investment Board of Nepal, Pradyuman Upadhyay, to provide an overview of the investment board. In fact, even we do have an investment board similar to the Philippines boot board or a similar arrangement. The investment board of Nepal plays a critical role in fostering private sector investment in the infrastructure development. With the government targeting a substantial investment target for the fifth five-year plan, 16th five-year plan, which target to have a 67%, two-thirds of the total requirement of the 85 billion. So private sector engagement is truly crucial, and in this context, IBN is the major agency to bring the private sector in the infrastructure segment, in the service segment. So I would like to request Pradyumna sir for your insight on the what IBN is doing and what are your strategy to fulfill the investment target of Nepal 16th five-year plan. Thank you.
धन्यवाद कतिवटा छ माननीय मन्त्रीज्यू तथा समस्त प्यानलिस्ट र हाम्रो यहाँ अहिले बस्नुभएका समस्त सहभागीज्यूहरू सबैलाई हार्दिक नमस्कार। यो यहाँ आएर बोल्नुपर्छ भन्ने थाहा पाएपछि मैले एउटा सानो रिसर्च गरेका थिएँ यो गुगलको जेमिनाईमा दुईटा क्वेसन सोधेका थिएँ जेमिनीलाई। एउटा चाहिँ यो एउटा पेन्सिल जुन हाम्रो यहाँ टेबलमा छ त्यो पेन्सिल आउनको लागि कतिवटा अदृश्य हातहरूले काम गरे एउटा कुरो, अनि अर्को कुरो भनेको डेभलप्ड वर्ल्ड चाहिँ जुन विश्व छ त्यो डेभलप कसरी भयो त, त्यो प्राइभेट सेक्टरले गर्दा भयो कि पब्लिक सेक्टरले गर्दा भयो, कुन चाहिँले गर्दाखेरि डेभलप भयो भनेर यी दुईवटा क्वेसन गरेका थिएँ। अनि जेमिनाईले उत्तर दियो मलाई। पहिलो चाहिँ पेन्सिल बनाउने क्रममा चाहिँ अब सुरुमा खानी पत्ता लाउनु पर्यो, त्यो ग्रेफाइटको खानी होइन, त्यो एकदम दुर्गम ठाउँमा हुन्छ। अनि त्यो खानीबाट अब त्यो ग्रेफाइट लिएर आउनु पर्यो एउटा कुरो भयो। भनेपछि त्यहाँ अब कति धेरै खानीका मजदुरहरू काम गर्ने होलान्, उनीहरूलाई व्यवस्थापन गर्ने कुरा एउटा भयो। त्यस पछाडि पेन्सिल बनाउनको लागि काठ चाहियो, काठ पनि अब राम्रो क्वालिटीको काठ चाहियो। त्यसको छुट्टै ठुलो जङ्गल चाहियो, धेरै मात्रामा पेन्सिल बनाउनको लागि त जङ्गल धेरै ठुलो चाहियो। अनि त्यो जङ्गल काट्नु पर्यो, त्यो काट्ने मान्छेहरू चाहिए, त्यसलाई चाहिँ साना साना पिस बनाउनु पर्यो। त्यो पिस बनाएपछि अनि तेस्रो नम्बरमा त्यसलाई फ्याक्ट्रीमा लिएर जानु पर्यो। फ्याक्ट्रीमा लिएर जानको लागि पनि अब त्यहाँ पनि ट्रान्सपोर्टेसनको आवश्यकता भयो। फ्याक्ट्रीमा पनि अब थुप्रै लेबरहरू चाहिए, त्यहाँ फ्याक्ट्रीका मेसिनहरू जोडेको हुनु पर्यो। त्यो सबै कुरा त्यहाँ अदृश्य हातहरू हेर्नुहोस् है कति छन्। त्यस पछाडि चौथो नम्बरमा पेन्सिल तयार भयो, त्यसलाई प्याकेजिङ गरियो हामीले। प्याकेजिङ गरेपछि त्यसलाई अब कन्ज्युमरसम्म पुर्याउनु पऱ्यो नि त, अनि ट्रान्सपोर्टेसन गर्नु पऱ्यो। फेरि रेलबाट हुन्छ कि कार्गोबाट हुन्छ कि केबाट हुन्छ, त्यो गरेर मार्केटसम्म पुर्याउनु पऱ्यो। मार्केटमा रिटेलर होलसेलरहरू हुन्छन्, तिनीहरूले फेरि त्यो पेन्सिललाई बोकेर अब कहाँ कसलाई पुर्याउनु पर्ने हो त्यो कन्ज्युमरसम्म पुर्याउँछ। अनि कन्ज्युमरले पनि किन्छ कि किन्दैन भन्ने कुरो छ। फेरि कन्ज्युमर पनि हेर्छ। भनेपछि यो सबै निजी क्षेत्रले वाच गरिरहेको हुन्छ, त्यसले निजी क्षेत्रले थाहा पाएको हुन्छ कन्ज्युमरको निड के हो, यो पेन्सिल कहाँबाट कुन क्वालिटीको पेन्सिल लिएर आउने र अनि उत्पादन गर्ने र अनि बल्ल निजी क्षेत्र सेटिस्फाइड हुन्छ भनेपछि यत्रो धेरै कामहरू अदृश्य हातहरूले ब्याक साइडमा काम गरिरहेको एउटा पेन्सिल जुन हाम्रो टेबलमा आएको छ। यो सबैलाई सपोर्ट गर्नको लागि यतापट्टि गभर्मेन्ट मेकानिजम भन्दाखेरि गभर्मेन्टले अब त्यो खानीको लाइसेन्स दिनु पऱ्यो, जङ्गल काट्नको लागि पर्मिसन दिनु पऱ्यो, मजदुरहरूको त्यो कति पारिश्रमिक हो त्यो तय गरिदिनु पऱ्यो, मिनिमम यति पारिश्रमिक चाहिँ दिनुपर्छ है भनेर भनिदिनु पऱ्यो। त्यस्तै गरेर अब त्यो बजारमा जाँदाखेरि बजारका ती गतिविधिहरू थरी थरीका गतिविधि त्यसलाई नियन्त्रण गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। यी सबै रेगुलेसन काम चाहिँ गभर्मेन्टले गर्छ। यो भयो एउटा पाटो। अनि मैले अर्को क्वेसन जेमिनाईलाई के सोधेको थिएँ भने अब पब्लिक सेक्टरले हो कि प्राइभेट सेक्टरले हो त यो डेभलप्ड वर्ल्डलाई डेभलप गरेको भन्दाखेरि उसले के भन्यो भने दुइटैको बराबर रोल छ। पब्लिक सेक्टरको नि रोल छ, प्राइभेट सेक्टरको। पब्लिकको रोल के छ, दुइटैको भूमिका चाहिँ एकदम महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। पब्लिकको के छ भनेर भन्दाखेरि ठुला पूर्वाधारहरू बनाइदिनु पऱ्यो होइन। राष्ट्रको विकासको लागि त ठुला ठुला पूर्वाधारहरू बनाइदिनु पऱ्यो, यातायातका साधनहरू चल्ने गरी होइन। अनि सञ्चारका पूर्वाधारहरू बनाइदिनु पऱ्यो। विभिन्न पूर्वाधारहरू जति ठुला ठुला जुनमा चाहिँ निजी क्षेत्रले लगानी गर्न सक्दैन, हाम्रो जस्तो देशमा त त्यो निजी क्षेत्रले धेरै लगानी गर्न सक्दैन। त्यस्तो पूर्वाधारमा गभर्मेन्टको जुन अलिक ठुलो फन्डिङ हुन्छ त्यो फन्डिङ चाहिँ गभर्मेन्टले लगाइदिन्छ। गभर्मेन्टको चाहिँ त्यो एउटा रोल भयो। अर्को चाहिँ गभर्मेन्टको रोल भनेको R&D, रिसर्च एन्ड डेभलपमेन्ट। गभर्मेन्टसित धेरै पैसा छ, धेरै पैसा कुनै एक ठाउँमा लगानी गरेर अनि त्यसलाई चाहिँ रिसर्च एन्ड डेभलपमेन्टमा अलिक ठुलो खालको रिसर्च गर्न सक्ने अवस्था सिर्जना गर्न सक्छ गभर्मेन्टले, पब्लिक मनीले। अनि तेस्रो भनेको चाहिँ रेगुलेसन्स। यी तिनवटा कुरा चाहिँ उसले गुगलले मलाई बतायो। तेस्रो कुरा रेगुलेसन्स। अब रेगुलेसन्स राम्रो तरिकाले गरिदिएपछि त्यो मार्केटलाई सस्टेन गर्न सकिन्छ भने। अब प्राइभेट सेक्टरको के रोल छ भन्दाखेरि प्राइभेट सेक्टरले ठुला ठुला R&D गर्न सक्दैन, साना साना R&D चाहिँ गर्न सक्छ। जस्तो कस्टमरको चोइस के हो त त्यो पत्ता लगाउन सक्छ इन्डिभिजुअल होइन, त्यो गर्न सक्छ। इनोभेसन गर्न, सानो उत्पाद पेन्सिल चाहिँ यति लामो ठिक हुन्छ कि अलि सानो पेन्सिल बनाउन सकिन्छ कि मोटो बनाउन सकिन्छ कि दुब्लो बनाउन सकिन्छ कि पेन्सिललाई अर्कै किसिमको बनाउन सकिन्छ कि त्यो सानो सानो पिसहरू हालेर बनाउँछन् त्यस्तो पो बनाउन सकिन्छ भने त्यो इनोभेसन चाहिँ पब्लिकभन्दा प्राइभेट सेक्टरले राम्रो गर्न सक्छ। थाहा पाउँछ उसले, प्राइभेट सेक्टरले यो चाहिँ कन्ज्युमरले चाहेको छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ थाहा पाउन सक्छ। त्यस्तै गरेर आर्थिक वृद्धिमा रोजगारी सिर्जना गर्नलाई पनि प्राइभेट सेक्टरले योगदान गर्छ। र कार्यकुशलता, प्रतिस्पर्धी हुन्छ, नाफाको लागि एकदम मोटिभेटेड भएर काम गरेको हुन्छ। अलिकति पनि एफिसियन्सी तलमाथि पऱ्यो भने अलिकति पैसा मार्जिनमा धेरै अन्तर पर्न सक्ने सम्भावना हुन्छ। त्यही भएर स्वस्थ प्रतिस्पर्धा कायम गर्नको लागि चाहिँ पनि उसले त्यो ठ्याक्क मिलाएर काम गर्छ प्राइभेट सेक्टरले। यी सबै कुराहरूले हेर्दाखेरि प्राइभेट र पब्लिक दुइटै सँगसँगै गयो भने चाहिँ राम्रो तरिकाले देशको डेभलपमेन्ट हुन्छ। अन्यथा चाहिँ हुँदैन। र यो माथि मैले जुन भने अदृश्य हातहरू भनेको ब्याकग्राउन्डमा धेरैले काम गरिरहेका हुन्छन्। हामी सबैका अदृश्य हातहरूले काम गरेकोले गर्दाखेरि अहिले हामी यहाँ बसेर यो सम्मेलन आयोजना गरिरहेका छौँ। प्रत्येकको बुद्धिमा चाहिँ प्रत्येकका नयाँ नयाँ कुराहरू खेलिरहेका छन्। त्यो वादे वादे जायते तत्त्वबोधम भन्छ नि, वाद विवाद गर्दै जाँदाखेरि तत्त्वबोध हुँदै जान्छ, जुन हाम्रो संस्कृतको पनि श्लोक छ। अब यिनै कुराहरूलाई मैले यसो सन्दर्भमा राखेर हाम्रो पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप के छ त भन्दाखेरि IBN को इस्टाब्लिसमेन्ट पनि यसित जोडिन्छ। त्यहाँभन्दा पहिला उदारीकरण 1990मा जुन उदारीकरणको नीति आयो, ऊर्जा ऐन आयो, त्यस पछाडि ब्याङ्किङ सेक्टर पनि अलिकति लिबरल हुँदै गयो, सञ्चार क्षेत्रमा पनि राम्रो फड्को नै मार्यो। नेपालमा चाहिँ राम्रै भन्न सकिन्छ सञ्चारको क्षेत्रमा पनि विकास। अनि यो ऊर्जाको नीतिमा सुधार भएपछि अब धेरै मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ ऊर्जा क्षेत्रमा लगानी यो जलविद्युतमा लगानी गर्न थालेर अहिले हामीले जुन हाइड्रो पावरमा यत्रो धेरै मेगावाट उत्पादन गर्न सकियो 10,000 मेगावाट हामीले इन्डियामा सप्लाई गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने चाहिँ हामीलाई आत्मविश्वास आएको छ। त्यतिखेर 1990 को हामीले जुन नीति ल्याएको थियौँ त्यसको फलस्वरूप अहिले बल्ल त्यो अलिकति फ्रुट्सहरू आउन लाग्छ। अब अरुण तेस्रोमा 900 मेगावाट जलविद्युत उत्पादन हुँदैछ। केही समयमा चाहिँ त्यो जलविद्युत जब हाम्रो प्रसारण लाइनमा जोडिन्छ अनि हाम्रो उन्नति एक स्टेजबाट अलिकति माथि चढ्छ। त्यस्तै गरेर अरू जुन पाइपलाइनमा प्रोजेक्टहरू छन् ती पाइपलाइनका प्रोजेक्टहरूले जब एनर्जी दिँदै जान्छन् अनि हाम्रो उन्नति चाहिँ हुँदै जान्छ भनेको त्यसमा चाहिँ पब्लिक सेक्टरको लगानी त छ, प्राइभेट सेक्टरको लगानी पनि छ। यो पिपिपी स्ट्रक्चरिङमा हामी जाँदाखेरि फाइदा हुन्छ भन्ने कुरो जस्तो उहाँले पनि पहिला भन्नुभयो। सबभन्दा राम्रो मोडल भनेको ट्रान्सफर्मेसन, देशलाई ट्रान्सफर्मेसन गर्ने भनेको पब्लिकसित पैसा छैन, प्राइभेटको पैसालाई चाहिँ हामीले राम्रो तरिकाले युटिलाइज गर्न सकियो भने मात्रै देशको ट्रान्सफर्मेसन हुनसक्छ, नत्र भने हुन सक्दैन। विश्वका धेरै देशहरूमा हामीले चाहिँ देखिसकेको। त्यसैलाई अङ्गीकार गरेर 8औँ योजनाले जुन हाम्रो 8औँ योजना आयो त्यसले पनि अलिकति बिल्ड अपरेट ओन ट्रान्सफर भन्ने जुन मेथड ल्यायो नि त्यसबाट पनि हाम्रो चेन्ज भएको भन्न चाहिँ सकिन्छ। 8औँ योजनाले जुन बुट टेक्नोलोजीबाट बुट मेथडबाट बुट मोडलबाट चाहिँ हामी अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ, गभर्मेन्टको पैसाले मात्रै हुँदैन, निजी क्षेत्रको पैसालाई पनि अलिकति ट्र्याकमा लिएर आएर हामीले अगाडि बढाउनुपर्छ, निजी क्षेत्रलाई पर्याप्त इन्सेन्टिभ्सहरू दिनुपर्छ, फाइदा दिनुपर्छ, अनि बल्ल मात्रै अगाडि बढ्न सकिन्छ भन्ने जुन आयो। त्यस पछाडि पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रमा अलिकति विकास को चाहिँ ढोका खुलेको, सम्भावनाहरू उजागर भएको। अब आइबिएन आएको छ, आइबिएनले पनि अब 12-13 वर्षको अवधि भयो। त्यसमा केही ठुला परियोजनाहरू अहिलेसम्म 45वटा परियोजनाहरू आइबिएनले लगानी स्वीकृत गरिसकेको छ। त्यसमा चाहिँ कुल मिलाएर 1138 बिलियन नेपाली रुपियाँ भनेको ठुलो एमाउन्ट हो। तर त्यो ठुलो एमाउन्ट भए पनि देश विकासको लागि त्यो खासै ठुलो होइन। अब त्यो पिपिपी स्ट्रक्चरिङ गरेर हामीले बढीभन्दा बढी परियोजनाहरूलाई कसरी लिएर जान सकिन्छ भनेर आइबिएनमा हामीले निरन्तर होमवर्कहरू गरिरहेका हुन्छौँ। हाम्रो कामै भनेको कस्तो छ भने परियोजनाको आइडिएसन गर्ने, त्यो कस्तो खालको परियोजना चाहिँ देशको राष्ट्रिय प्राथमिकतामा पर्छ त्यो कुरालाई हामीले ध्यान दिएर त्यसको छनौट गर्ने, मूल्याङ्कन गर्ने, अनि परियोजनामा विदेशी लगानीलाई कसरी आकर्षित गर्न सकिन्छ भने त्यो पिपिपी त्यही हिसाबको स्ट्रक्चरिङ गर्ने। कुनै त्यहाँ भाइबिलिटी ग्याप छ भने त्यो ग्यापलाई चाहिँ फुलफिल गर्नको लागि हाम्रो तर्फबाट के स्ट्रक्चरिङ गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरा। अनि आइबिएनले के गर्छ भन्दाखेरि पिपिपी मोडलमा जुन परियोजनाहरूको लगानीकर्ताले ल्याउनु भयो भने उहाँहरूलाई जग्गा प्राप्ति, उहाँहरूलाई वनको झमेलाबाट मुक्ति दिने, उहाँहरूलाई कामदारहरू आउँदाखेरि जो अपरेसनमा जाँदाखेरि कामदारको भिसा हामीले व्यवस्थित गरिदिने, उनीहरूलाई सहजीकरण गरिदिने, उहाँहरूले पैसा लिएर जानुहुन्छ भने त्यो रिप्याट्रिएसन गरिदिने, त्यो पैसा आएको पैसालाई फिर्ता लैजानलाई व्यवस्था गरिदिने, ती लगायतका सिफारिस चाहिँ हामीले आइबिएनबाट गरिरहेका छौँ। यसरी यो पूर्वाधार निर्माणको लागि आइबिएनले दत्तचित्त भएर काम गरिरहेको छ। त्यो बाहेक हामीले प्रवर्धनका कामहरू जस्तो अस्ति भर्खरै हामीले अप्रिलमा इन्भेस्टमेन्ट समिट गऱ्यौँ। त्यसमा नि राम्रो पार्टिसिपेसन, 2500 भन्दा बढी मान्छेहरूले पार्टिसिपेसन गर्नुभयो। त्यहाँ पनि धेरै म्याच मेकिङ भयो, धेरै दुईवटा बिजनेसहरू जोइन्ट भए। थाहा पाएन त नेपालको आवश्यकता के हो र विदेशीले लगानी गर्न चाहिरहेका छन्, उनीहरूसित पैसा त हामीसित चाहिँ प्रोजेक्ट छन्, त्यो दुईवटालाई म्याच गर्ने काम चाहिँ त्यतिखेर भयो होइन। त्यस्तै गरेर इन्भेस्टरलाई हामीले धेरै इन्फर्मेसनहरू दिएका छौँ। हामीसित थुप्रै परियोजनाहरू यस्ता छन् जुन चाहिँ तपाईँहरूले आएर इन्भेस्ट गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ भनेर हामीले सोकेसमा थुप्रै परियोजनाहरू राख्यौँ। हामीले 150 भन्दा बढी परियोजना राखेका थियौँ। यसरी प्रवर्धनको काम पनि पिपिपी स्ट्रक्चरिङमा चाहिँ त्यो पनि गर्न खोजिरहेको छ। नीतिगत पैरवीका काम गरेका छौँ। हामीले 8वटा ऐनहरू संशोधन गऱ्यौँ। अब धेरै ऐनहरू संशोधन गर्नुपर्ने छ। सिएनआईले त 50-55वटा ऐन नियमहरू संशोधन गर्नुपर्छ भनेर प्रस्तावित गर्नुभएको थियो उहाँहरूले निजी क्षेत्रबाट। तर पनि हामीले त्यो धेरै मिटिङहरू, अब सबैका आफ्ना स्टेकहरू हुन्छन्, ती सबैका स्टेकहरू हामीले फुलफिल गर्न सकिँदैन। त्यस कारण 8वटा मात्रै भयो। अब फेरि थप पनि अरू पनि गर्न सकिन्छ कि भनेर त्यसमा हामीले थप प्रयास पनि गर्न चाहिरहेका छौँ। अब यसरी समग्रमा मैले के भन्न चाहेँ भने पूर्वाधारको क्षेत्रमा नेपाल गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ निजी क्षेत्रलाई सकेभन्दा बढी आओस्, निजी क्षेत्रको लगानी आओस् भन्ने चाहिँ चाहना रहेको छ र एकदम फ्रेन्डली नीतिहरू पनि बनेका छन्। अझै पनि धेरै गर्न त बाँकी नै छ, धेरै अवरोधहरू बाधाहरू त छँदैछन्, तर तिनलाई चिर्दै लिएर जानुपर्छ। र त्यो अहिले जुन पूर्वाधारका सब सेक्टरहरू पनि खुलेका छन् तिनलाई अझै हामीले अब वार्षिक जुन हाम्रो आर्थिक विधेयकहरू छन् त्यसमा चाहिँ अब इन्सेन्टिभका प्याकेजहरू पनि अलिकति लचकता देखिएको छ। यसरी समग्रमा गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ निजी क्षेत्रको जुन पैसा छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ पूर्वाधारमा आओस् भन्ने नै ध्येय रहेको छ र यी समग्रमा मैले के भन्न चाहेँ यो ट्रान्सफर्मेसन गर्नको लागि पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप नै आवश्यक छ र आजको जुन यो निजी क्षेत्रको इङ्गेजमेन्टको कुरा छ यो भनेको नै अब पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप नै हो मैले यति भन्दै अहिले यहीँ स्टप गर्छु हस् धन्यवाद
Thank you, Pradyumna sir, for your valuable insight on the production ecosystem and the investment ecosystem, as well as the private sector role in fulfilling those ecosystems. And also you rightly elaborate on the IBN role on the public-private partnership, especially on the PPP structuring, as well as policy advocacy and the promotion exercise to fulfill the investment target of 16th five-year plan. So now I'll move to panel discussion. So I'll start with Vishnu Kumar Agrawal sir. As an immediate past president of the CNI and prominent advocate for the private sector engagement, especially in the industrial infrastructure development, you have been at the forefront in the policy advocacy and the innovative solution. CNI has always been the advocate for the greater private sector involvement in the infrastructure project. Despite these all efforts, government investment in the infrastructure remains alarming low, as well as despite all these reality, the government has yet to fully integrate the private sector as a practical partner for the infrastructure development. So in this context, what are the primary challenges you see in the engaging private sector in Nepal infrastructure development? And I'll also ask two specific questions. And then given the significant gap in the infrastructure funding and low level of the government investment, what specific policy changes or reforms do you believe are necessary to enhance private sector participation in the infrastructure project? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ramkrishnaji. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our former Secretary of Finance of Philippines. I think he gave a excellent, very insightful thought process about PPP. Two things I would like to mention on what he said. Number one, it is the responsibility of the government to develop the infrastructure in a country. Number two, government should play a role of enabler as far as development of infrastructure goes. Now, looking at our context in Nepal, there are certain fields where Nepal has been successful in promoting PPP, and there are certain fields where it has been really performing very poor. One particular sector where Nepal has been very successful is energy. We have been able to develop a lot of energy projects through PPP model, and today 50% of the energy production is being contributed by private sector. So let us see why it has been successful. I would like to go back in the year 2000 when two companies played a very important role in production, and they started the production of electricity through PPP model. One was Khimti, another was Bhutik Koshi. If we go through a little bit in details, what are the enablers in those projects? Number one, giving an example of Khimti, there was FDI involved, which was from a Norwegian company. And there were local partners also. And in case of Bhutik Koshi, there was again FDI was involved. They had been successful, those FDI people had been successful in developing energy in their home countries. And with that, terms were also very liberal. And the government, when they started it initially, terms were not very conservative and they were not very strict. They were a little bit liberal, promoting the people to invest in it. And after that, when they were able to start their production in the year 2000, 2001, if you see what they have been able to give, they might have been able to make money, which is very standard, but they have been able to create an ecosystem. They have been able to encourage all entrepreneurs to invest in these kind of projects. They have been able to develop expertise, engineers, way of working. How do we assess the hydropower? That kind of expertise, which is very important in infrastructure, that had been developed by their efforts. Now, why we have not been able to do it in the case of roads. We have not been able to do it in case of air connectivity, whether it is, we have not been able to do in case of urban infrastructure or even industrial infrastructure. We have not been able to even come out with one successful project, one successful big project. So what is required is the confidence of private sector, and for that there is very much necessity that we have to make at least one particular project successful. And in order to make that particular project successful, we have to be liberal. I remember in the year 2014, our Minister of India, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, had come to Nepal and during infrastructure summit. And in his keynote speech, he had said that one particular thing is which made him develop one of the first infrastructure road project was from Pune to Mumbai. At that time, he was having only 10 lakh rupees with him. And he wanted to create a highway in between Mumbai and Pune. And then he involved how I make that particular project. And then he involved the private sector. That project was a huge success. Private sector involvement was also very much appreciated. They also made money. But I'm saying it created an ecosystem and infrastructure, a huge many infrastructure projects were there after this particular thing in India, which everybody knows, and it was able to transform the infrastructure scene in India. So one project we have to bring, at least in aviation, at least in road, and for that kind of resolve and willingness is required from the side of government. Here, I would also like to say, for that, what are the enablers? Number one enabler is the willingness of the government and resolve of the government. Number two, we have to ensure that profitability is being achieved by the private sector who are investing over there. If there is no profit, and if the terms and conditions are very strict, and if the terms and conditions does not encourage FDI people to come over here, then it can never take off. So because this is our first project, because we are initiating this thing, we have to be a little bit more open about it. So, and number two is that we have to ensure that cheaper funding for infrastructure is available. There are a lot of restraint in case anybody wants to start any kind of project in Nepal. Those things should be identified, those specific policies. It can be in PPP, it can be in hedging, it can be in a lot of land acquisition, digitalization and single window approach. So all these kind of specific policy needs to be reviewed, and it should be made in order to promote the private sector involvement in infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishnu sir. So you rightly pointed out that to have the private sector and to generate the private sector engagement in infrastructure development, we require the ecosystem. Ecosystem comprises project, policy, instrument, and the institutional framework. So government should be the enabler, not the competitor. That is the strong message Vishnu sir has given. So now I would like to go to Radesh sir. So you have dedicated your entire professional career to the private sector engagement and the development, including as the first CEO of the Investment Board Nepal. You played crucial role in institutionalizing the IBN and initiating the bankable project, because ultimately to have the private sector interest and the engagement is, Vishnu sir rightly pointed out that should be bankable and generate attract from the private sector. However, these all, despite all these efforts and organization initiative, including 3 investment summits in the past, showcasing diverse projects, IBN has faced challenges in attracting private sector investment, particularly in non-hydro projects. because hydro project is a kind of is rightly pointed out by the Vishnu sir also. Energy sector has done tremendous growth in the past. So apart from the hydropower, urban development, tunnel, transmission line, and digital project are lacking, and the lesser interest of the private sector. So my question to you is, reflecting on your experience with the investment board Nepal and the challenges faced in attracting private sector investment, how do we assess the current modality of the private sector engagement? What factor do you believe contribute to the limited interest from the private sector in infrastructure project beyond hydroelectric project? That is my first question. And the follow-on question is, in your view, what innovative financing model and the development approach are necessary to effectively attract private sector investment? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start off by really talking about investment board. I think the philosophy behind why it was established. I think investment board was supposed to be the commercial face of the government, non-political, professional institution that delivered projects. That delivered meaning it would gain the acceptance and confidence of all the investors. So that's how it was started. Basically, it would be part of the government. It would not compete with ministries, and it wouldn't be part of politics. Basically, political leaders would come out and say, okay, these are the projects we're going to build in the next 10 years, 15 years. Okay, investment board, here you go. You take the lead, do the project. Whatever is decided at the investment board, that would be carried out by the bureaucracy, no questions asked. So that kind of institution has to be there in Nepal, because we've been talking about projects and we're talking about private sector investing. Honestly, there are very few projects that the private sector would be interested to invest in Nepal, the true private sector. When I say true, I'm transparent, international standard private sector is not going to take all the risk to invest in Nepal, because governments change, policies change. As our minister had pointed out, it's government's job to make sure that confidence and trust is there, from the private sector. It's government's job to actually lay down the carpet. Government cannot say, okay, this is government's job, that is private sector's job. No, that's not how it works. Government has to take major risk in it, because private sector is not going to come at all if they see there's a risk which they cannot take. So essentially, I think, first of all, we have to focus on that. I think, we have to make sure that happens. Secondly, we need to start competing with other countries. Other countries have one window. And if investment board is going to be like one extra window, there's a problem. It's got to be, if an investor goes to the investment board, his issues should be solved. He shouldn't be told to go to, Ministry of Forest or this or that, So that's another problem, I think, that can happen. Now, the other thing is, allocation of risk. Unless and until we have this hedging policy, why would investors come in Nepal if they don't even know what rates are going to be there when they take the money out? So that is a necessity. We've been talking about country rating for the last, 15, 20 years. Something is wrong here, We're not focusing. We're saying, come to Nepal. We're open for investment. Our policies acts are not the focus. I think, people really need to buy into Nepal is ready for investment. Personally, I don't see that. I mean, that could be my problem, but I don't see that compared to how other countries have flourished just in the last 5, 10 years. So that kind of message needs to go, and that has to go from top to bottom. I think the Prime Minister should be talking about, inviting investors to Nepal, at the highest level. So politically, there has to be an agreement. The leadership of all the political parties need to agree that, okay, these 10 projects, no matter who comes into power, we're going to support this. We'll make sure it's not going to go. So that kind of commitment is really required, I think, And now talking about why non-hydro hasn't taken off. Honestly, it's very simple. In hydropower projects, there's a guarantee, there's a PPA. What PPA does is it gets you financial close. So that kind of guarantee needs to go to the private sector, because even our domestic private sector in construction projects are capable of building really good roads. The government has to guarantee, the revenue guarantee has to be there. Some kind of guarantee has to come from the government. Otherwise, why would private sector take all the risk, right? That's one thing. The other is, I just want to compare, it was discussed about Indian roads also. So in India, when first the Delhi-Gurgaon road was structured, everyone thought it was going to fail, I mean, the government had given some kind of guarantees, I believe. But within years, it became very profitable. Whereas I know, because I was part of it, for the Kathmandu-Tarai fast track, I remember the cost was about $1 billion. I'm talking about 10 years ago. And all the political parties would say, oh my God, this is extremely, the leadership, they were not in agreement. But look where we are right now. After 10 years, it's still under construction. The costs have gone to 3 times of that cost. And then on top of that, we're thinking about the second international airport. I mean, this is, so we need to make these kind of educational, we need to make aware the politicians, the people who bring about law. And because, unless everyone supports, all the stakeholders are happy about these PPP projects, private sector projects, I don't think it's going to happen. So that's that, and going back to communications, I think it's extremely important that we need to have IBN also needs to be able to go out to the locals and tell them what these projects are bringing to them. It's a responsibility, I mean, it's a partnership. It's not about private sector making money. I mean, private sector will always make money. They'll go to other countries where they will make money. It's about development of Nepal. And as it was mentioned before, there's much to be made for the government. And I think we're already way behind, other countries that have taken this up. And I hope, sooner or later we'll catch up. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh sir. So you rightly pointed out that the investment board should be the commercial face of the government, and how the government can play the role, especially on the market creation, basically project readiness, and also the revenue guarantee, especially for the non-hydro project. And also based on the IPA's performance around the world also, even I have done one research that how many IPPs are working around the world. So I found very alarming number. 10,000 plus IPPs are working around the world, and they are chasing the same quantum or same set of the investor to invite in their particular country, provinces, or even city level. So coming to the next panelist, we do have Ms. Sariati. So UK has a notable history of supporting global infrastructure and energy development, including the significant contribution to Nepal. Through various projects, the UK has been instrumental in supporting Investment Board of Nepal and other government instrumentality like Central Bank, Ministry of Finance. Is Nepal aim to enhance private sector engagement and attract foreign investment? Understanding successful strategy from other regions, especially from India, recent infrastructure success could be invaluable. Given your role and expertise, we would appreciate your insight on the following 2 key areas. India has managed to attract substantial UK investment in the infrastructure. What strategy or policy have been particularly effective in facilitating these investments? Are there any lessons that Nepal could learn from the India experience to attract similar investment from the UK? Over to you.
Namaste. Thank you so much to CNI and my colleague in British Embassy, Nepal, for inviting me here. It's been wonderful, and especially on the back of successful investment summit. It's really great to have this session focusing on infrastructure. So I'm delighted to be here. Just talking about India, I feel a bit unfair to compare Nepal with India, given the scale of opportunity and the size of opportunity. However, I think there are some lessons that could be shared across the world, and it's really good to hear about all the various investment incentives that Nepal is implementing to attract investment. As my panelists highlighted, there is a global competition to attract FDI across the world. So investors are looking for return on investment, and where they see there is very business-friendly and investment-friendly policies, they are looking at a predictable business environment that they can actually put their money into bankable, investable projects. Looking at India, I think India has set itself a very, very ambitious in infrastructure investment and target. So by 2040, India expects 4.5 trillion infrastructure investment to actually support its economic growth and improve community well-being. This is a huge amount, and they have received a huge amount of investment in infrastructure today. So between 2019 to 2022, in certain infrastructure sector, India received around 58 billion of identifiable flow in certain sectors. So we're talking about a huge amount. But Mr. Agarwal, you talked about the role of government in attracting infrastructure, in attracting investment as a whole. So the Indian government has implemented certain key regulatory mechanism to actually enable and facilitate investment into infrastructure to basically achieve their ambition in infrastructure. Some of them that are, I can actually, based on my experience, talk about them. One of them is the government has set up something which is called National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, which is a collaborative investment vehicle trying to mobilize investment into certain sectors of importance for the economy. It has facilitated investment in sectors such as energy, transport, and urban infrastructure. Other incentives include credit enhancement schemes, investment trust, and also they have adopted the PPP model, which I'm not going to talk about because I think our panelists have spoken about the PPP model, and it can be useful for certain country and it can for certain project, but it is not a fit-for-all solution. And they also set up the investment promotion agency. Their job is to basically address the issues that investors are facing, bringing down the barriers to trade, and basically identifying the opportunity, working with state and federal government. On bilateral level, between the UK and India, we have recently established the UK-India infrastructure financing bridge, which is an agreement between India, Niti Aayog, and City of London, building on the expertise of City of London as a global leader for financing, including green financing. That is to help mobilizing finance to some of the green infrastructure across India. But some of the lessons that can be learned that could apply to Nepal as well. I'm basing my experience on the feedback that I'm receiving from UK companies on a daily basis. So there is identifying bankable projects. So if Nepal can find out some bankable projects that are investment friendly and the financing has been actually approved, so I think, and with incorporating some of the international standard, I think that would be very appealing to UK companies. Nepal can look at the 5C case model, which UK Infrastructure and Project Authority has developed. This is not just applied in the UK, but it's globally being applied and suitable for bankable projects. So that's something that Nepal could look into. The other complaint that UK companies are making to us is about the information gap. His Excellency, Dr. Roberto mentioned about the companies and investors moving from one department to other department. That is a cost to the companies, that information gap cost. So if we can provide that relevant information to the investors and companies, that would bring the investment cost down. And the least but not last is the procurement practices and procurement process. Often UK companies are complaining about the lack of transparency into the procurement process and very, very prescriptive procurement processes. So if we can make the procurement much more transferable and much more transparent, I think that is something that UK companies would be very, very happy to compete with the competitor into this project. And I want to also talk about the UK City of London in the UK, that their expertise, they would be happy to talk to Nepal about mobilizing and raising and unlocking finance into green infrastructure projects. So these are some of the lessons learned that I was happy to share with the panel.
Thank you, Ms. Sariati. So you rightly pointed out that investment-friendly policy and the bankable project, these two are the major component for the foreign investment. And based on your experience in the India market and the India infrastructure development, different initiative like NIIF could be replicated over here in Nepal. I think government of Nepal is also working on the similar kind of the arrangement. So I do have one last panelist over here. Mr. Ajim. So ADB has been a pivotal partner for Nepal and with a focus primarily on the sovereign-backed investment. But lately in 2024, ADB also established the Public-Private Partnership Department. This initiative has enabled ADB to successfully execute numerous bankable PPP projects across the region, offering comprehensive solution from the project conceptualization through the investment. In this context, given your experience with the ADB and the successful implementation of innovative financing model in other countries, what strategy or model have proven effective elsewhere that could be adopted and adapted to Nepalese context? How might these approaches help overcome challenges faced in the increasing private participation in the infrastructure project? Over to you, Ajimji.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me at this panel. As you rightfully mentioned, this is a young team. Was set up around 8 years back with one focus, that is to bring in private capital into infrastructure investments. I think some of the lessons learned, and they are now, because we have done about 12, 13 different countries, around 16, 17 transactions that have been closed, is the importance of the counterpart, as in the government, recognizing that they have a role to play. B, development of projects. That's extremely important. That's where you get the correct risk allocation between the private and the public sector. That's what bridges the gap between the public and the private. Three, the importance of having an honest broker who acts as a transaction advisor in the procurement process. That helps give the comfort to the investors, especially the foreign investors, that this is a transaction that has been well developed in line with the international banking practices. Then let's come to the financing instruments. We have used a various number of financing instruments. ADB has an advantage. It has a balance sheet of a public sector as well as a private sector. With public sector, we have a long-standing relationship with most of our host governments. Over 50 years, they trust us. We are now beginning to move towards a little bit more innovative structures when it comes to bringing in viability gap funding or hybrid innovative models. Another thing that we have used very successfully is to address the counterpart risk. You mentioned about power. I will take non-power areas, say water utility. A lot of the water utilities that may not have the balance sheet or the financial capital to enter into a PPP agreement, which is one of the big concerns. So we have used this in an innovative way. One of the few things that we do as a part of the transaction advisory process is when we start working on a transaction with the government, we will also reach out to the private investors and do road shows to actually hear from the market what would be important or interesting for them or what would cause them to come into a particular country or into a particular sector. Then we try to give that feedback. The advantage of this is when you have done with the process, you will do the bid and you will probably get the best value for the money. B, you will not spend a lot of time once the concession agreement is signed to the time the financing is raised, because the project is well developed. These are some of the experiences that I can share from our experience.
Thank you, Azim sir. So, development with the project, risk allocation between government and the private sector, and the transaction advisory services. These are the three components that ADB has been working on the infrastructure development throughout the other part of the country. So, with all these insightful remarks and the discussion, I would like to now invite Honorable Minister, Chair of this session, to deliver his closing remarks, and I request you to focus on three key areas: the government stance on the private sector investment in the infrastructure sector, the plan and program to attract private sector investment, and more specifically on your ministry, considering the industrial development of the emerging economic like India, Thailand, Vietnam, where the 74% to 100% private sector engagement are there. Could you share how your ministry is working to increase the private sector investment in industrial infrastructure? Over to you, Honorable Minister.
नेपाल उद्योग परिसंघका अध्यक्षज्यू, सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूका आर्थिक मामिला सल्लाहकार डाक्टर युवराज खतिवडाज्यू, फिलिपिन्सका पूर्व अर्थ सचिवज्यू, ब्रिटिश हाई कमिसन नयाँ दिल्लीका फर्स्ट सेक्रेटरीज्यू, एसएलई विकास बैंकका निर्देशकज्यू, विभिन्न देशबाट आमन्त्रित विभिन्न सङ्घ संस्थाबाट प्रतिनिधित्व गर्नुहुने उपस्थित महानुभावहरू, उद्योगी व्यवसायी एवं लगानीकर्ताज्यूहरू, पत्रकार मित्रहरू, नेपाल सरकारसँग सहकार्यमा नेपाल उद्योग परिसंघले रणनीतिक लगानी मार्फत दिगो विकास ड्राइभिङ सस्टेनेबल डेभलपमेन्ट थ्रु स्ट्राटेजिक इन्भेस्टमेन्ट भन्ने मूल भावका साथ आयोजना गरिएको 5औं नेपाल पूर्वाधार सम्मेलन नेपाल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर समिट 2024 को यो भव्य रूपमा सफल भएको छ। यस सम्मेलनमा विभिन्न देश तथा संस्थाबाट आउनुभएका सबै महानुभावहरूलाई म नेपाल सरकारको तर्फबाट धेरै धेरै स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु, सम्मान गर्न चाहन्छु। यहाँहरूको उपस्थितिले नेपालमा लगानी भित्र्याउन थप मद्दत पुग्नेमा नेपाल सरकार आश्वस्त रहेको छ। वर्तमान सरकारले उत्पादन र उत्पादकत्व अभिवृद्धि सहित उच्च र दिगो आर्थिक वृद्धि तथा लगानीको वातावरण सिर्जना गरी औद्योगिकीकरण र रोजगारी सिर्जना गर्ने लक्ष्यका साथ काम गरिरहेको छ। भर्खरै मात्र तेस्रो लगानी सम्पन्न भएको छ। यसै क्रममा नेपालमा लगानीको वातावरण सहज बनाउन स्वदेशी तथा प्रत्यक्ष वैदेशिक लगानीसँग सम्बन्धित 7 वटा ऐनहरूमा परिमार्जन समेत भएको छ। नेपालमा आन्तरिक तथा बाह्य लगानीको सहज वातावरण बनाउँदै स्वदेशी उत्पादन वृद्धि गर्ने दिशामा मन्त्रालयले गम्भीर ढङ्गले काम गरिरहेको छ। यसबाट क्रमशः निर्यात प्रवर्धन, आयात प्रतिस्थापन हुने विश्वास लिएको छ। मन्त्रालयले सुधार कार्ययोजना तयार गरी विभिन्न क्रियाकलापलाई योजनाबद्ध तवरले कार्यान्वयनमा ल्याएको छ। विदेशी लगानी तथा प्रविधि हस्तान्तरण ऐन, सार्वजनिक निजी साझेदारी तथा लगानी ऐन, औद्योगिक व्यवसाय ऐन लगायतका ऐन तथा नियमावलीहरूबाट लगानी सहजीकरण हुँदै आएको छ। पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रको लगानीका आयोजनाहरूको स्वीकृति तथा सहजीकरणका लागि लगानी बोर्ड क्रियाशील रहेको छ। उद्योग क्षेत्रमा गरिने वैदेशिक लगानीका लागि सहज रूपमा एकद्वारबाट सेवा प्रवाह गर्न उद्योग विभाग वान स्टप सर्भिस सेन्टरको स्थापना गरी कार्य सञ्चालन भइरहेको छ। उद्योग विभागमा रु 50 करोडसम्मको लगानी अनलाइन प्रणाली अटोमेटेड रुटबाट स्वीकृत गर्ने व्यवस्था गरिएको छ। मन्त्रालयले औद्योगिक बौद्धिक सम्पत्ति सम्बन्धी कानुनमा आवश्यक परिमार्जन गर्ने काम अगाडि बढाएको छ। यो विधेयकले बौद्धिक सम्पत्तिको क्षेत्रमा विकास भएका सबै प्रावधानलाई अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय मापदण्ड अनुरूप हुने गरी समावेश गरिएको छ। यसले बौद्धिक सम्पत्तिको दर्ता तथा संरक्षण प्रभावकारी भई लगानी आकर्षण गर्न मद्दत पुग्नेछ। साथै मन्त्रालयबाट खानी तथा खनिज पदार्थ सम्बन्धी विधेयक तर्जुमा गरी अर्थ मन्त्रालयको सहमति पश्चात कानुन मन्त्रालयको सहमतिको चरणमा रहेको छ। मसौदा स्वीकृतिका लागि छिट्टै मन्त्री परिषदमा पेश हुने क्रममा छ। नेपाल गुणस्तर तथा नापतौल क्षेत्रमा कानुनमा समसामयिक परिमार्जनको कार्य समेत भइरहेको छ। गुणस्तर परीक्षण प्रयोगशालाहरूको स्तरोन्नति गर्ने कार्यलाई महत्त्वका साथ बढाइएको छ। नेपालमा उत्पादित वस्तु तथा सेवाको सर्टिफिकेसन कार्यलाई अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय मान्यता प्रदान गर्न हुने गरी निकासीका सहज ल्याउन समेत नेपाल एक्रेडिटेसन केन्द्रको हालसालै मात्र स्थापना गरी सञ्चालनमा ल्याएको छ। कम्पनी प्रशासनलाई आधुनिकीकरण गर्दै उपयुक्त व्यावसायिक वातावरण निर्माण गर्न कम्पनी ऐनको विधेयक मसौदाको कार्यलाई अन्तिम चरणमा पुर्याएको छ। समग्र औद्योगिक लगानीको वातावरण सुधार गर्न नयाँ औद्योगिक नीति, वाणिज्य नीति तथा आपूर्ति नीतिको मसौदा कार्य भइरहेको छ। नेपाल सरकारको स्टार्टअप सम्बन्धी नीति स्वीकृत गर्नुका साथै स्टार्टअप उद्यम कर्जा कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन रहेको विविधै छ। यसैगरी लघु, घरेलु तथा साना उद्योग नीति समेत स्वीकृतिका लागि मन्त्री परिषदमा पेश गर्ने क्रममा रहेको छ। हालसालै मात्र नेपाल सरकारबाट बिलेटरल इन्भेस्टमेन्ट एग्रिमेन्ट BIA को फ्रेमवर्क स्वीकृत भई विभिन्न मुलुकसँग सम्झौताका लागि कूटनीतिक माध्यमबाट पहल भइरहेको छ। वैदेशिक व्यापार तथा लगानी प्रवर्धनका लागि विभिन्न मुलुकसँग टिफा सम्झौता भएको छ। आगामी हप्ता नेपाल र अमेरिका बीच टिफा सम्झौताको द्विपक्षीय वार्षिक बैठक समेत आयोजना गरिएको छ। हामी सबैलाई अवगत नै छ, नेपालको संविधानले 3 खम्बे अर्थनीतिको व्यवस्था गरेको छ। अर्थतन्त्रको विकासका लागि लगानी र रोजगारी सृजना गर्ने कार्यमा निजी क्षेत्रको भूमिका महत्त्वपूर्ण रहेको छ। नेपालको संविधानले निर्दिष्ट गरेका राज्यका निर्देशक सिद्धान्त तथा नीतिहरू नेपाल सरकारको राष्ट्रिय नीति 16औं आयोजनाको उद्देश्य सहित मुलुकमा सुशासन, विकास र समृद्धिको राष्ट्रिय आकांक्षा पूरा गर्न निजी क्षेत्रको सहभागिता मार्फत राष्ट्रिय अर्थतन्त्र सुदृढ गर्ने सरकारको अभिभारा रहेको छ। अर्थतन्त्रमा निजी क्षेत्रको भूमिकालाई महत्त्व दिँदै उपलब्ध साधन स्रोतको अधिकतम परिचालन गरी आर्थिक समृद्धि हासिल गर्ने, राष्ट्रिय हित अनुकूलको आयात प्रतिस्थापन गर्ने, निर्यात प्रवर्धनका क्षेत्रमा वैदेशिक पुँजी तथा प्रविधिको लगानीलाई आकर्षित गर्दै पूर्वाधार विकासमा प्रोत्साहन एवं परिचालन गर्ने जस्ता महत्त्वपूर्ण नीति राज्यले अंगीकार गरेको छ। यस सन्दर्भमा लगानीको वातावरणलाई सहज र लगानी मैत्री बनाउन पूर्वाधार विकास महत्त्वपूर्ण पक्ष रहेको छ। निजी क्षेत्रको सबलीकरण, सुरक्षित डिजिटल पूर्वाधार जस्ता चुनौतीहरू हाम्रा सामु भए तापनि ऊर्जा, जलस्रोत, यातायात, कृषि, पर्यटन, सूचना प्रविधि लगायत हाम्रा तुलनात्मक लाभका क्षेत्र र अवसरका क्षेत्र समेत रहेका छन्। यिनै पूर्वाधारका क्षेत्रलाई दिगो गुणस्तरीय वातावरण र जलवायु संवेदनशील, हरित उत्पादनशील र समावेशी बनाउन सकेमा मुलुकमा उत्पादन तथा उत्पादकत्व बढी आर्थिक विकासको आधार निर्माण गर्ने सन्दर्भमा यस सम्मेलनले नेपालमा रणनीतिक लगानीका क्षेत्र पहिचान गर्ने, लगानीको वातावरण बनाई उत्पादन र उत्पादकत्व वृद्धिमा महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका रहने अपेक्षा गरेको छु। यसका लागि नेपाल उद्योग परिसंघ लगायत सम्पूर्ण पक्षलाई विशेष धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ यस सेसनको चेयरको भूमिका निभाइदिनु भएकोमा पनि र हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण प्यानलिस्ट तथा मोडरेटरलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। अब म माथि मञ्चमा निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु बसन्त चन्दज्यूलाई। हि इज द प्रेसिडेन्ट अफ YCNC. May I please invite onto the stage Mr. Basant Bahadur Chand, the president of YCNC, to kindly hand over the token of appreciation to the chair of our event. म माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई अगाडि आइदिनु हुनका लागि हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र उहाँलाई कृपया यो मायाको चिनो ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनका लागि पनि हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछौँ। माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई पुनः एकपटक धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। CNI को निमन्त्रणालाई स्वीकार गरेर, YCNC को निमन्त्रणालाई स्वीकार गरेर आजको यस कार्यक्रममा आइदिनु भयो। नेपाल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर समिटको यो सेसनको चेयरको भूमिका निभाइदिनु भएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। We'd also like to invite and thank Dr. Roberto Ocampo, former Secretary of Finance, Republic of the Philippines. Thank you very much for being a part of this event. माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ। कार्यव्यस्तताको कारणले गर्दा उहाँ यो कार्यक्रमबाट प्रस्थान गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ। उहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। We'd like to request Dr. Roberto to kindly join us, and thank you very much for your wishes as well as for your insightful presentation in this session. We'd like to request Mr. Pradyumna Upadhyay to kindly step forward and accept this token of appreciation from Nepal Infrastructure Summit side for being a part and a panelist at this session of Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024. We'd also like to request Mr. Vishnu Kumar Agrawal, immediate past president of CNI, to kindly step forward and accept this token of appreciation. And thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the key aspects in which PPP has actually thrived in Nepal as well. We'd like to request Mr. Radesh Pant, chairman of VROC and Company and former CEO of IBN, to accept this token of appreciation from our side. We'd also like to request Ms. Ginos to kindly step forward. And thank you very much, ma'am, for your insightful remarks in this particular session, highlighting the importance of private sector engagement. We'd also like to request Mr. Mohammad Hashimi, Director, Office of Market Development and PPP, OMDP, Asian Development Bank, for your participation in this particular session. And our gratitude towards our moderator, Mr. Ramkrishna Khatiwada, investment expert and former CEO of Nepal Infrastructure Bank, for bringing together all our panelists and our speakers as well. सबैजनालाई अगाडि आइदिनको लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request to all our distinguished panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph commemorating the end of our second panel discussion here at Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024, the theme being private sector engagement. Thank you very much to our distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us at BYD Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024, Built and Trust with Shivam Cement. We are heading towards our fourth session, ladies and gentlemen, which is on fiscal, monetary, and regulatory policies, analyzing the policies that drive the infrastructure development. This session will be focusing on fiscal, monetary, and regulatory frameworks, because these are the fundamentals for infrastructure development and ensuring sustainable economic growth and development in Nepal as well.
सच्याउनु छ हरे गल्तीलाई उठाउनु छ आफैले जिम्मेवारी कर्तव्यको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
सच्याउनु छ हरेक गल्तीलाई उठाउनु छ आफैले जिम्मेवारी कर्तव्यको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज। Test. Compromise.
सच्याउनु छ हरेक गल्तीलाई उठाउनु छ आफैले जिम्मेवारी कर्तव्यको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and welcome to BYD Nepal Infrastructure Summit, built in trust with Shivam Cement. यहाँ हलभित्र रहनुभएका सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई आसन ग्रहण गर्ने अनुरोध सँगसँगै म कार्यक्रम सञ्चालिका सदीक्षा श्रेष्ठ आजका लागि हाम्रो चौथो प्यानललाई अगाडि बढाउन जाँदैछु. We're starting with fiscal, monetary and regulatory policies. These policies, ladies and gentlemen, provide the necessary framework and incentives for both public and private sector investments in infrastructure projects, and this is the crucial topic that we are discussing in this plenary session. I'd like to inform all our distinguished guests that our chair of the session, Honorable Vishnu Prasad Paudel, Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, Government of Nepal, will be joining us shortly in the next 15 minutes. However, due to the time constraint, we shall start our event with his permission. We'd now like to invite onto the stage Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwara, Financial Advisor to the Prime Minister, Government of Nepal. We'd like to welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Khatiwara, for joining us in this particular session to share your insights with all of us. We'd also like to invite Dr. Rajiv Kumar, former chair of Niti Aayog. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, for accepting our invitation and being here in Nepal to talk about these various policies that direct our infrastructure development in the country. We'd also like to request Mr. Bam Bahadur Mishra, Deputy Governor, Nepal Rashtra Bank, to kindly join us. उहाँलाई पनि हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ आजको कार्यक्रममा हामीलाई साथ दिनुभएकोमा. We'd also like to invite Mr. Haribhakta Sharma, former President CNI, to kindly join us onto the stage as a panelist for this panel discussion. I'd also like to invite Dr. Kalpana Khanal, Director, Policy Research Institute, Government of Nepal, to kindly join us in this panel discussion. And to bring them all together, may I please request Mr. Bhuvan Dahal, finance expert and former president of Nepal Bankers Association. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is all set for discussion on fiscal, monetary and regulatory policies. Before I hand over to our moderator, a humble request to all our distinguished guests, from English to Nepali in the translation device, it's channel 75, and if you want it converted from Nepali to English, it's channel 50. Now I'd like to hand over this proceedings of this session to our moderator, Mr. Bhuvan Dahal.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Sadhya ji. Welcome to the session that deliberates on fiscal, monetary, and other regulatory policies that impact, that affect our infrastructure development. And to discuss on this, we have distinguished panelists on the stage. I think our Finance Minister, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, is on the way. He's likely to join after some time. So in this session, we'll be deliberating on fiscal, monetary, and other regulatory policies that impact our infrastructure development. To set the stage for deliberation, I would like to present some slides. Would you please show PowerPoint slides there? Sorry? Oh, okay. Let's go to another slide. It's here, okay. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Let's look at this data. Oh, okay, thank you so much. That I can see here. When we look at GDP growth rate, ours is the lowest among these three countries. And normally what we read and see is the country with lowest economic size records higher growth rate. But in case of Nepal, though its size is small, growth rate is also small. And when we talk about growth target for 15th 5-year plan, our target was 9.6% and we have achieved 2.6% only. Sorry. As a result, we can see GDP per capita of Nepal vis-a-vis South Asian other countries and China. When we see this data, only Afghanistan is behind Nepal. All other countries are far ahead. And in case of India and Nepal, it is almost double. And when we talk about Sri Lanka, Bhutan, China, and Maldives, they are far, far ahead. So in order to increase the size of our GDP, we need to increase the investment in infrastructure. So let's look at this investment scenario of Nepal. And when we compare FDI net inflow as a percentage of GDP, we are just above Afghanistan. We are behind all other countries. And when we see FDI inward stock, that is the cumulative figure of all these countries, and we are again just above Afghanistan. So we need huge investment, but we are just above Afghanistan in this regard also. And what infrastructure can do? This is the famous statement of John F. Kennedy, which is repeatedly said by Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who is a very famous minister in India. He is the Road, Transport and Highways Minister of India, and he has been repeatedly saying that he has copied this thing from the USA. He says that it is not our wealth that built our roads, but it is our road that built our wealth. So it highlights the importance of infrastructure development in any country. If we want to be rich, we have to have huge investment on infrastructure development. And when we talk about our health infrastructure, education infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, power, electricity, communication, yes, compared to 30, 40 years back, we have done a lot. But when it comes to quality, there is a lot to improve. So why I'm setting this stage for deliberation is it gives us background where we stand today. This highlights that there are not only policy gaps, there are policy implementation gaps as well. And to deliberate on this, we have distinguished personalities on the stage, and there are 2 keynote speakers, and there are 3 panelists, and at the same time, our Honorable Finance Minister will deliver his final speech at the last of the session. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Yuvraj Khatioda. You all know him. He doesn't need any introduction, in fact. He is currently economic and development advisor to the Prime Minister, and he has already served as Finance Minister. He has already served as Governor of the Central Bank. He has already served as Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. And not only that, he was an ambassador to the largest economy of the world, that is the United States of America. We all know that. And he's recognized not only by Nepalese governments, he has been recognized by international organizations also. He was a senior economist at UNDP, Asia and Pacific region. At the same time, he did his PhD from Delhi University. So he has framed fiscal policies, he has framed regulatory policies, he has framed monetary policies also. He knows what are the shortcomings there and what are the implementation shortcomings also. So we are hearing from the horse's mouth that where we went wrong, whether prescription and diagnosis was wrong or the patient didn't take medicine correctly. He knows all these things. So we are listening from him. Over to you, sir. You can speak from here or there, it's for your choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhavanji, for your kind introduction. It was a long, long enough. Distinguished panels, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to be here this afternoon. The Finance Minister is coming to speak on fiscal policy. Deputy Governor is there to speak on monetary policy. I am no more a regulator, so that I don't have much to speak first. But having given the role to speak on monetary, fiscal, and regulatory policies, I'll have to share some of my thoughts, ideas into it. I don't need to repeat the importance of infrastructure, how does it drive growth, how does it drive sustainable development, and how does it help to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, which we have aspired to achieve within next 5-6 years' time. Second, infrastructure is critical for the stopping of our deindustrialization process, in fact, reversing the trend for industrialization, promoting service delivery for basic services to the people through better connectivity and through better IT infrastructure, or maybe through better other physical infrastructures. There is no doubt that the public sector only cannot do all these things. That's why we have to extend our hands with the private sector and also with the partners outside the country to promote these infrastructures. But then, people would ask us, what are the enabling environment you have been creating in terms of your macroeconomic policies to assure we investors to invest in the country and get a reasonable return on the investment. We have to convince, we have to pacify, we have to motivate and assure that our economic policies are mostly in right track. Those which are not necessarily in right track have to be corrected, and we are committed to do that. I think CNI has mounted this summit to give this message to the whole society, to the whole group of investors. So I would like to thank CNI for having hosted this summit, which we have been doing for some time now, and I really appreciate having done it in a real time when people are expecting that the country could rebound in economic growth process. Bhuvanji, you displayed the numbers, but please don't be carried away with those numbers. They are past. We are looking future. The past numbers carry a lot of things. Earthquake, blockade, and then COVID, and so many things. Still we survived. We have maintained our macroeconomic stability. We have never gone back in our reforms. Maybe we have delayed in some of our reforms, but never have gone back. So I would say our policies remain credible, and we have to make some more efforts to make them more credible. That's it. So those numbers are past numbers. So please bear that number. Let me come to fiscal policy stance. This morning I was talking to Fitch Credit Rating Agency. I think I should not have revealed everything today, but it's a dialogue, it's a discourse which I would like to share. They were asking me, why a conservative fiscal policy stance you have been taking? I said, why? You think our fundamentals are wrong? They said, no. Then I said, we have seen countries falling in debt trap. We have seen countries having a very profligacy in their fiscal activities, resulting in either huge debt servicing requirement or cutting down public spending or cutting down even the basic services, including health and education. We have seen the era of financial crisis, which was oftentimes also triggered by fiscal crisis. So that's why learning lessons from others and also learning lessons from our past, mid-80s, when we had crisis in our external sector as well as in the fiscal sector. I said, we have learned lessons, we have seen other countries falling in that track, and we have seen countries pleading for coming into the HIPIC, highly indebted countries initiatives. We had never to fall into that category, and we didn't even apply for that, and we didn't qualify that, and we are happy about that. So that was one strength that we carried. Even at the time of conflict, we have maintained our fiscal discipline. That's why currently our debt GDP ratio is 40 to 43%, lowest in the region. Our revenue GDP ratio, which has slightly come down in the recent years because of the changing structure of trade, still it is one of the highest in South Asia. And that revenue comes not by imposing so much of corporate tax or income tax. That's very comparable with the region. We are not taxing much more to our corporations than any other country in South Asian region. Our tax policies have never reversed back, except for small changes according to situation. Sometimes at the time of crisis, you have to do something. So some trade restrictions for a while are common things, but tax and other kind of restrictions, they don't carry on a regular basis. Couple of more points. We have the income tax law, which is transparent, which is objective, giving little room for discretionary power to the tax authority. Value-added tax, the most scientific tax system, is in implementation, except that sometimes we do have problems of billing and also reporting. That's a different story. But our value-added tax, moderate at 13%, is one of the agreeable and scientific tax system in the world. In a federal setup, there are some issues related to federal, provincial, and local governments on taxation. We have been doing a lot to just avoid those duplications or triplications in tax collections. So we have set a mechanism whereby a single window would be operational to collect taxes, and the benefits of tax revenue could be shared among different layers of the government. I would say that there are still a couple of gray areas, but they are not necessarily a hindrance to investors. They are very much related to local business and other domestic activities. So on fiscal front, perhaps I would say that there are very few areas where investors might show serious concern. A couple of other things in fiscal front. Subsidies and transfers, which distort the whole business environment. I don't think we have subsidy in critical areas. It's very transparent business for the private sector to do. And the only subsidized regime in some of the areas like petroleum was there in the past. Now it is also on market basis. Except that agriculture, where subsidies are accepted, where subsidies are required, and this is one area where you may not like to jump in at the very beginning. So don't worry about little subsidy in agriculture, which is also one of the lowest in South Asia. So subsidy regime is fine. Transfer and subsidies are okay. The corporate entities, which are part of the fiscal policy stance, the corporations are there. We are trying to divest the unnecessary corporations which can better be operated by the private sector. In the past, with some political instability and in the absence of some governing laws, we have been delayed in some of the reforms in corporate sector, particularly in SOEs. Now time has come that we also divest those things that private sector can do in a better way. not falling in any another monopoly, but falling in a very competitive environment. So this is about subsidy. What else? On the public investment program, government had to enter in public investment programs in the past where private sector didn't come. Take, for example, power generation. The government kept on investing in power generation, electricity generation for decades before private sector could come in. The government kept on investing in airline services before the private sector came in. It kept on investing in telecom before the private sector came in. In media, there was public investment before the private sector came in. So over time, these are being handed over to the private sector. That means you have ample avenues to take over the job from the public sector to the private sector in infrastructure areas. I would suggest, and having been an advisor to the Prime Minister, I am suggesting that industrial infrastructure now has to be handed over to the private sector. Airport operations can be handed over to the private sector. Transmission system, power transmission system, it's a monopoly anyway, but could be properly handed over to the private sector. So there are so many areas which public sector or the government sector or the SOEs can hand over to the private sector, and we are working on that. We don't want to allow any monopoly only in the private public sector, which is not necessarily a public good. So this is something which we have to work collectively in the front of public spending. The only area where we have to be selective is public investment program in some of the projects. Who can better do a certain project is a subject to be debated and discussed. Also considering who is willing to invest in. We can put a number of infrastructure projects in our list for private sector to come up. Big hydropower projects, not necessarily ROR. I may be talking pondage or storage project, which might call public sector to participate as a viability gap funding model or in a PPP model. We are willing to work on that. So it's not that public sector is not willing to invest, to participate with private sector in several areas. It is also because the willingness of the private sector to come into that business. And we are creating an environment through PPP Act and some other acts to see that the public investment programs could be shared with the private sector. The monetary policy. We do have a monetary system which ensures macroeconomic stability. Nepal is one of the countries having a very moderate inflation. If you look at decades, not even 5, 10 years, 20 years, it doesn't cross 7% on average. I was looking at the cost of investing in infrastructure, construction price index. Wow, the construction price is it has gone up just by 2% in a decade. It's so low. The human resource cost, the wage cost, is gone up only by 7% in a decade on an average, annual average. So we have maintained inflation. We have maintained the price of construction materials for big infrastructure projects to invest. And that's the stability we have given through the central bank's monetary policy. The second is banking regulations and making banking system prudent and healthy. The central bank has increased the capital base of the banks. They have been adequately capitalized, comparable to the size of the economy, of course, not necessarily very big. But to the size of our economy, we are among the 24 most capitalized banking systems in the world. Very healthy. But I would again put a caution in that even the largest bank today, as a single borrower obligation, can finance only 100 megawatt of hydropower to the most. So that means we need to have some more investment in every area, including power sector. Despite that, our banks are healthy and have more resources to invest in. But given their size, as compared to the size of the economy, and given the requirement for infrastructure investment, we need more investment. The banking system remains quite healthy. The NPA level is best in South Asia. is about 3.5%. To the most, it could be 4%. But that would sometimes create a kind of problem to the investors. You might say that the provisioning norms are very stringent, loan loss classifications are very stringent, asset quality classification are stringent. There are some areas where we can see and discuss, and as per your suggestion, we can work on which of those provisions could be changed. Collateral-based lending is one issue. Now we have to compare between the safety and security of the depositors and feasibility of borrowers to borrow large amount of money from the bank in the absence of collateral. So project financing versus collateral-based financing, you have to optimize between that. And it would be the duty of the investor to see that the projects are credible, appraisals are made in a very convincing way, and partly they could be also supported by collateral and maybe partly with other guarantees. So we have to see a blend of different kinds of mechanism whereby keeping depositors' money safe, we can also facilitate investors. The interest rate. Oftentimes, interest rate comes on the way of infrastructure investors. And we have set a mechanism whereby you can have a choice between fixed rate and floating rate interest rate. If you want to fix your interest rate and be assured that you are not charged more interest rate at a time of liquidity crunch, you can choose the fixed rate regime. But if you are a risk taker and you want to go for a floating rate, you are also open. The only issue is that bank's portfolio, the balance sheet of the banks is such that the short-term deposits account for a larger chunk of their liability side, and they don't want to create a kind of credit or asset side which has a longer maturity period to avoid the asset liability mismatch or balance sheet mismatch. So when I was central bank governor, I said, let me say first, when I was central bank governor, I found that 25% of bank deposit was on call deposit, 1/4 in call deposit. At a time when you have 25% as a call deposit, how can you invest in energy and infrastructure? I said, it's too much. Then banks started raising their fixed deposit, and now it's gone up to 60%. Oftentimes, I think this is also too much. But again, the portfolio is like a 2 years, 3 years to the maximum, the deposit portfolio. Whereas infrastructure projects demand sometimes 8 to 10 years of investment. This is one. Associated with this is the issue of interest treatment. In an investment project which is infrastructure, interest has to be capitalized. And a banker whose tenure is 5 years wants to show maximum profit and have a dividend paid to the investors. One would like to maximize the profit and cash transfer to the shareholders, dividend out. And when you capitalize the interest, you have the profit, but you cannot distribute it. So where is the incentive structure? So one thing we have to, Bhonji is a good banker there, and he runs some idea about this. So he would tell me how to maximize the kind of benefit to the shareholders without compromising the kind of interest treatment in infrastructure projects. Couple of other things which could be under consideration is our financial system consists of several other big institutions. We may not guess that in a year's time, our contractual saving institutions, Employees Provident Fund, Citizen Investment Trust, Contributory Social Security System, Insurance Fund, Pension Fund, all together will comprise about 20% of GDP. It's going to be a big money, which can come in infrastructure. Now, regulations are needed to see that most of that money also is gone on infrastructure. We have to devise some mechanism whereby a part of that money, keeping liquidity and safety norms together, could be invested in infrastructure. This is something we have to work on. This is a big money. That could be a seed money for foreign investors to join hands with our domestic private sector. There are several other things, but I would mention two things. Hedging mechanism for foreign borrowing. You have to have a hedging mechanism. Already some of the financial institutions or some of the projects, hydro projects, are utilizing this facility. We need to institutionalize this process furthermore, and we'll see how we can enact a law to see a hedging service to be more credible. The last point is credit rating. Our Honorable Minister has just come with a discussion with the credit rating agency. I was there a couple of hours before. We are having our credit rating, and we are very hopeful that we will be getting a good ranking because we have maintained our macroeconomic fundamentals intact, and that would allow us to make more investment to be coming in also in the infrastructure sector. I would just like to thank you for inviting me to this discussion, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yuvraj sir, for generating a sense of hope, saying that those data are just... thank you so much, sir, for generating a sense of hope among us, saying that those data are old data and future data will be much better than that. Our Finance Minister has just joined. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister has to leave after making his speech here. Mantriju हजुर बोल्ने भन्नु होइन त्यहाँ मन्त्रीज्यू यहाँ आउनु भएको छ अब हामीलाई इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्टको कति आवश्यकता छ भन्ने हामीले डेटा पनि हेऱ्यौँ र हामी चाहिँ खालि अफगानिस्तानभन्दा माथि मात्रै रहेछौँ हामीले विदेशबाट पैसा ल्याउने मामलामा जिडिपीको मामलामा पनि भनेपछि अब हजुरले धेरै मन्त्रालयहरू चाहिँ पहिले हेड गरिसक्नु भएको छ अर्थ मन्त्रालयमा पनि हजुरको चौथो टर्म जस्तो लाग्छ भनेपछि अब कसरी चाहिँ यहाँ पैसा बाहिरबाट यहाँ ल्याउन सकिन्छ र हाम्रो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्ट गरेर आशा जगाउन सकिन्छ भन्ने धेरै ठुलो चाहिँ एक्सपेक्टेसन छ पब्लिकमा पनि अहिले दुईवटा ठुलो पार्टीहरूको सरकार बनेको पनि यो निराशालाई चिर्दै अर्थतन्त्रलाई चाहिँ एकदम राम्रो बनाएर युवाहरू जुन बाहिर जाने ट्रेन्ड छ त्यसलाई घटाउन भनेर भनिएको छ अब हामीले धेरै नै आशा गरेका छौँ अब माननीय उपप्रधानमन्त्री अर्थमन्त्रीज्यूबाट र अब यहाँ प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूको इकोनोमिक र डेभलपमेन्ट एडभाइजर सरले धेरै नै आशा जगाउनु भएको छ र एक्सन स्पिक्स लाउडर देन वर्ड्स भन्छ हजुरको वर्डबाट अब त्यो पछि एक्सनमा कसरी जान्छ भन्ने कुरा सहित भयो भने हामी सबैजना खुसी हुने थियौँ भन्दै हजुरलाई पोडियममा चाहिँ इन्भाइट गर्न चाहन्छु
नेपाल पूर्वाधार सम्मेलन 2024 अन्तर्गत यस सत्रका अध्यक्षज्यू मञ्चमा रहनुभएका सम्पूर्ण विशिष्ट महानुभावहरू यस सत्रमा सहभागी हुनुभएका सबै विशिष्ट महानुभावहरू सञ्चारकर्मी मित्रहरू नेपाल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर समिट 2024 को यो सत्रमा आज तपाईहरुमा सहभागी हुन पाउँदा खुसीको अनुभूति गरेको छु यसका लागि म आयोजकहरूलाई धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु यो कार्यक्रमले मुलुकको आर्थिक विकास र समृद्धिसँग जोडिएको पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रको विकासका विभिन्न आयामहरूमा छलफल गर्न अन्तर सम्बन्धित क्षेत्रका व्यक्तित्वहरू नीति निर्माताहरू विज्ञहरू र सरकारवालाहरूलाई एउटै मञ्चमा ल्याउन सफल भएको छ पक्कै पनि यो सम्मेलनले 21औं शताब्दीको आवश्यकता अनुरूपको आधुनिक सुरक्षित र हरित पूर्वाधार विकासको मार्गचित्र कोर्न ठोस योगदान गर्ने मैले विश्वास लिएको छु समस्त नेपालीको आकांक्षा समृद्ध नेपाल र सुखी नेपाली हो सरकार यही नेपाली राष्ट्रिय आकांक्षा साकार पार्न अनवरत रूपमा प्रयासरत छ समृद्ध नेपालको निर्माणको मूल आधार नै पर्याप्त गुणस्तरीय दिगो र उत्थानशील भौतिक पूर्वाधारको विकास हो निश्चय नै हामी पूर्वाधार विकासको हिसाबले कमजोर अवस्थामा छौं भूपरिवेष्टित अवस्थिति र जटिल भूबनोटलाई हाम्रो पूर्वाधार विकासको मुख्य चुनौतीको रूपमा लिने गरिएको छ पूर्वाधार विकासमा पर्याप्त लगानी जुटाउन तथा निजी क्षेत्रलाई आकर्षित गरी पुँजी परिचालित गर्न हामीले नीतिगत तथा प्रक्रियागत सुधारहरू गर्न आवश्यक छ सरकारी क्षेत्रको साथसाथै नवीन उपकरणहरूको प्रयोग गर्दै आवश्यक लगानी जुटाउन सरकार सबै प्रकारको सहजीकरण गर्न प्रयासरत छ। हामी वर्तमानका चुनौतीहरूको सामना गर्दै भावी सम्भावनाहरूलाई उजागर गर्न आफ्ना नीति, योजना एवं कार्यक्रमहरू तय गर्दै पूर्वाधार विकासको अभियानमा समाहित हुन चाहन्छौँ। यसका लागि निजी क्षेत्रको प्रभावकारी सहयोग, समन्वय र सहकार्य एवं साझेदारी आवश्यक छ। सरकार आफ्नो सम्पूर्ण सामर्थ्य उपयोग गरेर 21औं शताब्दी अनुकूल एवं नागरिकको चाहना बमोजिम पूर्वाधार विकास एवं निर्माणमा केन्द्रित हुन चाहन्छ। आर्थिक तथा वित्तीय अनुशासन एवं वित्तीय उत्तरदायित्व कायम गर्दै सार्वजनिक वित्त परिचालन एवं उपयोग गर्न चाहन्छ। सरकारको एक्लो प्रयासबाट मात्रै पूर्वाधार विकासको कमी पूरा गर्न सम्भव छैन। यसमा निजी क्षेत्र, बाह्य लगानीकर्ता, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय समुदाय एवं विकास साझेदार समेतको उत्तिकै भूमिका रहन्छ। यसका लागि सरकारले वित्तीय नीति, मौद्रिक नीति एवं नियामकीय नीतिहरूमा समयानुकूल परिवर्तन एवं परिमार्जन गर्दै आएको छ र आगामी दिनमा यसलाई अझ अनुकूल बनाउँदै लैजाने प्रतिबद्धता पनि म यस अवसरमा व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सरकारले गुणस्तरीय तथा दिगो भौतिक पूर्वाधार र त्यसका विविध पक्षहरूबीचको अन्तर आबद्धतालाई महत्त्वपूर्ण रूपमा लिएको छ। सरकारले यातायात, ऊर्जा, जलस्रोत, सूचना प्रविधि जस्ता प्रमुख पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रलाई केन्द्रित गर्दै बजेट विनियोजन तथा कार्यान्वयनलाई प्राथमिकता दिँदै आएको छ। आर्थिक विकासको आधार निर्माण गरी समृद्धिको गन्तव्य तय गर्नमा समेत पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रको महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका रहन्छ। पूर्वाधारको संरचना दिगो, गुणस्तरीय, वातावरण एवं जलवायु संवेदनशील, हरित उत्थानशील र समावेशी हुनु उत्तिकै आवश्यक छ। यसबाट मात्रै आर्थिक विकासको दरिलो जग बसाउन र उत्पादन र उत्पादकत्व बढाई रोजगारी सृजना गर्न सफलता मिल्नेछ भन्ने मलाई लाग्दछ। एकीकृत एवं समन्वयात्मक पूर्वाधार विकासका लागि तहगत सरकारबीच आपसी समन्वय, सहकार्य एवं सहयोगको उत्तिकै भूमिका रहन्छ। यसका लागि विकास नीति, योजना र कार्यक्रमहरूबीच उपयुक्त सामञ्जस्यता कायम गर्न वर्तमान सरकार प्रतिबद्ध र क्रियाशील छ। सीमित स्रोत साधन र पूर्वाधार विकासका आकाङ्क्षाबीचको सन्तुलन कायम गर्न आन्तरिक स्रोतबाट मात्रै सम्भव छैन। पछिल्लो समय आन्तरिक राजस्व परिचालनको अवस्था दबावमा रहेको र सार्वजनिक ऋणको भार बढ्दै गएको कारणले पूर्वाधार विकासका लागि स्रोतको जोहो गर्नु सरकारका लागि चुनौतीपूर्ण बन्दै गएको छ। यसैले हामीले निजी क्षेत्रको लगानी आकर्षित गर्न सम्मिश्रित वित्त, सार्वजनिक निजी साझेदारी लगायत अन्य सम्भाव्य विधिहरूको उपयोगका लागि आवश्यक प्रबन्ध गर्न प्राथमिकता दिँदै आएका छौँ। वर्तमान सरकारले पूर्वाधार विकासको लागि पुँजीगत खर्च विनियोजनलाई बढाउँदै जाने नीति लिएको छ। पुँजीगत खर्च बढाउनको लागि विभिन्न कानुनी तथा प्रक्रियागत सुधारलाई अगाडि बढाउने र वैदेशिक सहायताको रकमलाई समेत भौतिक पूर्वाधार विकासमा केन्द्रित गर्ने नीति लिएको छ। विकास सहायतालाई छनौटपूर्ण बनाउँदै यसलाई राष्ट्रिय आवश्यकता र प्राथमिकताका क्षेत्रमा केन्द्रित गर्न जोड दिइएको छ। सहायता परिचालनका नवीन उपकरणहरूको प्रयोग र परिचालनमा विशेष ध्यान दिइएको छ। सहायता परिचालनलाई थप प्रतिफलयुक्त बनाउन नयाँ विकास सहायता परिचालन नीति तर्जुमा गर्ने काम समेत भइरहेको छ। पूर्वाधार विकासलाई प्रवर्धन गर्न, निजी लगानीलाई प्रोत्साहित गर्न वित्त नीतिसँगै मौद्रिक नीतिको पनि उत्तिकै भूमिका रहन्छ। मौद्रिक स्थायित्व कायम गर्दै पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रमा लगानी प्रभाव विस्तार गर्न नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कले अनुकूल नीति अवलम्बन गर्दै आएको छ। ठुला पूर्वाधार परियोजनामा केन्द्रित भई काम गर्न सरकारको अग्रसरतामा पूर्वाधार विकास बैङ्कको स्थापना गरिएको छ। फलस्वरूप पूर्वाधार आयोजनामा दीर्घकालीन पुँजी परिचालन गर्ने संस्थागत अवस्था कार्यान्वयन भएको छ। पूर्वाधार विकासमा निजी क्षेत्रले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निर्वाह गर्नुपर्छ भन्नेमा सरकार दृढ छ। यसका लागि हामीले सार्वजनिक निजी साझेदारीका लागि अनुकूल वातावरण सृजना गरेका छौँ। पूर्वाधार लगायतका परियोजनाहरूमा स्वदेशी तथा बाह्य लगानीकर्ताहरूलाई आकर्षित गर्न देशको वास्तविक अवस्था बिम्बित हुने गरी मुलुकको सार्वभौम क्रेडिट रेटिङको काम अगाडि बढाइएको छ। यसको काम सम्पन्न भए पश्चात लगानीकर्तालाई मुलुकमा लगानी थप गर्न निश्चितताको वातावरण बन्ने र लगानी आप्रवाह विस्तारित भई पूर्वाधार लगानी बढाउन थप योगदान पुग्ने अपेक्षा समेत मैले गरेको छु। पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रमा लगानी अभिवृद्धि गर्न सहयोगी हुने गरी पुँजीगत र वित्तीय व्यवस्थामा बजेट विनियोजन गरिएको छ। पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रमा लगानी गर्न प्रोत्साहित गर्ने गरी मौद्रिक नीतिमा गरिएको व्यवस्था तथा बैंक तथा वित्तीय क्षेत्रको नियामकीय प्रावधानहरू पूर्वाधार लगानी बढाउँदै लगिएको छ। यसका लागि आवश्यकता र अनुभवका आधारमा थप प्रबन्ध गर्दै जान सरकार प्रतिबद्ध छ। नेपालमा सहज व्यावसायिक वातावरण निर्माण गर्न वर्तमान सरकार प्रतिबद्ध छ। कानुन, कार्यविधि एवं प्रक्रिया सरलीकरण गर्न, प्रक्रियागत ढिलासुस्ती र अनियमिततालाई निरुत्साहित गर्न, व्यावसायिक लागत कम गर्न एवं पारदर्शिता कायम गर्न सुधारका कार्यहरू अघि बढाउँदै जानुपर्ने आवश्यकता छ। यसबाट असल व्यावसायिक वातावरण निर्माण भई पूर्वाधार क्षेत्रमा निजी लगानी विस्तारित हुने विश्वास मैले लिएको छु। अन्त्यमा यो सम्मेलन नेपालको प्रतिस्पर्धी क्षमता भएका तुलनात्मक लाभ भएका क्षेत्रका पूर्वाधार विकासमा लगानी गर्न प्रेरित गर्ने, दिगो आर्थिक वृद्धि, रोजगारी सृजना र गरिबी न्यूनीकरणमा समेत योगदान गर्दै समृद्ध नेपाल, सुखी नेपालीको राष्ट्रिय आकांक्षा पूरा गर्ने अभियानमा उपयोगी हुने विश्वास व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु र सम्मेलनको पूर्ण सफलताको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। उहाँको कार्यव्यस्तताका कारणले गर्दा यो सम्पूर्ण प्यानलमा उहाँ बस्न असमर्थ हुनुहुन्छ भन्ने जानकारी हामीलाई दिनुभएको छ। तसर्थ उहाँलाई यो मायाको चिनो प्रदान गरिदिनु हुनको लागि म CNI का अध्यक्ष राजेश कुमार अग्रवालज्यूलाई अगाडि आइदिनु हुनको लागि हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु र उहाँलाई माननीय उपप्रधान तथा अर्थमन्त्रीज्यूलाई यो कार्यक्रममा चेयरको भूमिका निभाइदिनु भएकोमा यो मायाको चिनो प्रदान गरिदिनु हुनको लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु। माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद पुनः एकपटक। And now I'd like to request our moderator to kindly continue with the session.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Now we have another keynote speaker, and he's a very renowned person from India. He's Dr. Rajiv Kumar. He's the currently chairperson of Pahle India Foundation. That is India First Foundation, right, sir? And he's a very senior person. He was a vice chair of Niti Aayog. Niti stands for National Institution for Transforming India. It's like our National Planning Commission. And now in India, I think National Planning Commission is not there. It is replaced by Niti Aayog. So he was the vice chair from 2017 to 2022. In 2016, he wrote a book called Modi and His Challenges. In 2017 itself, Right Honorable Prime Minister Modi made him vice chair of Niti Aayog to overcome those challenges. And he was in the board of Central Bank of India. At the same time, he was in the board of State Bank of India. He was an advisor to Finance Ministry and at the same time Industry Ministry. And he was a consultant, he was a principal economist at ADB for more than a decade. And at the same time, he has worked in private organizations. He was a senior economist at CII. And at the same time, he was Secretary General of FICCI. And he has a double PhD. One is from India, the other is from Oxford University. He is such a renowned person, and he has, in the last 10 years, India has become 5th largest economy from the 10th largest economy. And it is aiming to be the 3rd largest economy in 3 years. So he has seen ups and downs of all these things and how India has been successful in attracting this foreign investment and domestic investment also. He will share his experiences and we can learn a lot of things from you. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Namaskar. And thank you very much, Bhuvan, for that extraordinary introduction. Ladies and gentlemen and friends like Dr. Bindu Lohani and everybody else here, a great pleasure to be back in Kathmandu. I think I've come back after 6 years, and the last time I was here also for the Infrastructure Summit, and I've seen that on my drive from the airport to the hotel, some visible infrastructure development has taken place. So congratulations for that. I think it's an important thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make 6 points in the 15 minutes that I have got here. The first, and let me sort of read them out for you, which is the first one is a little bit about the definition of infrastructure itself, the way we have started to look at it in India. The second is the green imperative, as I call it, which is sometimes referred to also as sustainability. But I think we don't recognize the importance enough. We give it some rhetoric support but don't recognize it. The third is the multiple agency coordination problem for infrastructure. It's a unique sector where you can't do with any one sector. So how do you solve that? The third one, the fourth one is the financing of infrastructure. It's a special requirement because of its long gestation period, because of its low returns. And within that, one of the things is the PPP model as to how do you make it successful. We talk about it a lot, but we don't really get to grips with it. And finally, because I've always called myself a SARKist, which is that I believe in regional cooperation, and I started a magazine called SARKist. I will talk about very briefly why a regional blueprint for infrastructure for South Asia is essential. And without that, we won't be able to make much headway. So let me start off by the infrastructure definition, which is that, we talk mostly about physical infrastructure. Sometimes we expand it to social, and today you said about education and health and so on, and communications. I want to add, because it's very necessary today to add to this, what I would call the digital public infrastructure, which is very important, and I think for which we have made a very amazing advance in India. The digital public infrastructure started known as the UPI. Today you've got 1,000 crore individual transactions taking place under that UPI every month. And believe it or not, you've got about something like $44 billion worth of value of transactions. 83% of GDP is being handled by the UPI. Digital public infrastructure is probably the greatest thing that you can do to create equity, transactional facility, and also the ease of the sort of ease of doing business. So digital public infrastructure is very important. The second one, which I would like to add, again, I think is extremely important, we don't give enough importance to it, is the municipal infrastructure, is the urbanization. It came to me as a big shock when I when I headed the Niti Aayog, that we don't have urban planners in our region, in our countries. We do in the urbanization just goes on without any planning at all, and that does create a very big problem, because urbanization is a trend that is going to happen and is going to swell. In our region, I think about less than 40% is urbanized today. And this is going to rise to 70 or 80%. And if we don't take care of the urban infrastructure, so it's not just the highways and the railways, etc., but it's the urban, what you do with your, localities and your water system and your tap water, the sewage treatment, the environment condition. What do you do with the sewage treatment? How can you make it better, etc. So I think those are so let me just end it at these two levels, and we can discuss that the digital public infrastructure and the municipal infrastructure must be included in any discussion of that you have of infrastructure development, etc. And I hope in the next infrastructure summit, we will have sessions on that here in Kathmandu. The second point that I wanted to mention was the green imperative, the sustainability. Now here, you see, we are the only region, in India, and I talk about it, India all the time, which has to grow exponentially. You got $1,500 per capita. We have got about $3,000 per capita. We want to grow at least 5 times, 6 times to take our per capita incomes where we should be. Grow exponentially, and at the same time reduce our carbon footprint. The old model that you grew once and then you retrofitted the whole thing, that you cleaned up your rivers and you cleaned up your seas and you made whatever, that's not available to us. That option is just simply not available. Because if we continue on that path, there is no planet left for us. Imagine India with 3 billion gigawatts of, 3 billion, greenhouse emissions today, tons of green. If we grow to 13 or 14 or 20, as the advanced countries go, I'm sure the glaciers in the Himalayas will melt completely and be finished. And the seas will rise, the way they will rise, and our coastal regions will not. So this is a huge imperative. And what are the implications of that? I'm very proud of the fact that we build 33.8 kilometers of highways in our country today in India. We've got 1.63 lakh kilometers of highways in our country. But you know, the green imperative means that railways and waterways are more important than roadways. Roadways is not a green imperative. I mean, let's just face it. The share of freight moving between railways and roadways must change in favor of railways to go forward. And this is for the whole region. I mean, this is entirely for the whole region. I'm just giving you one example of the green imperative, but there is urbanization. Today in North America, you have cities, which are carbon positive, in the sense that they actually, absorb more carbon and not generate more carbon. And that's coming up. Infrastructure means that this whole idea of the sprawl that you have, the suburban sprawl, is not the right thing to do. You've got to have the high-rise buildings because they are less environmentally degrading. And public transport. The model of private car ownership should be put aside. And the fact is that if you go to Scandinavia, you will see that today riding a bicycle is considered to be a status symbol rather than riding a big car. Are we doing that in South Asia? So, ladies and gentlemen, the green imperative is actually extremely important, and I'm afraid we don't give it enough importance in our country, in our region. We've tried this in Niti Aayog, and some advance is being made in terms of the public infrastructure. Therefore, you've got the metros coming up, you've got the electric buses in the Indian cities coming up, you've got the railway expansion, and some attention, and the waterways. This is the first government in India which is actually harnessing the waterways along the Ganga and the major rivers that you've got, and the freight movement can start on that, like it does in the Rhine in Germany. The third priority that I was talking about, the third point I was talking about, is the multiple agency problem. Infrastructure requires a coordination of several agencies and departments, whether it's power, or highways, or structure, or, finance, and so on. And therefore, in India, the Prime Minister started a portal called the Gati Shakti portal. Now, the Gati Shakti portal combines all the ministries, and they all put their data and all their requirements and regulations on that one portal. And as a result of that, Gati Shakti portal, you get a meeting once a month, and you're able to exactly identify where the constraint is, where the binding constraint is, which department has to move, whether it's land acquisition or it is financing or it is the power. And so that's the one, the Gati Shakti portal. Please have a look at it. It's doing an amazing job there. Moreover, he established a new department called the Department of Logistics in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, whose sole job and objective was to improve India's rank in the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index. And as a result, from 2014, we were 58 amongst 134 countries, and now we are 32. A long way to go. We should be in the first 10. But think about it for our region, for our country, and for Nepal. How do you get the logistics come together and develop that? So that's the the next one, which is the multiple agency problem. And then you come to the financing of infrastructure. One of the most difficult things to do because of the gestation periods and all of that. And so therefore in Niti Aayog, during my term, we started a special vertical on the PPP models. And the PPP vertical, what it was going to do, and it's doing still, is that it comes out with new models of public-private partnership to give greater comfort to the private sector, including what we call the viability gap funding. That was one of the things that we did. The second thing we did was that we would take part in creating industrial clusters where all the basic conditions would have been achieved by the public sector. And the private sector would be invited to just sort of put in so that the gestation period is cut very short. The third thing that we did there was that we developed models of monetization of completed projects. And as a result of which, Indian roadways, amazing statistics, that about, they were able to gather something like $2.5 billion worth of private capital in the Indian roadways. And about something, and 144,000 kilometer, lane kilometers were financed by the private sector. monetization of completed project, that's the one. In this particular financing thing, we established the infrastructure development financing company. We established the India Infrastructure Financing Company in 2016, and now we established in 2021 what is called the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, chaired by Mr. K.V. Kamath. So there is this thing about creating specialized agencies and not just leaving it to the commercial banks and to the public sector to finance the infrastructure. One short point here is that it is not going to be possible for the government to finance the infrastructure adequately. The fiscal constraint is a real one. We in India have ramped up our public capex in recent years. That's not enough. 3.5% of GDP, of which 22% only comes from the private sector, is not going to work. It's got to be reversed, and we've got to make sure that we get the private sector into the infrastructure development. It's a must. And here, I think we need to, when we talk about inviting foreign capital, we should focus very sharply on what is called the patient capital. And the patient capital are the pension funds. The patient capitals are those, and not the FDI, and certainly not the foreign portfolio investment. And there should be an agency within the country, and we are trying to do that in India, which can focus on this patient capital and attract them. And therefore, the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Fund or the Norwegian Sovereign Fund, those are the agencies that you should be attracting. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, my pet passion, which is the regional cooperation and regional development. Think about Nepal, Bhutan, landlocked countries. You need access to the ports, etc. If we can come together and create a regional infrastructure blueprint, even for the eastern part of South Asia, and why not for the western part? I was actually working with Pakistan when I was before Niti Aayog to try and develop a corridor between Amritsar and Tashkent. And why not the bridge over the Park Strait between India and Sri Lanka? If you develop those kinds of infrastructure projects, they will be big enough for foreign investors to get attracted. Otherwise, our sizes are not just big enough for them to invest any time or any resources. They will look at it and say, well, this is not for us, they're just too small. So we need to think about mega projects, and mega projects will come when we come together and do the collaboration. So I'm hoping, therefore, that we will try and develop this regional blueprint. Nepal can take the lead in this, because it is really critical and important for Nepal to have this regional blueprint. And I hope, therefore, the next summit will devote a session to that as well. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently.
I would like to express gratitude to Dr. Rajiv Kumar, respected Dr. Rajiv Kumar, for sharing insightful things which can be of lot of use to Nepal. Now we have very limited time. In fact, Prime Minister is expected to come a little earlier than scheduled, and we have just 12 minutes time left. So I request Deputy Governor, Mr. Bambadur Mishra, who has got in-depth knowledge of overall, not only monetary policy, central banking policy, to take just 4 minutes. हजुरले नेपालीमा भन्दा चाँडो हुन्छ भने I kindly request you to make a speech in Nepali also. It's your choice.
नमस्कार, उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरू, समयको पाबन्दीलाई ख्याल गर्दै र भुवनजीको यो भनौँ न यो मोडेटरको भावनालाई स्वीकार्दै सम्मानज्यूको उपस्थितिलाई ख्याल गर्दै म सर्टकटमा केही कुरा राख्न चाहन्छु। यो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर समिट CNI हाम्रो यो हलमा उपस्थित भएर जुन कार्यक्रम भएको छ, यसबाट नेपाल राष्ट्र बैंकले केही कुराहरू राख्न पाएकोमा म सर्वप्रथम यहाँलाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। खास गरिकन नेपाल राष्ट्र बैंकको भूमिका कहाँनिर हुन्छ त? व्हाट इज द रोल अफ नेपाल राष्ट्र बैंक? नेपाल राष्ट्र बैंकलाई ऐनले दिएको जुन भूमिका छ त्यसबाट चाहिँ खास गरिकन वित्तीय स्थायित्व र सँगसँगै डेभलपमेन्टको विकासको कार्यमा सहयोग गर्ने गरिकन जुन भूमिका प्राप्त दिएको छ त्यसका लागि नेपाल राष्ट्र बैंकले अहिले गरेका केही व्यवस्थाहरू म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। लोअरिङ द इन्ट्रेस्ट रेट, अहिले हामीले अकोमोडेटिभ मोनेटरी पोलिसी जारी गरेर ब्याज दरलाई अहिले हामी सिंगल डिजिटमा हामीले विगत 3-4 वर्षदेखि हामी व्यवसायीहरूको कुरा सुन्दै आएका थियौँ, लगानीकर्ताहरूको कुरा सुन्दै आएका थियौँ भनेदेखि सिंगल डिजिट भनिरहेको अवस्थामा नाउ वी हेभ द सिंगल डिजिट लेन्डिङ चाहिँ सिंगल डिजिटमा आएको छ। बुँदा नम्बर 1। बुँदा नम्बर 2, केही कुराहरूमा खास गरिकन इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको निमित्त ठुलो रकमको आवश्यकता पर्ने हुनाले हामीले स्वदेशी लगानीबाट मात्र यसलाई पुरा गर्न नसकेको अवस्थामा नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कले केही व्यवस्थाहरू गरेको छ। ती कुराहरूमा केही यहाँ उल्लेख गर्न चाहन्छु। रिसेन्टली हामीले गरेको व्यवस्था भनेको यो एक्सटर्नल कमर्सियल बोरोइङको हेजिङको लागि हामीले स्वापको व्यवस्था गरेका छौँ। ब्याङ्क वित्तीय संस्थान जति पनि जुन हामीले विदेशबाट विदेशी मुद्रा ल्याउनुहुन्छ त्यसको स्वापिङको लागि वी हेभ द न्यू एरेन्जमेन्ट, यो रिसेन्ट एरेन्जमेन्ट हो, यो स्वापको व्यवस्था गरिएको छ। यसै गरी नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कले 2017 सालमा विदेशी लगानी तथा विदेशी ऋण सम्बन्धी विनियमावली जारी गरेर खास गरिकन यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले अटोमेटिक रुट उद्योग विभागबाट, नेपाल सरकारको उद्योग विभागबाट स्वीकृति प्राप्त गरिसकेपछि नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कमा आउनुपर्ने प्रोसिड्युरल जुन एउटा हडल्स थियो त्यो हडललाई घटाउन निमित्त नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कमा आउनै नपर्ने जुन व्यवस्था गरेको छ, यो व्यवस्था म यहाँ अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कको पोलिसी खास गरिकन वित्तीय स्थायित्व देयर बाई हामीले के गर्न सक्छौँ भन्दाखेरि नेपालबाट विदेशबाट आएको जुन रकम छ त्यो रकमलाई रिप्याट्रिएसनको स्विफ्ट प्रक्रिया, लेट द फन्ड इन्टर, लेट द फन्ड स्टे एन्ड लेट द फन्ड गो भन्ने जुन प्रिन्सिपल छ एफडिआईको प्रिन्सिपल, त्यो प्रिन्सिपललाई नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कले खास गरिकन डिभिडेन्डको रिप्याट्रिएसन र अन्य किसिमका रिप्याट्रिएसनको व्यवस्थामा सहजीकरण गर्ने गरेको छ। र हाम्रो नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कको व्यवस्थाले योमा हामी असिर गर्न चाहन्छु राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कको जुन म्यान्डेट छ, पोलिसी छ विदेशी विनिमयको, त्यो व्यवस्थालाई हामीले कायम गर्दै सजिलो गरिकन हामीले रिप्याट्रिएसनको व्यवस्था गरेका छौँ। र यो विविध किसिमका 2015 को भूकम्प र यसै गरिकन 2019 को कोभिडको सक्सहरूलाई पनि, जो एकदम कडा सकलाई पनि नेपालको वित्तीय क्षेत्रले रिजिलियन्टली, हाइली रिजिलियन्ट भएर चाहिँ हामीले यसलाई सस्टेन गरेका छौँ। र इमिडिएटली आफ्टर कोभिड पनि हाम्रो ग्रोथ रेट चाहिँ भी सेपमा भएको हुनाले एउटा अनुरोध म के गर्न चाहन्छु भने नेपालका ब्याङ्क वित्तीय संस्थाहरू, युवराज सरले अघि भनिसक्नु भएको छ, आदरणीय युवराज सरले, कि हामीहरू चाहिँ क्यापिटलाइज छौँ, सस्टेन छौँ र ब्याङ्क वित्तीय संस्थाहरूको जुन अवस्था छ त्यो अवस्था चाहिँ नै हामीहरू धान्न सक्ने अवस्था छौँ। डेस्पाइट केही मात्रामा अहिलेको स्थितिमा चाहिँ थोरै मात्रामा हाम्रो एनपिए वृद्धि भए तापनि हाइली कोल्याटरलाइज रूपमा हाम्रो कर्जाको व्यवस्थापन भएको हुनाले यस अवस्था हामीले समस्या पर्न नसक्ने कुरा म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। अब यहाँ अरू पनि प्यानलिस्टहरू हुनुहुन्छ, हामीसँग टाइम अत्यन्तै छोटो भएको हुनाले मलाई थोरै मात्र कुरा गर्न खोज्यौँ र केही मात्र हामीले गरेका कामहरू चाहिँ यो थ्रेसहोल्ड घटाइएको छ एफडिआईको लागि, 50 मिलियनबाट हामीले 20 मिलियन बनाएको छ। यो अटोमेटिक रुटको कुरा हामीले गरेका छौँ। र एउटा महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल फाइनेन्स, हामी कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ नेपालले चाहिँ ग्रिन फाइनेन्स टेक्सोनोमीको एउटा डकुमेन्ट बनाएको छ र त्यो हामी सर्टली हामी जारी गर्ने अवस्थामा छौँ। र त्यसले चाहिँ नै कस्तो किसिमको लगानीलाई चाहिँ, कस्तो किसिमको फाइनेन्सिङलाई चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल हो र कस्तो किसिमलाई होइन भन्ने कुरा हामी क्याटेगोराइज गर्छौँ र एकर्डिङली नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कमा हामी सर्कुलर पनि जारी गर्छौँ। यसै गरी हामीले ESRM भन्ने एउटा गाइडलाइन जारी गरेका छौँ, यो सस्टेनेबल फाइनेन्ससँग सम्बन्धित छ र यसले चाहिँ नै विविध क्षेत्रमा गरिएका लगानीहरूलाई कसरी हामी ग्रिन फाइनेन्सिङतिर लान सक्छौँ भन्ने कुरामा हामी अगाडि बढाउन चाहन्छौँ। अब यो समिटको म सफलताको कामना गर्न चाहन्छु। समय छोटो भएको हुनाले मैले यति नै अनुरोध गरेँ। नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्क सधैँभरि लगानीको लागि, देशको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको डेभलपमेन्टको लागि, विकासमा गरिने पूर्वाधारको लागि कस्तो किसिमको पोलिसी बनाउनुपर्छ भन्ने कुरामा सदैव सचेत छ र यसमा हामी सहयोग गर्नलाई तयार छौँ। र विदेशी लगानीकर्ताहरू, एफडिआई, यसै गरी स्वदेशी लगानीकर्ताहरू र सम्पूर्ण एक्सेलेन्सीहरूमा म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु नेपाल राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कको तर्फबाट यहाँ आएर बोल्ने मौका दिनुभयो, यसको लागि धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छु। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
म सरप्रति हार्दिक कृतज्ञता व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु र राष्ट्र ब्याङ्कलाई हामीले धन्यवाद दिनुपर्ने कुरा चाहिँ रिसेन्टली दे हेभ कम अप विथ स्वाप रेगुलेसन। वी हेभ बिन टकिङ अबाउट फरेन एक्सचेन्ज हेजिङ, द्याट रेगुलेसन एड्रेसेस टु अ लार्ज एक्सटेन्ट इन केस अफ बोरोइङ। त्यसको लागि पनि आई वुड लाइक टु एक्सप्रेस हार्टी ग्र्याटिट्युड। अब हामीसँग समय असाध्यै कम भयो हुनाले अब हरिभक्त सर इज द इन्डस्ट्री च्याम्पियन। इन फ्याक्ट ही वाज द फर्मर प्रेसिडेन्ट अफ CNI and he has been leading one of the leading pharmaceutical companies of Nepal for last 3 decades. He has got a lot of experiences, a lot of bitter experiences also, positive experiences of having dealt with Finance Ministry, Nepal Rashtra Bank and other regulatory agencies. उहाँको 1.5 घण्टा सुन्दाखेरि पनि it would not have been enough, but he has got only 4-5 minutes time to present. So saying sorry, I would like to request you to make it precise.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, and delegates. I have a very couple of things to share now because a lot of things had already been shared with you from keynote speakers. Having listened to Dr. Khatiwada and Dr. Rajiv, they are very exciting things. Probably what we need from the private sector perspective in this country is we need more coordinated decisions and quick decisions from the government, because anything that is making problem in our country is not making any decisions on right time. Decisions takes a long time for any private sector projects, especially for infrastructure projects. And then how to finance is not a big deal because private sector knows how to bring the finance. But the problem here is how do we facilitate financing of a very large project? If the private sector is involved, there are three challenges. Number one, how do you get land? The acquisition of land is one of the greatest challenges in our country. And number two, how do you bring technology? Because there are too many restrictions on bringing technologies in Nepal. The cost is higher because the tax regime is that whenever the projects are there, the initial investment will be increased because initially the tax will be levied on a very higher rate compared to our any regional markets. And third is there is no system as of now on how do you bring the gap, the viability gap funding in Nepal. No project so far had been able to receive viability funding in a proper way. So these are some of the most important challenges for any large projects that needs to be implemented for infrastructure. For example, नेपालीमा भनौँ बिकज यहाँ हाम्रो धेरै विदेशीलाई हाम्रो भाइहरूले अलि राम्रोसँग इन्टरप्रेट गर्नु होला तीनवटा चारवटा चाहिँ त्यो ट्रान्समिसन लाइनको पोल गाड्न नसकेर 1 वर्षसम्म बिजुली चाहिँ खेर जान्छ त्यो जग्गा किन्न नपाएर अब यो विदेशीलाई हामीले भन्यो भने हामी सबै राम्रो मात्रै भन्नुपर्ने होला त्यसकारणले हामीले त्यसलाई नसुधारिकन काठमाडौँको चाहिँ सेन्ट्रल पार्टमा 1.5 घण्टा 2 घण्टा अहिले यतिकै पनि बिजुली जान्छ उत्पादन नभएर होइन नि हामीले ट्रान्समिसनलाई एउटा ढङ्गले चाहिँ म्यानेज गर्न नजानेको भएर हामी कहाँ यस्ता च्यालेन्जेसहरू आएका छन् दिज आर सम अफ द मोस्ट फन्डामेन्टल इम्पोर्टेन्ट इस्युज द गभर्मेन्ट एन्ड एजेन्सिज इन्भल्भ निड्स टु म्यानेज इन नेपाल and from the private sector what I learned is any investment that came during 90s are the most profitable investments in Nepal, the foreign investments I'm talking about. I also invested in an industry which we started around 1990s. We had been profitable, but if I want to start industry today, it is impossible. The reason is you cannot buy land. The land is very much controlled here and fragmented because of our land reform policies, and we have made policies, very stringent policies on land acquisition. And secondly, we are not finding ways and means on how to manage the federal system. Every municipality have their own ways of handling projects. So they want to collect more resources, taxes, than facilitate any project. And supposing if we have to buy land, there is no single hold land in the country, so you have to buy from too many stakeholders. For example, if I want to do an industry of medium-sized scale in Nepal, I have to at least buy land from 4, 5 to 25, 30 landowners. This is the type of land fragmentation that has taken place in the country, and the land prices are so high, so exorbitant that I'll give you one example. There is a place called Chiton in Nepal, it's the central part of Nepal. The price of Chiton's land is 5 times expensive than I can buy in Illinois, nearby Chicago. You imagine the price of land in this country. It is too high, not possible for any manufacturing or any light industries to invest around 45% of the initial cost in land alone. So we are having problem because there are no new industrial districts made in last 30 years. We have spoken too much, but now the focus should be, my request to our Honorable Dr. Khatiwada is, let us make a very big, large industrial district quickly so that more industries can go there, invest there, and bring technology and produce for the country. And my final submission, because the time is running out, is that in spite of all these challenges, the industries that we operate today are still healthy, profitable. We are giving at least reasonable return on our investment. And the market is growing, it is booming because the remittance is coming in. This country had not faced problem in the past, but this is not going to be the future. I hope Dr. Khatiwada, what he had said, will be in materialistic term will be realized because we want better pictures for the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful experiences. There is a practice of saying ladies first, and the most important person is speak only at last. So, madam, though you are speaking at last, not giving ladies first opportunity, you are the most important person because you are speaking at last. Yeah, I'll definitely give, yes, more than yours, yes. 5 minutes time for you, and in case of Dr. Kalpana Khanal, she is a senior research fellow and she is head of Center for Economics and Infrastructure Policy Research at Policy Research Institute, and this is a government's think tank. And she has earned her master's and PhD in economics from one of the leading US universities, and she has experience of over a decade of having taught and conducted research in those universities. So she has got experiences of having worked there in the US, developed countryहरुमा चाहिँ infrastructure development कसरी growth हुँदो रहेछ भन्ने कुरो त हामीले अघि जोन एफ केनेडीको स्पीच पनि हामीले त्यो कोट पनि हेरि नै सक्यौं. म्याडमको आफ्नो त्यहाँको अनुभव र यहाँको अनुभव इज दैट इज आइस अन द केक जस्तो लाग्छ. यहाँको अनुभव पनि त्यो हिसाबले के चाहिँ गर्नु पर्ला. हाम्रो फिगर इज लाउजी एन्ड सरले अघि हिस्टोरिकल फिगर मात्रै हो, फ्युचरिस्टिक फिगर विल बी बेटर भने हुनाले दैट इज एन अप्टिमिस्टिक सिनारियो. अब हजुरको चाहिँ के गर्नु पर्ला सो दैट वी अल्सो क्यान बी वान अफ द डेभलप्ड कन्ट्रिज इन टर्म्स अफ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्ट.
Thank you, Bhuvan sir. And also I'd like to thank the CNI and the organizers for this opportunity. We are already running behind the schedule, but I'll still take 5 minutes to present some of my points without repeating what all the delegates and respected persons already discussed. So again, we cannot deny that infrastructure investment is important for economic growth, and also gross capital formation is important for economic growth. And one of the ways gross capital formation could be attained is by investing in infrastructure. However, it is filled with multiple challenges, like Rajiv sir mentioned earlier, multiple agency problems within Nepal too. Again, funding is one issue, but also weak project implementation capacity as well as project governance is a big issue in Nepal. So our policies should be directed towards improving these 3 major challenges. And we can learn from the experiences of some developed countries in the past, looking back at the historical context of development of East Asian countries, China, as well as United States of America itself. Let me discuss a little bit about the American case. So right after the Great Depression, the US was facing 25% unemployment. And actually, at that time, you mentioned one of the president, but here I'm going to mention Roosevelt. Roosevelt actually came up with this idea of New Deal. You mentioned Kennedy, sorry. So Roosevelt came up with this idea of New Deal, which was a series of investment projects in infrastructure sector. So the New Deal era investment in infrastructure sector, like the Lincoln Tunnel that connects New York and New Jersey, the San Francisco Bay Bridge, and some of us have been to United States and have seen these infrastructures. There were many of them, and these infrastructure were very vibrant in stimulating the economy of those regions. So looking at the historical context of those countries as well as Japan and China recently, we can see that those countries utilize their domestic capital, they channel their domestic capital finance towards infrastructure sector. At the same time, their infrastructure development was coupled with their domestic capacity development in the infrastructure sector. So domestic capacity building was crucial. So Nepal needs to learn from these countries and channeling out of the traditional mode of finance such as revenue as well as PPP, which may not work in capital intensive sectors like transportation. We need to utilize alternative source of domestic finance that could be taxing the toll roads, or that could be utilizing taxes on private property. So there could be multiple sources. So we need to, in addition to the traditional sources, also these days we also have advantage of blended finance, climate finance, and also we can learn from the experiences of these other countries who were using unsustainable practices in their infrastructure development. We can skip that and use modern technologies which are more sustainable. So I think the two things we need to focus on are utilizing, channelizing domestic capital finance towards infrastructure development, as well as strengthening our domestic capacity for infrastructure sector. So this involves, enhancing the technical engineering capacity, investing in engineers who can design efficiently, as well as having construction companies with enough machineries, explosives, because I was looking at one of the cases of Upper Tamakosi project, and the project was supposed to be completed in 6 years, but it actually took 11 years to complete that project. And one of the reasons given was because they could not get the permission to buy explosive on time. Actually, it took like 9 months to get that permit. Also, getting permission for buying machineries, getting permission to cut the trees. So all of these, if we can strengthen our domestic capacity and maintain this, solve this multiple agency problem that Rajiv sir mentioned, we can strengthen our infrastructure sector. Likewise, centralized system of mapping our constructive capacity, as well as improving our procurement capacity. So these are some of the things we can learn from other countries and strengthen so as to improve our infrastructure sector, eventually to achieve economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for a wonderful presentation. I would like to, because of time constraint, we have to wrap it up now. We can continue. Okay. 5-10 minutes, okay. So thank you so much, Madam, for wonderful experience sharing. We have respected Dr. Rajiv Kumar from India, and we can learn a lot of things from India's growth also. Sir, there is one saying that I think India is now home to the third largest number of billionaires, but 800 million people are taking government subsidy of 5 kg rice and wheat. So why there is so much economic disparity there in India, sir?
Let's put it in economic terms, which is that whether the Gini coefficient in India is higher than the Latin American countries or not. And it is not. And the Gini coefficient in India, which basically describes the income distribution, is also, I think, just about the same as China. So, you pick up an anecdotal figure, which is the largest number of billionaires and the 800 million people, 80 crores people being given food, free rations. I think that doesn't represent really the true picture in India. The fact is that also the multi-dimensional poverty index, which has been brought out, has shown that India has been able to move something like 280 million people out of dire poverty in the last 10 years. And now we have only got the people living below the poverty line has actually come down substantially. It is now 11%. Just one thing about I would like more and more billionaires to be in India, because that means that they are creating wealth, and that's the private sector. And I hope we should forget the socialist past, which is saying that being a billionaire is not good. Even Deng Xiaoping said to be rich is what is the word? To be rich is celebrated, some word like that. Yeah. Now, and on the 80 crore people being given the free ration, that started in the COVID time when the things were very bad. And that's just continued at the moment. And I'm sure that this is a temporary phenomena and it'll end soon.
Thank you so much, sir. There is one more curiosity, because India is now the fastest economy among the largest economies also. But when we talk about the employment rate, 20 and 40%. So is it a jobless growth, or so what is the reason behind that, and how it is being addressed?
It's a very important question that you've asked, and it's something which is really taking a lot of our attention, because the growth in the formal sector is not as fast as it's in the overall sector. In India, about 14% of people are employed in the formal sector, which receives all the ILO stipulated, what are they called? All the norms and standards and so on. The great majority of people are in the informal sector. Now, just one example, that I'm not sure whether all the gig workers which have come up because of the e-commerce, who are delivery boys, etc., are included in the employment figures. That's the big point. Now, and even if they are, we would want the informal sector to be formalized much faster. But the fact is that there is a huge demand for stable, permanent government employment in India. And therefore what happens is that when they get 40 vacancies in Haryana, 60,000 people apply. And that's what creates the impression. But again, given my previous figures, that there has been a very sharp reduction in poverty in India. And I think the informal sector has shown a lot of dynamism and vibrancy. I hope the informal sector will also get formalized, but that will depend very much on how much capital investment we can get from the private sector to raise the productivity levels in the economy.
Thank you so much, sir. Just now I've got a good news that delay is also good news at times. So Prime Minister visit is expected to be delayed. So I have some curiosities with respected Yuvraj sir. We all have a dream of making Nepal prosperous country and happy Nepali. That is what is the slogan of current government also. But when we look at the statistics, it doesn't give a rosy picture. So is that being happy Nepali and prosperous Nepal? Maybe happy Nepali we can be, because there is a saying, there's a popular saying that Hataka Maila Sunaka Thaila ke garnu dhanale bhanera pani we can be happy. But when it comes to prosperous Nepal, we need infrastructure development, we need higher growth of GDP. Will that be just a daydream in our life, or sir, is it the possibility within this government setup? That's a curiosity, sir.
Thank you, Bhuvanji. We are talking infrastructure for rapid growth, development, and prosperity. I'll try to respond to your query from the same perspective. Well, prosperity has multiple dimensions. It is physical well-being, mental well-being, social well-being, everything included. Your physical well-being and your happiness is an intrinsic thing, but it has also to do with your social setting and environmental setting, particularly physical setting. What I want to say in this prosperity, our path to prosperity, is that growth is not sufficient, development is not sufficient. You have to have a peaceful society where everybody should be feeling happy, and this is prosperity with happiness. But there is a hierarchy, I would say a pyramid, where you have to start with the basic needs. Basic needs of the people must be met before you reach the peak of prosperity, the Maslow's hierarchy. So, on that, physical infrastructure connectivity comes along with the process of output generation and service delivery. So, we have to make a proper balance between social development, economic development, and infrastructure, physical infrastructure development. I'm more talking about all kinds of infrastructure, social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and also human capital accumulation, which is so critical to have sustained economic growth. A proper, learned, educated, socially responsible citizen, which will grow along with investment in different infrastructures, including social infrastructure, is a key, I think is a fundamental to achieve to the path of prosperity. But having said that, you cannot talk anything about prosperity without eliminating the inhuman condition of absolute poverty. So let's start with the lowest step in our development pyramid, that is eliminate the kind of acute poverty for the first and start taking your path to prosperity. This is how we are working.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, I've got a message that we have to wrap it up now. So I would like to express gratitude to all the distinguished panelists here for their lively deliberation. And at the same time, I would like to express gratitude to August Gathering for lending your ears to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our moderator, and apologies to this panel for rushing you in. But thank you very much to all our distinguished panelists and to our moderator. May I please invite onto the stage Mr. Rajesh Kumar Agrawal, President of CNI, to kindly hand over this token of appreciation to our incredible panelists who, despite the reduction in time, were still able to put forward most important insights. Thank you to Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada, Financial Advisor to the Prime Minister, former Finance Minister and Governor as well. Thank you very much to Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada for his insightful presentation. We'd also like to request Dr. Rajiv Kumar to kindly step forward and accept this token of appreciation. And thank you for sharing your insights, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, here at Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024. Deputy Governor, Nepal Rashtra Bank Deputy Governor Bambahadur Mishra ज्यूलाई पनि हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ हाम्रो निमन्त्रणालाई स्वीकार गरेर यस प्यानलमा प्यानलिस्टको भूमिका निभाइदिनु भएकोमा। यसैगरी CNI का फर्मर प्रेसिडेन्ट हरिभक्त शर्मा ज्यूलाई पनि अगाडि आई यो मायाको चिनो लिदिनु हुनको लागि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछौँ र उहाँलाई पनि हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्दछौँ। Similarly, we'd also like to request Dr. Kalpana Khanal, Director, Policy Research Institute, Government of Nepal, to kindly step forward and accept this token of appreciation. र धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भुवन दाहालज्यूलाई, फाइनान्स एक्सपर्ट एन्ड फर्मर प्रेसिडेन्ट नेपाल ब्याङ्कर्स एसोसिएसन, हाम्रो मोडरेटरको भूमिका निभाइदिनु भयो। ठ्याक्क इनअग्रलको अगाडिको प्यानललाई यति राम्रोसँग मोडरेट गर्नुभएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। A group photograph, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to request all our distinguished panelists to kindly step forward so that we can conclude this panel, the fourth panel for the day here at BYD Nepal Infrastructure Summit 2024, built in trust with Shivam Cements. Our fourth panel, ladies and gentlemen, has just concluded, where we talked about the fiscal, monetary and regulatory policies. One more time, thank you to all our distinguished panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, now we break for tea. So a humble request to all our distinguished guests to kindly head outside to the garden for some tea and coffee for a small refreshment break. Would like to request everyone to kindly head out because we will have to do a security check inside the hall. We'll have to do a security check inside the hall before the arrival of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. So a humble request to all our distinguished guests to kindly head out for a cup of tea and coffee. Maybe that'll help combat the afternoon slump with a little bit of caffeine.
गन्तव्य आफ्नो पुग्नु छ हर रुकावट पार गर्नु छ लक्ष्यको मामलामा नो कम
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाई सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
गन्तव्य आफ्नो पुग्नु छ हर रुकावट पार गर्नु छ लक्ष्यको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
गन्तव्य आफ्नो पुग्नु छ हर रुकावट पार गर्नु छ लक्ष्यको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
जसरी आफ्नो क्षेत्रमा तपाईं सधैँ भन्नुहुन्छ नो कम्प्रोमाइज, त्यस्तै शिवम सिमेन्ट क्वालिटीको मामलामा नो कम्प्रोमाइज।
गन्तव्य आफ्नो पुग्नु छ हर रुकावट